British Chess Championships taking place in Warwick, beautiful surroundings of Warwick University, which is very near Coventry actually as well. And I'm here with a good friend of mine and my fellow Grandmaster, Nick Pert. So massive clash here on board one, Nick, between Bazakusta playing White against Harry Grieve. Bazakusta has put a lot of pressure on his opponents with White, but Harry Grieve is known to be very good at preparation.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that Bazakusta would actually be happy just to get an equal position at the opening. I know that doesn't sound too ambitious with White, but if you're playing someone like Harry Grieve, you just have to make sure you don't end up massively out-prepared. I thought maybe it'd be quite good just to refer to an incident that happened last night that we actually missed out on, a kind of remarkable incident in the game between Michael Adams and Sam Chow. So they reached an endgame. I know some people might have seen this already. Michael Adams had a queen and a pawn. Sam Chow had just a queen, and he was trying to defend the endgame. And Michael Adams inadvertently repeated the position 3 times, but Sam Chow didn't claim the draw correctly, and as a result, they were allowed to play on, and Michael Adams went on to win the game. So have you ever experienced anything like that before, Danny, or have you got any thoughts on that incident?
Not really. I mean, I did have one game when I was younger at Hastings where I castled, having already moved my king, and I was playing last round, and then my opponent got a bit, he started going, no, and then the arbiter came over, and then I tried to move another piece. So eventually I drew that game by miracle, even though I was forced to move my king. But but one of the things, yeah, you got to be particular about the rules. I mentioned this on the video earlier. The reason they have the threefold repetition rule is because otherwise you could get a ridiculous situation where people repeat the position 10 times or 100 times, and often that happens where people just don't bother to claim. But you know, you have that rule in place to try and protect the defending player, a little bit like the 50 move rule, so that they don't have to endure, you know, hundreds of moves of torture or something like that. There's something realistic, there's a common sense thing in play, so the arbiter can step in. But what you have to do is you have to claim the draw. You have to basically say, look, I'm going to play this move and indicate that to your opponent and the arbiter and stop the clock. So you stop the clock. So your first action should be to stop the clock. Your second action should be to indicate to the arbiter or try to get the attention of the arbiter to say, look, I'm going to play this move and I believe it's a threefold repetition, therefore the game should end in a draw. Now at that point, Michael Adams is a pawn up. He clearly doesn't want to make a draw, so therefore he would have been very annoyed, but I think he's just tired probably. That's probably why he allowed the position to be repeated 3 times. He could have easily avoided that to happen. But yeah, a little bit unlucky on Sam.
I think the key point was that Sam actually played the move which repeated the position 3 times. So Michael Adams gave a check with the queen on c2, and Sam Chow had to play this move king a1, and it would have been the 3rd time he'd played king a1 after queen c2 check. Yeah. So if he had, as you said, if he'd written the move down, normally you write the move down, pause the clock.
No, you don't write the move down.
I'm not even sure of the rules, because you used to have to write the move down, but now you're not supposed to write the move.
You're not allowed to write the move down before you play it now.
Okay, well, you have to, so it's even more complicated. You have to pause the clock anyway. The main point is you can't make the move. So he actually made the move and claimed threefold repetition, but because he had made the move, it was then Michael Adams' turn, so he's not allowed to claim on Michael Adams' turn. So he had to actually make the claim before playing the move, pause the clock, call the arbiter over, and then claim that you know, if he played the next move, it would be a threefold repetition, at which point he can claim the draw. So and someone said the repetitions weren't consecutive, and that is true. They don't actually have to be consecutive. You can have 3, you can reach the same position 3 times, and it doesn't really matter how many moves are in between each occasion. But
it's surprising that a player at that level is Sam Chow, who's FM and strong player, pretty much IM strength. I mean, I've lost him before. I've got like half out of 2 against him with black. Surprised that a player at that level does not know the rules. You know, it's almost like, let's say you're playing a cricket match and you don't know the leg before wicket rule, or if you're playing football, you don't know. Harry Grieve sort of like jumps a sort of guard and sort of gets in behind a defender, and then the linesman puts his flag out. I says, what are you going on about? He says, you're offside. What's offside? Right? So similar to that. I mean, I don't know, Nick. You should know the rules. I mean, what I'm going to do after this is I'm going to buy a rule book chess rule book. After this,
Make sure you're up to date on all the rules.
okay. So should we look at some of the games? I think the game of ball one is very dry. Not much happening.
Maybe let's have a quick look at it. I mean, what do you think of this opening choice by Bazakus? I mean, I'm not completely sure I would have gone for this against Harry. I mean, I definitely agree with the idea of not taking him on in something too theoretical, but you're giving Black, complete control of the centre, which is...
I think is that a move there?
If you're going to give them control of the centre, you want to challenge it very quickly. And if you're not going to challenge it quickly, Black can eventually take over. So it looks like Harry's still in his prep as usual.
So he's got h3. I think that's to rule out any bishop g4 moves. So probably castles would be on Harry's radar as a candidate move. And then maybe rook e1, my favourite. Rook e1, attack the pawn. But then rook e8, and I don't see the obvious problem for Black. Yeah, I agree with you. I think, but having said that, the English is a very solid opening. I think Bazakusta will lose today. I had a dream last night that Harry was going to win this game.
So that somebody here, Alex, there's your friend Alex, has put odds up for the British Championships. Do you want me to tell you what the odds are? He's put Luke McShane as the favourite, 9-4. Michael Adams 5-2, despite having both of them have not played brilliantly. Harry Greaves 7-2, which
Alex Caldwell, yeah.
I would actually suggest 72 is quite a tight price for Harry. What do you think? I mean, he's got the openings down. He's very strong in the openings, but he has lost control a couple of times in the games.
Yeah, I mean, Harry Greaves has won the British before, and that was in 2022. And he beat me in that tournament, and that was his game of the tournament. He played an amazing rook takes f7 move. But I do think, Nick, that if you win a British once, it's great. But if you win I know you've won a British as well, but to win a two puts you in a different category. It's almost like you win the Masters once in golf, and then you're with all these kind of people who won the Masters once, like Patrick Reed or Sergio Garcia. But if you win it twice, you're like a Bubba Watson, someone of that category of player. I think maybe who else has won the Masters twice in golf? Scotty Scheffler's won it maybe 2 times as well. So you're in a different category, right? Obviously Rory McIlroy's won it twice. So that's my fault. And also you're winning it where people like Michael Adams, Luke McShane here. That's why I agree with you. I think Alex is probably not as maybe down with the kind of knowledge of the how strong these players are. Generally, people like Harry don't win a British if Luke McShane or Michael Adams are here, but this is the first year they've dipped below 2,600. Now he's in their ballpark. Now he's looking at, well, hang on a minute, we're all 2,500 players.
Yeah, it's true. The year he won it, neither Michael Adams or Luke McShane were playing.
Yeah.
Shreyas are 12-1. I mean, Shreyas has been playing well.
No, those odds are wrong, Alex. You'd have to put Shreyas much shorter and possibly even shorter than Harry.
I think
Harry would be more like a 6 or 7-1 shot at this point. I think Shreyas would be similar.
Bazakusta 14-1.
No, that's too big.
I would take a shot on that. 14-1, even after beating Michael Adams. So,
but this guy is a professional gambler, by the way. He's like a serious gambler. This guy, he really knows his onions.
Are we allowed to actually place these bets?
Yeah, he will accept the money. He will accept the bet. He works for proper bookmakers. So if you want to place the bet, get in touch with him on social media, and he will place the bets for you. He also gave me a tip recently for the golf, Alex Noren, and he's actually been winning quite a few tournaments on DP Tour. He's playing this week and winning championships, so look out for that.
Anyway, should we have a look at Luke McShane's game? So this one is quite evenly balanced, the game between Bazakusta and Harry Greaves. I think Bazakusta has allowed Harry to get his preparation again. It's quite hard to avoid Harry's preparation, but he'd have to try and survive the opening. So Luke McShane and Freddie Gordon, they've actually played a line in the French Tarash. Freddie's played this move, Queen D7. I mean, maybe we could show from the start. I mean, Queen D6 is the main move.
So white just takes on d5, black takes back the bishop. So queen d6 is interesting. There is a line where you can go knight e4, Nick, which is a recent line where you end up sacking a pawn and you basically play something with c3 quickly, and you end up getting a lot of quick development against black's queen, because black has just moved their queen at the moment. White has 3 minor pieces they're ready to castle, so white is ahead in development. But in this game, black played a very popular line, Queen D7. I lost to a Dutch girl in tournament Hastings a few years ago, called Maike, who works for Chessable, and she played this variation against me. Funny enough, I lost to Harry in the same tournament, also with the white pieces. But Queen D7 is quite a solid move.
Well, it takes away that knight e4 option.
So let's just
so I mean, white can just regain their pawn with knight b3 and then take it on d4. You can play knight f6. You can also play with a6 as black, I think. But
yeah, I think there are lines where one of the advantages. Sorry to interrupt. One of the advantages of this is you play a quick bishop c5. I think.
Yeah, there is like another alternative that white can also go for. Actually, a couple of alternatives. I think you can also play, instead of knight takes d4, sometimes you can play queen e2. So let's say knight f6 from black. You can, after knight b3, say knight b3, knight f6. Sometimes you can play queen e2, and the idea is to play rook d1 and then try and take the pawn under more favourable circumstances.
D4, yeah.
There's another possible idea. I kind of remember Michael Adams playing some bishop f4 in one of these positions, but I can't remember if it's this exact position or not.
Somebody said, imagine sitting next to him all day.
Sorry, I'm getting the sound right.
It's you.
Is that me? About me?
The Gorm.
I'm even trolled by my co-workers. That's how unlikable I am. Even the ECF attacked me. Okay, so basically, yeah, this seems to be very much in a balance. Should we move on to some other games and come back to this a little bit later? Because I don't think there's much to say about this.
Black's actually played that a6 move. Actually, one advantage of a6 is if they try and play queen e2, I think you can play b5. So that's why that move order can be useful to stop this rook d1 coming in.
I actually wrote a course on the knight d2 Tarash, but it's probably not a very good course, if I'm honest. So don't bother to buy it. No, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, let's go on to other games. There's so many exciting games, and obviously Michael Adams, who is listed as a 5-2 favourite in the Alex Caldwell bookies, is interesting game against Yi Chen Han. I think Michael Adams will win today. I think he's on a roll. He's definitely looking for his 10th. I mean, 10th is crazy, right? To win 10 British championships is nuts. If he does that, it'd just be probably, one of the best achievements in British chess history. But in this position, it's black to move. So
I'm guessing this came from a Catalan, did it? Maybe we can just see the game from the start.
Yeah, it looks a bit tired there on the webcam, Mickey, because he did have that long game yesterday, and you don't get a rest day here. I wonder if fatigue will play a role.
He also does prepare quite a lot as well. I mean, he already had the Catalan. Oh, no, this wasn't Catalan. This is the Queen's Gambit declined. Yeah. But it's a slightly funny move. Or he's tried to sort of turn it into a Catalan, hasn't he? It is
like a Catalan. I mean, you can reach these positions from a Catalan.
Yeah.
So white castles, there's a line with knight c6, and that seems to be quite reasonable for black. So white tries to prevent that by playing knight e5. It's obviously controlling that square. So black lashes out of c5. We got this position, and it's Michael Adams to move. He's played a move. As he traded queens, his contempt factor switched off. He's decided to get the queens off.
I mean, I know you think Michael Adams will win this game, but I do think these are both quite solid players. I mean, Yishin has made a lot of draws. He's looked quite. He's not really made any big mistakes this tournament, has he, Yishin?
I'll be honest. I think at this point of the tournament, you've got 3 rounds to go after this. Would it be the most stupid decision for Mickey to have a quick draw, quick chop, quick draw, and then just have more or less a day off, and then you can just push the last 3 rounds, go all in last 3 rounds? I can see that happening.
I could definitely see that happening. And they actually had a draw in the 2023 British Championships.
Leicester, I remember.
In Leicester. And now Yishin is 3 years older. Well, the 3 years probably helps Yishin and hurts Mickey. There's extra 3 years. So,
and I think maybe Chen was black in that game. Possibly.
No, I think it was white. Mickey tends to make his draws with black.
I think they've had a couple of draws, actually.
When he's white, he tends to, push on a bit more.
I think they might have had a couple of draws in the British, maybe more than one game, but I could be wrong about that. But this, so one of the ideas, if you go there, so let's say, for example, you take that pawn, you leave that knight in a bad spot. But if you try to do this move so that you keep the knight in a great spot, then they go c3, and that kind of mangles your pawn structure a bit. I do remember in a similar kind of position, not quite the same line, but David Howe winning a very instructive game against Indian Super Grandmaster in Pentala Hari Krishna. Surprising that David Howe doesn't play the British, Nick. In fact, doesn't even play the Olympiad now, which do you find that a little bit surprising?
I mean, with the British, he's kind of moved on to bigger and better things. I don't know if he's that worried about the British Championships. As far as the Olympiad goes, I'm a bit surprised. I mean, all the top players are there, aren't they? So I don't really understand why he's not playing the Olympiad.
But David Howe not play the British and not play for the Olympiad. It's almost like Messi not bothering to play for Argentina, or someone like, Carlos Alcaraz not bothering to play for Spain in the Davis Cup. It's kind of surprising because he is our best player, David. So I find that a little bit disappointing in a way, but no, fully understand his reasons. I think, he's a great player. I'm sure he'll play some of these events in the future. Mickey went through a long period where he didn't play the British. But it's an exciting time to play in these tournaments now because you've got players, and we're going to go to that now actually, we've got players like Bodhana and Shreyas who are getting stronger all the time. So you get the chance to pit yourself against potentially future greats.
Yes, this is an interesting clash, and I think this is a massive test for Bodhana because she's obviously played very well, but Shreyas, he showed against Super Tit, that he is still a slightly more established player, and I think he'll be quite keen to also beat Bodhana. I mean, if he can beat Bodhana and Super Tit, the two up-and-coming players, that kind of sort of stamps his authority over those two players for years to come, and I'm sure there'll be lots more clashes between them. So,
but isn't there a case? Sorry to interrupt. Isn't it a case of he's just older than them and they're just going to improve past him easily?
That could well happen. Sometimes you try and beat them, don't you, in their early days, and you try and keep that psychological edge for as long as possible. So I actually think that Shreyas will try to win this game. So he's playing me Bishop E6. And it looks like he's still in preparation. Obviously, he's threatening, or he's thinking about Bishop C4 potentially.
I'd probably think about Rook D1 there for Bodhana.
Yeah, so Rook D1 would be quite a natural move.
I like the way Shreyas is playing this. A very natural move. She's a very talented player, Shreyas. One of the most talented players we've ever had in this country. Obviously, there was a big bid to keep him and his family. It was a shocking development where they were trying to. I mean, this is going back quite a few years. They were trying to kick them out of the country, which was shocking. And we did this big thing where we kept him in, and that was brilliant for British chess. But this position looks fairly solid for both sides, I would say.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, a lot of the time the battle is over the D5 square. So White would like to land a piece on D5. Obviously, Black's got it quite well covered with the bishop. If he brings a knight out, you can then maybe try and attack the knight with your dark square bishop if the knight comes to F6. Sometimes in these kind of positions, you can't really do it here, but so if a knight comes out, you might try to potentially attack it with this bishop. Sometimes this knight can even maneuver around D2, F1, E3. It's quite a long-winded maneuver. Try and fight for control of that D5 square. So, but I do think... Black's got the bishop pair and seems to be.
By the way, in these positions, Nick, because I play these kind of lines myself as Black mainly. I know H6 sometimes you play because the idea is you mentioned the move Knight F6, which is the most obvious move. You don't really want to go there because that would just drop the pawn. Doesn't look very nice. So you want to put the Knight F6, but probably the Knight F6 does run into some strategic problems after this. Now, I'm not sure if White would do this, but they could gain control over the D5 square. Probably they could play some move like Knight D2, Nick, and then Knight F1 to E3. So typically what Black does, which looks like a weird move, and Shreyas might well play it though, is to move H6. And it looks very slow, but there's not much going on here. And then you simply play the Knight to F6 later. Then you put the bishop on E7. I've analysed these positions. The engine says it's equal. But Bodhana doesn't seem to care. She just thinks I'm very solid.
Do you think she doesn't care? I think she maybe just isn't that familiar with these positions. She's just trying to work out the right plan because it's quite early for her to go into the tank. Well, she played Rook D1, has she? She played Rook D1.
So I'm wondering what is H6? What's the evaluation? It seems to be okay. I mean, there's lots of ways Black could play Knight F6 and allow this Bishop G5. I mean, we saw actually the same configuration yesterday in Bodhana's game. When she was playing against Yi Chen, she played she played with the two knights against two bishops. So she's not too afraid of the two bishops. I mean, she loves the knights. But although her chess idol, Capablanca, he loved the bishop pair. Who do you think Shreyas' chess idol is potentially?
Oh, I don't know actually.
Michael Adam. Is that a guess, or do you know that? It's a guess.
Okay.
Right. It's
So,
probably
I
someone like Magnus.
I mean, yeah, when we were younger, Kasparov was the dominant player, wasn't he?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people idolise Kasparov, and he was also quite an attacking player. But yeah, Magnus obviously for the last few years has dominated the chess world. So
I met Kasparov once.
did you?
He didn't seem like a very friendly guy.
I think it depends what mood you catch him in. I actually played him when I was quite young, but
Yeah.
yeah, I think it depends on the mood you catch him in. I think a lot of these players, they can be, I don't know if the right word is, they can think they're quite important. I mean, some are more down. Someone like Vichy is quite down to earth, isn't he? Vichy
Do you think you're quite important?
not
Not as important as me, but
of course.
who is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think it can. There's a danger when you have success in life. It can go to your head a little bit. And I read a quote actually yesterday about, because we have a sort of fundraiser for charity. I should mention that again, the Macmillan Cancer Fund, because two of the players associated with the British, Jonathan Hawkins, who was the last champion here in Warwick in 2015, he passed away only a few months ago, and Adam Hunt. And I read a quote about Steve Jobs, because Steve Jobs is probably my idol in life, because, I don't know why, but I just admire the guy so much. But he had pancreatic cancer, and he said, all the money I had at the end didn't amount to anything when I was faced with this ultimate thing that I was going to die, So, I think you got to stay grounded in life. I try to stay grounded, but it's very difficult when you're me. It's very difficult to stay modest and, but I try my best.
Steve Jobs was incredible, wasn't he? Incredible man. I think he did some great speeches. So if you're ever online, it's maybe worth listening to them because they're quite motivational.
100%. Genius. Although he didn't actually create that much in terms of, a lot of his genius was involved in finding people's ideas and using that. Do you think that that's the case with a lot of these players? They're not necessarily original, they're just using other players' ideas. Like Harry is known to be good at theory, but has he got his own novelties, or is he just like basically a memory monster and just remembering everything?
Yeah, I think a lot of the ideas are worked out by computers nowadays. But you still, I mean, the top players still have seconds because you have to go through the lines and work out which ones have got the best chances of working against different players. I wonder do you think anyone in this tournament's got a second, or do you think everyone just does their own study?
I think some of them do have. Certainly Michael Adams, obviously like a former elite player, still very strong, would probably have had a second in the past. Whether he'd have one now, I'm not so sure. Certainly like some of the junior players, they have coaches and stuff.
I think Shreyas, was he working with John Ems? We saw John Ems here, didn't we?
Oh, that's true.
I don't know if he's in Botana, must have someone, maybe, Botana, Supertit.
Surprised they never called me. Every time, I try to call them, although I did get a text from Bod Hannah's dad earlier. I think apparently even their room's been invaded by spiders now. So everyone's getting this spider treatment. It's spider season now because in autumn or like late summer, all the spiders tend to come out. So Ami Gartzi is playing on board 5 against Supratit Banerjee, who he actually apparently coaches. I don't know if you're allowed to say that.
I mean, they actually came together to the tournament last year, didn't they? They played each other last year, and I think it was a draw.
They came to the commentary room.
Together.
Yeah.
So I think he is involved with Supertit.
Yeah.
I think these guys, they actually have more than one coach, don't they? Players like Supertit.
And I still can't get a look in. So, I don't know. Maybe that's saying something, right? Okay, so this position looks very solid for both sides, in my opinion. Good preparation by Supertit, I would say. I like Supertit's position, but Ami is fairly solid himself. He won't be loving this pairing, I don't think, because it obviously famously lost to Bod Hannah earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, he might be afraid of losing to both of the rising stars.
You would be, wouldn't you? I mean, E3 is maybe, I don't know what that does, but just a solid move.
Just consolidate the position. I mean, how do you think Supertit's going to develop his light square bishop, because that does seem to be the one piece that's quite passively placed now?
Well, it's a good question. I think it could either go knight b6 or knight f6 and then just put the bishop on d7. I actually remember playing, I mentioned David Howard, I remember playing a blitz game. I think you were in that tournament actually in It was in something like 2019. It was the first year that they'd done a UK Blitz in its current format. David Howe racked up a huge score, like 30.5 out of 15. And he beat me with black. And he just basically just played good positional moves. He just went there and he brought his bishop out. And eventually black will try to break with c5. But they have to fiddle around a lot. But it's not easy for me to see where white breaks a plan. Now, you could try to push through f5 at some point. But the problem is black could shut that down with g6. So white's plan to me is not obvious. You could play e4, but that creates weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is you don't have a dark square bishop, so I much prefer e3 from a sort of structural point of view.
Yeah.
I feel that all of your pawns are secure. I'd probably just try and improve my queen, improve the rooks. You could even maybe, could you potentially put a rook on the g file? I don't know if you'd actually create any threats that way, but for me, I just would want to know how to develop this bishop for black. That's the one piece I would be a bit uncomfortable with. Obviously, white could just play a move like rook c1 just to improve his rook. He could move his queen somewhere a bit better. You think put the bishop on d7 and try and play c5 for black at some point?
Yeah, I think just solid development. I actually prefer to play black here long term because the bishop. Well, somebody said in the chat, maybe it's too early for Bodhana. What was the odds on Bodhana when we saw that?
I think she was it 33-1? Let me try and find the odds. Yeah, 33-1, same as Yishen.
Yeah, he's right in making Lumishane a favourite though.
I think Bazakusta 14-1. My
well, I think the joint favourites now are McShane and Bazakusta. A lot will depend on that game. By the way, Marcus Harvey's playing on board 6. He's trying to bounce back. He had a poor game yesterday by his own standards. Seems to have a nice position though against another very promising young player, Stanley Badasconi. He played the advanced variation, and black played solid move bishop d7, and knight f5, knight c3, a6. So I think the point of a6 is to take away any kind of jump by the knight.
I sort of vaguely remember that it's supposed to be a bit of a weighty move, this a6.
So in this position, black's played queen d8 now.
Which is probably not the right move.
What are you supposed to play?
I vaguely remember that maybe if you go bishop e7 is g4 annoying, and that's why you play a6 as a weighty move. I can't quite remember.
Yeah,
but something like
your
that.
theory's off the scale, Nick.
I know.
Why aren't you playing at the elite level with your theory? Is it just you can't match your theory with the talent?
I don't know about that. I think my theory is quite limited nowadays.
Okay, right. So I was being a bit sarcastic there. Ignore my attempts to troll you.
But g4 is.
So you're saying, Nick, that bishop e7 is maybe with g4? Yeah, I agree with you. Because something like this.
Maybe it's not g4. Is there another move? I'm trying to think. There is a reason why you delay playing bishop e7. Or is it bishop d? Is it bishop d3? Oh my goodness. Yeah, bishop d3.
Because queen g4. Yeah.
So.
Very clever.
Oh yeah, that's the reason. Yeah, so that's why you play a6. And I think you're waiting for them to play. So I'm trying to recall this. Well, I used to look at the French a lot. So a6. Because now if they play bishop d3, you can take on d4.
Can grab.
Yeah, so it wasn't because
show that. Yeah.
Okay.
Very good point.
These old ideas
this
are
doesn't make much sense.
Back to me.
This is weak.
The main point is the bishop's defending the g7 pawn.
Exactly. Very clever point. So a lot of people have rushed to develop. Now Stanley would have known that because he played a6. And then g4, and then you could maybe play knight e6. That looks a bit, I don't know, it doesn't really consistent with what you're doing. So all this makes sense. But now queen d8, so it might well be that Stanley was out of his fear at this point.
Is that a bit of a panic move? Does he just think that he might get his queen trapped?
I don't see how the queen would get trapped here.
No, I don't think the queen will get trapped. But I'm just saying,
I might have gone there.
Why did he play queen d8? You probably don't need to retreat.
The top move is
f6.
f6, but rook c8 is not terrible.
Yeah, it's not a bad move.
f6 is solid. Yeah, very unclear position, but now he's gone queen d8.
It's just a bit of a waste of time, isn't it, queen d8?
Because you feel like with the queen there, it's creating some threats around the white king.
Sure.
Because I often say, put your pieces close to your opponent's king. Now, Stanley is quite an aggressive player, so he'd understand that. And the reason you put your pieces close to your opponent's king is something good might happen around your opponent's king. But now he's almost like if you were black in his position, one of your candidate moves would be queen h4, right?
You'd put it back. It's a bit like
Yeah.
those, have you ever played those pairs games where you play alternate moves?
Yeah.
And sometimes you play with a weaker player and they'll play Queen D8 and then it's your turn and you put it back on H4 again.
Right.
But
Okay.
yeah, I don't think...
And B5 also feels a bit.
Yeah, I think he's kind of going slightly wrong here, but he's just playing on the queen side. He hasn't developed his king side yet. So
Apparently, Rook F3 is a great move. I don't think I'd spot Rook F3. That's a very.
I'd play F5.
I think F5 looks very natural.
Just get on with it.
I think one of the ideas behind Rook F3, Nick, is if Black goes Bishop E7. Let's say you go F5 later. If Black goes Bishop E7, Bishop G5. With a Rook on F3, maybe you drop the Bishop back to F2, or maybe you go King H1, Bishop G1. But maybe Black should play Bishop E7 now, and then with the idea of going Bishop G5. And I don't know what the engine prefers White. I mean, it's obviously a very murky game for over the board, anything can happen.
I think you've got to be quite careful with Black that you don't allow White to play a move like F6 at the wrong point, especially if you're castled. So Black has to be really quite careful in this position.
Okay, so that game's again very much in the balance, even though White has a slight advantage. Is there other games? What about, we haven't touched much on, well, we need to go to Simon Williams, because Simon is a friend to the broadcast. He's also got a very, almost like a Bazakusta position. Isn't this the same line he had against the kid from Oxford, Kenneth Hobson? It's
Yeah,
almost like
maybe.
the same position, right?
Yeah, it looks very similar.
So it's...
Maybe we could just look at it from the start and just see how it's different from Bazakusta's game. Okay, Black's played E5, but does that really change anything? Not really.
No, but you're right, because in the Bazakusta game, he had a pawn on E6. But this seems okay for Black. And Tom Junday is not a player that people are familiar with. I would imagine by the name, he's got some kind of Scandinavian ancestry, because that sounds like a sort of Scandinavian, maybe a Danish name or Norwegian name. Not sure. What do you think?
Yeah, possibly. I don't really know him. Just heard that he's a talented young player. But yeah, in general, I quite like having, if I'm Black, I quite like having this pawn on D4. I feel like it's quite strong, and unless White's going to break down the centre straight away, Black long term has got the advantage. So I feel like the pressure's on White to actually do something to try and create problems before Black actually completes his development.
Somebody said, is Danny wearing a bow tie?
Maybe it's your
Hi.
mic, is it?
Hi,
Microphone.
it's you, Danny. Oh, bow tie, no, it's a microphone. Right. Okay, so this game very much in back. We'll come back to that later. By the way, Richie, we haven't touched on him much since his loss to, which was a little bit shocking. His loss to Harry Grieve. But in this game, okay, I think we need to go from the start in this game as well, because it's quite a sharp opening, and White went for E4. This is like a Vienna variation.
I think did Pisa play something like this against my brother in the last round last year? It was something like this position. I can't remember the opening exactly.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Rook takes. I like the way Richie's. I mean, we
played it
keep
well.
talking about rook lifts, and this is one of the ideas that the rook can maybe swing across later to kingside and create an attack. If Black should castle kingside, which seems quite likely, Black would also be a little bit wary of casting queenside here, Nick, because of the potentially the rook on the c file, or just the fact that there's lines open on the queenside already.
I think Black's definitely going to castle kingside, isn't he?
Now, one kind of move screams out at me. Could I just go there? But apparently, it's not a very good move.
Maybe they just take it and then castle.
So what is White thinking about here, do you think, Nick, as a candidate move?
Yeah, it's a tricky one because you still have several pieces you want to improve. The problem is if you move your knight away from F3, then you lose a little bit of control of the centre.
Should we do guess the top move again?
Go on, what's your guess?
Well, how many guesses are we allowed?
It could be here for a
Like
while.
15 or something? I'm going to go for like 3 guesses each, right? Should we write it down? Let's just write it down. Everyone here is...
Here.
Yeah.
I don't know about writing it down.
Nah,
but
okay,
just guess your move. What do you
Right, okay, my 3 counter moves are... Okay, I'm going to have a think about this. Bishop c4 might be one. No, there are so many moves here. I mean, I could also go, like you said, knight e1 or knight d2.
I was definitely looking at knight e1 as a possible. Like, knight d2, if
Knight
they play
e1 does
a6,
feel
so,
like a good move.
I mean, a6 is a possible move. But
I mean, when I move the knight, I'm hitting the bishop.
Yeah, and that's the one advantage.
And maybe bishop d2 is also a reasonable, like, developing move. And also, quite like bishop c4. I mean, I don't think it's too bad. Okay, should we check them? The top move is knight. Oh, wow, your instincts are spot on. So actually, it does make a lot of logical sense, because also, very importantly, you can swing the rook now, because that knight, and you can also be the bishop, and bring the knight to c2, and potentially push the f-pawn, a little bit like the Marcus Harvey game.
Just out of interest, if black plays
bishop
a6...
D2, my bishop d2 was also up there.
That's a good move. If black plays a6 after knight e1, where's white going to put the knight? She's just going to put it on c3, or... No, you can't. Then you lose a d-pawn, you lose a d-pawn, then you want to go knight d6?
Oh, you mean after
knight e1?
Yeah.
We know it's the best move.
Let's think about it without checking the engine. So knight e1, a6. So what is the issue with that? Which is actually a reasonable move. I'm wondering now if knight d6 is a move. There's also knight a3, which looks a bit ridiculous.
Perhaps you have to put knight a3. I mean, knight c3, I'm worried, can they just take it? It probably is knight a3 then.
Yeah, knight a3, which does create this problem with the bishop. Now you have to maybe defend the bishop somehow. B8, yeah.
Because I guess the knight on a3 is not too bad. It can come into c4, can't it? And
yeah, there's lots of attacking potential here for both sides. Very dynamic position, very exciting position. Come back to that game. Another game I think we need to mention briefly is also Stephen Gordon, who's having a real comeback in his tournament. He's playing against Terry sorry, I always get his name wrong. Do apologise if you're watching Finlay. Finlay Bocott Terry. Because he's a Terry name, I always assume he's called Terry, but obviously Terry is a more normal name than Finlay, or a more common name, I should say. But
I would say this is actually quite a good pairing for Stephen, given that he's won 3 games in a row already.
Yeah, he's
obviously, Finlay is obviously, a good player, but everyone's a good player. And it looks as though Black's played slightly passively. You can play this way with bishop e7, but he hasn't played, I mean, if we just go back a few moves, or maybe go back to start quickly, he hasn't played the typical kind of Cambridge Springs Queen a5 idea, which I think is quite popular.
People play that a lot.
I mean, you could also consider like a Botvinnik, taking here, or some kind of Moscow, maybe h6. So these are all the sharper sides. But bishop e7 is considered to be maybe not quite as challenging as some of the other moves. So Stephen's obviously shown that he's willing to take on all these lines. He must be quite well prepared, I guess. But
as you said, I think we mentioned this before that with Finlay, he tends to go his own way. He tends to like playing. He's quite a creative player, so he tends to like playing opening start. By the way, big developments in the Simon Williams game. Apparently, Black's better, so let's switch to that game. Simon's played very aggressive move with knight g5. That move, if it was a move that was a Simon move, it's not. And why is that bad? Apparently the engine hates it.
Well, I guess you are breaking the opening principle of moving each of your pieces once.
Yeah, I never like, I'm always preaching this. I think knight f6 is a problem for white, because bishop e7, I think his idea is queen h5, which makes a lot of sense. Well, bishop e7 is also a move, actually, because bishop e7, queen h5 does g6. So maybe knight f6, his idea is this pawn is a bit weak, so maybe it's not knight f6.
I don't think you need to play knight f6, do you?
No, I think knight f6. I think bishop e7.
Yeah, just call his bluff.
So here, so there's pretty much only, well, you can also take, but I think he's going to go g6. So, by the way, apparently Tom Junde, or Junde he is apparently Mandarin.
Is it
Mandarin? So nowhere near,
okay.
Why was I saying Norway? Because I'm thinking of is it the Junta Peninsula in Denmark, or something like Battle of Jutland? Sorry, Battle of Jutland. Sounds a little bit GJU, so anyway, it doesn't matter. So queen h6.
I mean, can Black play bishop f8 now?
Certainly can. I like the way you say, can Black play bishop f8? But you know it's the best move.
I don't know. I can't see it's the best move. I don't know.
No, but your instincts are just spot on, Nick. Your instincts are incredible. So okay, yeah, this is good, yeah. this is good for black, but we're not sure. What would your follow-up be, Nick? Maybe just H6,
I'll probably play H6, put the pressure on the knight.
Yeah, this
Because
is...
now you're threatening moves like bishop E7 or something like that.
I'll be honest, I don't think Simon's played that well. I think he's a little bit lucky to be on the score he is, if I'm being completely honest, because he hasn't played that well in this tournament.
He hasn't really played any of the top players, has he?
And he's been a bit shaky in some of those games. You know, yesterday, well, he did have a chance to win, but he's also losing at certain moments. And he didn't play very well in his last tournament. So it might be that it's just sometimes you're out of form, Nick. Do you ever find that when you feel like my form lately wasn't that great because I lost about 20 points these 2 Spanish tournaments. But before that, I was playing really well. I had a run where I won 18 games in a row of Rapid and Classical. Do you ever have that where you have periods where you're a little bit out of form, or then other periods? What's the explanation for it?
I think so. I think form can go in runs. I mean, to be honest, for me recently, I haven't been playing that much, and the players I have been playing recently are players like Bazakutsa and all these players who are playing a lot at the moment. So it's quite hard when you play those players, and you're not playing all the time. But it's quite nice. Also, I think in the last year or so, I've played a lot of England's top talented players.
That's right, yeah.
So
and they're only going to get stronger as you mentioned
all these guys.
before.
It's quite nice to play them all.
I mean, this is the sort of thing that he could get if it doesn't work out well for Cyber. This is actually really bad position for White already, Nick, because this pawn is weak. You've got no real attack to speak of. The queens have come off.
Yeah, and this is horrible with knight b4 IDX coming as well. So that would be an absolute disaster for Simon.
So what is the... Maybe I don't quite understand.
I mean, after bishop e7, is he going? Yes, I was about to say, is he going to play knight e4? Is that his idea? But then they can just play f5 and, or then you could go knight back to g5. I forgot about that idea.
Yeah, maybe that's his idea, but it looks a little bit superficial. I mean, I would go knight f6 there, and just, I've controlling that square. So
I think he probably will play this. It's probably the best he can make out of the position.
The good thing about Simon is he's very, very resourceful because he's tactically brilliant, and it doesn't really matter. Like I say, he's somebody who could be out of form but still get great results because, I don't think he's on his top form at all at the moment. But he can still get, and he's kind of done that in this tournament. He's kind of. Because he's so resourceful and so dangerous, and that's an advantage.
Yeah, but he hasn't really played any of the top players, has he?
No, but then he played Andy Ledger, who's been doing fairly well. But it's true. But but at the same time, if he wins this game, it's a little bit like Stephen Gordon. He's come in under the radar. He's on a really good score, and in the last 3 rounds. He's gonna really go for it. So that's very interesting that on the top boards the games are very balanced, really balanced. Wow.
Should we have a quick look at board 1 again?
Absolutely. Wow, this is an end game already.
Harry's still in his prep. I mean, the problem. I personally think Bazakutsa is probably a stronger player than Harry. I don't know if that's fair, but in terms of opening preparation, Harry definitely has the advantage. And if I was Bazakutsa, I would have been saying, if I was his coach before the game, do not go down a theoretical line against Harry Grieve. What would you have said to him? It's very.
Well, I wouldn't have said anything to him because no one ever hires me as their coach, right?
So I would say, do not go down a theoretical line against Harry Grieve because, look at the situation now. Harry's still.
I saw him at breakfast, but I think he was with his mum, Bazakutsa, or whatever. But you say with him that he tries to be consistent, right? I said before, he's got that kind of approach of prophylaxis, understanding positional play. If you start saying to them, "Oh, play A3 on move 1 or play H4 on move 1 because the other guy knows a load of theory," when you're trying to be a top player, you're going to run into a lot of Harry Greaves who know a lot of theory. So I think you got to stay consistent. But I kind of agree with you. I do think Harry's just a good player, full stop. So he's not just like Mr. Prep, but he obviously very, I said this yesterday, he's probably the best prepared English player of all time. Don't know if there's anyone else.
Yeah, I think apart from the game was Yishen, Yishen was fine. But I think practically every other game, he's put his opponent under pressure in the opening, even with black. So...
He's got his typical coffee, by the way.
Or just play something unusual. I remember playing against Harry in a local league game, and it was a French. He played knight c3, and I think I played a6 on move 3. just to try and avoid his preparation.
You should have got a6 or move Rob.
Yeah, he could. Magnus Carlsen does that, doesn't he?
Yeah, well,
Sometimes he plays a6, he turns it into a kind of French sometimes.
Tony Miles did that against Anatoly Karpov in early 1980s. And he won that game. St. George variation. I mean, it was a6, b5. Was that St. George? But yeah, I think sometimes, you can be too predictable. And I think this game, but if we're looking from Black's perspective, he's well up on the clock, by the way, Harry. So
he's still in his prep, isn't he?
Not really, because now he's thinking. So I think he's out of his prep now. So the bishop's in a bit of a pin, so you can't take the pawn as white. Obviously, it's Black's move, but he's not threatening to take the pawn because the rook would take the bishop at the end. So I think in this position, you'd be thinking about a move like bishop c2 there, Nick. But maybe that's a bit slow.
You might just be encouraging white to play b4, which might be a move he wants to play.
I missed that move. I'm not sure. Could Black reroute the knight? Maybe to d7. I'm not sure what Black should play here, to be totally honest.
I mean, would you ever consider playing e4? That gives away the dark squares a bit, doesn't it?
It's a great shout.
I'm not sure that it does give away like the dark squares, but it seems to be maybe
clamps
the best
the bishop.
move.
Maybe knight d7 is a bit of a blooper. It's also okay.
Not bad.
Yeah, so there's a couple of good options for Harry. I think this game could peter out and end up being a draw. What do you think?
I don't actually see. I mean, if the opening is survivable by Bazakutsa, I don't see him taking a draw with Harry. I think he'll try to win this game.
No, he'll try to win, but it's already favouring Black. I think Black's slightly better after knight d7 or e4 because of the positional advantages that Black has outweigh the bishop pair. Are incredible. And also, when you go e4, which was your suggestion, bishop there is a bit, normally your bishop pair, because your bishop's more active. But here, the bishop would kind of be a little bit incarcerated on g2. So that game's still in the balance, but it's looking good. And you remember I said I had a dream that Harry would win this game. So, or maybe I'm dreaming about Harry too much. Okay, let's move on to the Louis Shane game. Yeah, wow.
You know when you have these dreams that certain results are going to come in, do they actually
do they ever come in? No, they don't. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Luke seems to be quite far down on time. Obviously, Freddie played this queen d7 move. But they seem to have a fairly normal kind of position, don't they? I think this looks...
Queen h5 I love. He's interesting pose at the board there. Look, you see his pose, he's thinking like blindfold. He's not really looking at the board.
But maybe he's kind of on the edge of his preparation, though. Like he might have known what to do in certain positions. I mean, b5 is a logical move to try for Black. But you just want to make sure there's no tactical problems. I mean, if you need to play knight g6 to help secure your king, you can do it. But I would probably try and play b5 if I could get away with it. I'd be looking at that move. e5 is another move to consider as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
e5 in the centre of the board.
Then the knight jumps back. You can bring the bishop out to f5.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, e5 could be a good call, couldn't it? So he's got a couple of decent options there.
I quite like e5, and then just solidly bring the bishop out.
Just put your bishop on g6.
Not much to complain about. Now, if we go b5, it's also a good option.
Yes, they're both actually quite good options.
Yeah, so it comes down to style. What kind of position do you want to aim for? I like b5. I mean, typically that's what happens in this opening. I think that Black tries to develop the bishop this great diagonal, and you got these bishops lined up, wonderful diagonals.
I mean, the only thing you have to always be aware of is some sacrifice on e6 at the wrong point. Once you play bishop b7, so you always have to watch out for bishop takes e6 or knight takes e6 ideas.
So really, Freddie's in the tank now, and Luke Mushame seems to have left the board. Do you think he's going for a coffee or a cake?
Yeah, probably. Just taking a break.
Do you think these guys eat cake or pastries? Do you think they're like big pastry fans?
I'll probably eat more cake than them.
Yeah. Chocolate? Think they're big chocolate lovers?
But sometimes you do need like a bit of energy, don't you? You need like an energy boost if you have a long game.
Yeah, I like a bit of chocolate. There's a sort of famous story in one of his Joe Gallagher books where he talks about how his opponent puts down a large chunk of chocolate by the board, but then it's sort of like because Joe ends up winning quickly, his his sort of like opponent's bar of chocolate is, sadly left unopened. But which year did Joe Gallagher win the British?
Oh, did he win in Scarborough, did he? 2001, was it? Or
Yeah, spot on, I think. I think Julian Hodgson won in Scarborough in 1999. I think Julian Hodgson won 3 British championships and Joe Gallagher won.
Yeah, Julian Hodgson won 4, didn't he? I'm pretty sure he won
Possibly 4, yeah. I think he won in Millfield, didn't he? Won Millfield, Scarborough, and at least one or two others, yeah.
Because one time he won, didn't he, after he lost the first round?
That's right.
He lost the second round. He drew and then he lost the Spielman.
Yeah.
So he was on half out of 2.
He was on half out of 2. That was in Millfield, yeah. And then he got his own chair in. He didn't like the chair. And he was also attacked by wasps, so it's quite a dramatic.
Oh yeah, he brought his own, this massive kind of office chair, didn't he?
I remember that British well because actually I couldn't afford to play, and the only reason I could afford to play was because I went down to Coombs Bookmakers the day before the tournament, and I had a good run on the bookies on Lee High Road, and that's actually near where Alex, the guy earlier, was chatting about the gambling.
Okay.
Very close to where he lives, and that gave me enough money to book the accommodation in Somerset.
Okay, very good. I think I might have played against the late Tony Miles there.
Yeah, he was playing in that tournament.
He played there. I think I drew with him in that tournament. Yeah. He was a very strong player as well. England's first Grandmaster. Should we have a look at one of the other games then? Sure.
By the way, on that, it's really high, 99.3% accuracy against 100% accuracy by Black. Incredible levels of accuracy. 2 Terminators there.
They're still probably in preparation, aren't they?
Okay, so now we move on to Yi Chen Han versus Michael Adams. Wow, Mickey is going for it. Yeah, he's put his pawn on b5. He could have played a bit more.
But I mean, Yi Chen hasn't regained his pawn yet, has he?
No.
I mean, he can still probably win the pawn back, but he's taking his time to do it.
By the way, somebody asked in chat, according to chess results, Mark Hebden is on a fixed board. Is he streaming his games? No, I don't think he's a streamer. He's not a streamer.
Is it to do with the light?
I think he normally, he's not happy lighting on some of the boards. I've also noticed with Mickey, when he reaches across to record his move, he kind of strains his eyes a bit. So it's possible that, when it comes to writing, maybe his eyesight isn't as good. So I have seen him wear glasses before. But when he's looking at the board, he seems to be more comfortable not wearing glasses. Yi Chen obviously wears glasses. Quite intimidating. Quite a tall guy now, Yi Chen. He's quite a, tall kid. Intimidating board presence. But in this position, B3 feels like a move, Nick.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I guess White has to try and win his pawn back somehow.
Play the move, by the way.
Would he play knight c3 or b3 or... Yeah, knight c3. I thought you might try that just because it's the easiest way to get your pawn back.
b3 was also possible, but knight c3 is a great shout, and actually that's a good move. And so obvious what Black should do now.
I still think there's quite a high chance this one peters out to a draw. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But I mean, I think Yi Chen is maybe under a little bit more pressure over the next couple of moves to play the right moves.
But he's surely just going to... With his pawn back, it's just going to take on d5 or b5, depending on what Black plays.
Yeah, it could definitely peter out. But there is an issue. If you go here, then is there a slight issue that you got to do some with the knight because you can't castle because you just drop the knight. So you take here. But I think Mickey would be quite happy with this kind of position because you've still got the pawn on c4, which you haven't eliminated. So
yeah, at some point White probably wants to play b3 later on, doesn't he? Maybe castle first.
Let's just think, without moving the pieces, why b3 is not one of the... Why White can't play b3 immediately, or why this doesn't seem to be one of the recommendations? What is the issue with b3 immediately? Because you'd be tempted to go b3 and break out that really strong pawn chain.
I mean, maybe bishop a3.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, bishop a3 is one of the top moves. Bishop f5 is also up there. So this is already clearly better for Black.
Can bishop f5 trap the rook? Can you trap the rook after b takes c4, bishop a3?
Very nice shout. Yeah,
I don't know if you... Oh, he got rook c3. He's got rook c3 though. Oh, but then take on...
Yeah. Well, you can also take here.
He's threatening bishop b4 as well, like you, for castle.
I think, to be honest, this is actually quite a tricky opening for White if Mickey finds knight e7. because there's no. I know you're saying it's going to hoover out, which you could well do. Don't get me wrong, but I think after a move like this and a rookie 8, it's not that easy to play for white.
I mean, you're always a bit concerned. You don't want that pawn on c4 to stay there for too long, do you? You want to try and get rid of that pawn.
I feel psychologically uncomfortable. So I think if Mickey plays the next couple of moves, he has gone knight d7. It's a great move by Mickey. Looks very confident. Yi Chen needs to play Accio next few moves. I think they're out their prep as well.
Yeah, so can we just look at the latest position? So presumably he has to play, obviously, knight d5, you said. Knight d7, is that gives black more options, doesn't it? Because black can move the rook to a better square after knight d5. So he has to play knight d5 first.
Which he probably will play.
He'll probably find that.
And then he'll take.
So it's quite likely.
Fairly obvious, because you don't want to take. I mean, you could take on e5, but it's a silly line. There is a silly line with this, but it's not very good. It's too much. You don't need to go crazy at this stage of the tournament. It's too early in the tournament. So he's going to probably move the rook, which, very patient player, very sensible player. But then I think white has a bit of a task, because firstly, I guess knight d7 is fairly obvious.
I mean, he might try something like bishop f4, I guess, but that's got drawbacks because you allow a check on b4.
Bishop f4, going along this diagonal, but also taking rook b6 is quite nice for black. I just feel like this kind of position, Mickey would be very happy with this opening. I mean, as black, you're just trying to equalise, and he's equalised, against a tough opponent, a well-prepared opponent, and he's going to try and use his experience to win this game, I feel.
Yeah, I still think there's quite a high chance he just goes to a draw, but I guess it depends on Yi Chen's next 3 or 4 moves, whether he...
You're probably right. I mean, most of the predictions in this tournament, what I've noticed, 90% time you get it right, and maybe 1 in 10 I get right. So...
Yeah, but maybe Luke Machine will come back and win the tournament for you.
Yeah, that's my hope. Wow, board 4 is huge. Bodhana suddenly has an advantage.
Well, suddenly the position's opened up, which Shreyas played this f5 move, which is very ambitious.
So he did go h6, what I said. But I would have played, of course, the very solid knight. I'm a very solid player. Shreyas is really going for it.
But knight d2, I think, was a good move against h6, because now you can't develop the bishop, so you're trying to do this knight move we're talking about. Knight f6 is a blunder, is it?
Hates that move. Computer hates that move. It's actually quite a good position for black here.
But what is black supposed to play? He's supposed to play knight e7 or?
No idea. Well, knight e7 drops the pawn on d6. Maybe queen f7.
Or queen f7. With knight f6, is a problem that you're losing f5, or is there some tactic? Queen f7.
Yeah.
Actually, knight e7 was even playable, yeah?
Oh, knight e7, yeah. Yeah, it was also a good move. But knight
can we just see what happens after queen d6 there? Knight e7, queen d6.
Something weird going on here in this position. Oh, it's actually bad for white.
Apparently
mainly just because of the fact that black's got the bishop pair and very active. Yeah. So I think g6 and f5 is great by Shreyas. I think he's also playing against the fact that he knows his opponent is great technically, but if you're good in one area of chess, probably the chances are you're not quite as good in another area of chess. In kind of murky positions, he thinks he's not as good as him. He will out-calculate her. So he's gone for knight f6. But apparently that's a bad move if we see the game.
Yeah, I think you're right. He didn't want to get into slow manoeuvring position, so he's trying to open it up with f5. But yeah, knight takes f5 is on.
Well, he needs to find that move because everything else starts to favour black. So he needs to call his bluff.
It's the first move you'd look at, isn't it? Knight takes f5.
But there's an amazing line here. So basically, this is a computer move. Can you guess the best move here for white?
Yeah, actually, this is so hard to see.
I don't think so. Find this. I don't think anyone would find this.
I wouldn't even consider this move. I don't know. Would you consider that?
No, I don't think Magnus Carlsen is finding this.
It's not knight takes pawn.
It's not, because knight takes pawn is suggested by David Lightfoot, but I think you take with a bishop. And when you go queen g6, I go queen f7. And no, but we need suggestions,
If anybody finds
and you're a good player.
If Bodhana finds this move...
No, you are a good player. You've got to remember you're a good player.
I think if Bodhana finds this move, she's going to win the British.
Sorry? Wow, this guy's a genius.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe someone found it. That's unbelievable.
Well, the idea, well, we did kind of give it away by saying no one will find it.
What's your name, sorry?
Wizard chess.
Wizard Chess.
I thought you were going to say it. My name's Magnus Carlsen.
Wizard Chess. Magnus Carlsen's in the audience has found Bishop F4.
But the thing is, even though the engine likes white, it's now changing its mind.
So would you really want to play this a whole piece down, just give away a whole piece? I couldn't bring myself to do that.
No, the question is then, has Bodhana got... Because I think this is a very ambitious approach by Shreyas. He could win this game very easily if Bodhana doesn't play, you know, kind of active moves over the next few moves, and he starts going patterns. I wonder if do you think he realises the danger of just playing this position a bit? Could you go F4 there? Like if you were trying to... It's not a great move.
I think it's quite a good call by Shreyas just to get
Absolutely,
to a
100%.
very double-edged position.
Even though he hasn't played the right move, he could have gone Queen F7.
Yeah, I did say before the game, I think Shreyas is targeting this one. He wants to win. He wants to beat both the prodigies.
Yeah, absolutely. Because as you say, like he's a rival of theirs to be, you know, to a large extent.
Yeah, he's the older player. He wants to show them that
And also,
he's still the boss.
They're also competing for spots in the England team in the future, for sponsorship. So that's something that's going to be relevant. I might have to go on a break for like 5 minutes. But are you happy to carry on? Or
I'm sure. Yeah, should we just take a quick break?
Or should we have a quick break and then get a coffee and then come back and then, yeah?
Yeah, take a break.
Okay.
Take a break.
Sure. Brilliant.
いいか、現実を見ろ。この世は思い通りにはいかぬことばかりだ。現実は苦しみと痛みと虚しさだけが漂っていることに気づく。この世のすべてにおいて光が当たるところには必ず影が。
What do you get when you choose MPL? For one thing, specialist welding, which can be incorporated into your wider project or requested as a one-off. Then there's sheet metal fabrication that realizes your vision with precision. We can collaborate with you to create rapid prototypes. Powder coat your metal for the highest level of aesthetics, protection and performance. And plasma cut aluminium, steel and stainless steel to your specs, guaranteeing quality every time.
Hello, everybody. By the way, if chess.com, anyone from chess.com are watching, my account is called Ludwig Aberg Superfan. So I'm a fan of the Swedish golfer. Ludwig Aberg is a brilliant young player. Nick's a big fan of his as well. Always thinks that he's like mentally very strong.
He seems to let it go, doesn't he, when he's on the verge of winning, much like yourself.
A little bit like me. See, I always like these promising players. So if chess.com watching, I'd like a free account and GM title, if that's all right. You're very kind, chess.com. But otherwise, I'll have to do that thing where you have to scribble down your name and hold it up to the camera, which is always quite annoying. But speaking of promising players, Bod Hanna is really in a tank here. So he's really thinking. But apparently, Nick, you just said to me that this has all been seen before.
Apparently, Luke McShane's had this position before, and the top move of Bishop F4 was played by Luke McShane. But I mean, it's so intimidating because if Shreyas is actually in his opening preparation, how could you play a move like Bishop F4? I mean, to be honest, the opening's been a complete success for Shreyas, I would say.
He's played a move, by the way.
That was a knight G3, a rookie one, yeah. Just getting into a bit of trouble. Well, I guess the only thing is after E4, you have at least got Queen D4. But
yes, he's not as comfortable in these messy chaos. It's a little bit like Magnus Carlsen to a certain extent. You know, Magnus is a great player, but his bread and butter is technical positions. When, you know, he's more beatable by his fellow super GMs when it gets totally murky. Is he necessarily weaker than an MVL or an Eragaisi when it's really, really sharp, or a Nordi Breck? Possibly not. So, or a Nakamura or so on. So, yeah, great preparation by Shreyas. He's playing like Garry Kasparov. Garry Kasparov used to do this. He used to sort of push his pawns and take some risks. And he's not playing like Magnus Carlsen. He's playing like Garry Kasparov in this game. As we said earlier, he probably wouldn't do this, Nick, against like a Luke McShane or a Mickey. He probably wouldn't take that risk. What do you think?
Well, unless it was preparation, I guess I don't think he would take that kind of risk over the board. But
I don't understand. How can it be preparation? Because the computer was saying that Queen F7 was much better than Knight F6 anyway.
Yeah, but apparently someone said Luke McShane had this position, so I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah, who was it who said that?
V Chess Guy.
Okay. Do you trust the chess guy? I wouldn't.
I don't know. I don't trust anyone.
Okay, we've just lost another viewer. Okay, so we'll come back to that. Shreyas has just sat down.
But also with the clock situation, I mean, I'm quite worried for Bodhana. We did actually say before the game, I thought this was quite a dangerous game for Bodhana.
Yeah.
Shreyas is going to be going for it.
But I think Shreyas has maybe coached her in the past and helped her in the past, but now there's no love, there's no love. It's more like war. Yi-Chen Adams, by the way, we've got a position where I think, again, it's quite promising for Michael Adams. Come back to that Bodhana game, by the way. Very critical moments in that game.
Yeah, I mean, I think Castles was supposed to be the best move, wasn't it? And he played e4 instead, which... I mean, is there an opportunity for Black to try and keep the king in the middle or not? I don't know, because you always have to worry about this b3 move, don't you? That's a problem.
Yeah.
But now b3 might be on. So this must be Yi-Chen. Well, apparently
that's a big mistake.
Okay. I missed something then.
Maybe there's some kind of weird move here for Black, like maybe just rook e8, actually.
If b3 is not on, why is bishop h3 not the obvious move?
Yeah, it's certainly a move you'd consider. Oh, maybe it's b4, but no, that doesn't make much sense. No. Let's have a little look. So bishop h3 is not the best because of the reply king e2. Ah, okay. So that makes some sense because you're releasing the king. You're releasing the Kraken. But the best move for Black here is bishop e6, Nick. And I think Mickey can find bishop e6. And that puts a lot of pressure on White's position, I would say.
If you trade on e6, it's still very solid, isn't it?
But what would you do now? Because now
you probably have to play rook f1.
Yeah, but that's not so easy to find, I would say. Because here, Black's got a lot of pressure. And I think Yi-Chen's under pressure.
I think he's under a little bit of pressure. But at the same time, it's definitely not too serious just yet.
But he is, he's well down on rating, right? He's obviously he's a promising player, so probably would improve. But his rating is significantly lower than Michael Adams. So Michael Adams will surely be at least trying to win this game, you would think.
I'm not sure. Maybe. I mean, he's slightly behind, I guess. Normally in a tournament situation, he's in the lead, so then he's more happy to draw with Black, I guess. That's the only...
By the way...
reason why he might push the boat out a bit more.
We've had we come back to Simon Williams' game. We've had a few more developments in that game. And what happened was, in this position, we left it after knight g5. Black played bishop e7. White played aggressive move f4. And it seems like Black has done a good job of really containing White's initiative. Bishop f5 is a cool move, although I think Simon would consider move knight g3 here. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's still some play in the position, isn't there?
There's a lot of play. We'll come back to that. What about your brother? How's he doing today? Let's have a look at how your brother's getting along. So we got I think he did. I was chatting to him before the game. I think he was expecting the Catalan possibly.
That was last night, wasn't he? Mentioned that it might be a Catalan.
Yeah, and he's played a very solid opening.
This knight e4 and f5 is quite a good way to mix up the position.
Yeah, so there are lines where, for example, there's lines where you can get repetition in this type of opening where White plays something like this and then you get something a bit dull like this happening. But that hasn't happened in this game because Black's played a knight into... Well, anyway, this is the current position on the board, so it's Black to play. Seems like Richard's got a good position.
Well, I mean, it's probably still fairly balanced at the moment, but yeah, I think he can just keep playing, can't he, and see if he can outplay his opponent.
What game do we want to look at next? Should we go back to some of the top boards?
Sure.
Bazakusta, Harry Grieve. Interestingly enough,
Harry, bring his king up.
He's run his king up, so he didn't play our suggestions, which was e4, knight e7. Instead, he went king h7. Which seems also quite reasonable. And yeah, I quite like the way Harry's playing it. He's keeping it flexible. I personally wouldn't have left. I would have left the king there on g8. It's interesting now she decided to bring the king out into the open.
Because when do you bring obviously in the end game you want the king in the middle, but how many pieces are on the board before you bring the king in the middle? That's the question.
I would have wanted to exchange a pair of rooks. I'm surprised he's actually brought the king out this early, but the more I look at it, I think it's actually quite kind of inspired. And I think he's just looking to imbalance position. He's already in balanced position by getting a bishop and a knight against two bishops. He's now imbalancing the position a little bit by aggressively bringing his king into the board. So he's doing everything correctly. By the way, I think we also need to check on was it the game on board 3, was it? No, we just looked at, I think not the Stephen Gordon game, Luke McShane game. So that's, yeah, so we left it, again, quite an important moment. And he actually went for the suggestion that we mentioned.
That's your suggestion, wasn't it? This E5 and Bishop F5.
But B5 was apparently slightly better. You know, very, very little in it, but slightly better idea.
It is true that having that bishop on G6 gives you a bit of reassurance, doesn't it, to protect you against White's attack.
Yeah. But I think White is also comfortably placed here, doesn't have any weaknesses in their position. This is typically what happens in the knight d2 Tarash, that White will just grind away, Nick, you know, for a long time. And it's White to play. I mean, certainly a move like h4 would be on your radar here, I would imagine.
Yeah, h4 is a good call, actually.
That's kind of obvious.
That's a nice move, yeah. So if they play h6, are you thinking about h5, or what's your plan?
Yeah, 100%. Like h6, h5 feels like a great move. Yeah, because now I'm losing the bishop pair, which, although I can go bishop f5, but is that walking into a knight f7? Possibly not, because I'm calculating knight f7. Knight takes f7 here, intermezzo move. Oh, no, yeah. Okay, no, not an intermezzo move, but after rook takes f7, bishop takes f7, king takes f7, I've got the follow-up move g4, but now I'm seeing that they've got e4.
I think e4 saves black, doesn't it?
Yeah, and actually puts White in trouble, because if they go queen f4, you trade, and then take on g4. If you move the queen back, I can save the bishop. So here I'm probably not going to do this knight f7 and just play a simple move like knight e4 and claim I'm slightly better. But I think Luke Buchanan will be quite happy with this kind of position. And he likes simple chess. He's very good technically. We mentioned this before. He's a good all-round player, Luke. He's good at tactics.
Yeah, he's good at everything, isn't he?
And he's good looking. He's good.
You just sound a bit jealous there, Danny.
No, I mean, he's been one of our shining stars for many years.
So apparently the game Luke McShane against Vincent Keimer reached that same position as the Shreyas Royale game.
Wow, that's crazy.
And Luke McShane found the move bishop f4, or maybe he prepared bishop f4, who knows.
Really, wow, but this has changed again, because Black did not play the best moves. He's taking a big risk in this game, Trace. He's really going for it. I'm impressed by his fighting attitude.
Well, I think it was part of his preparation, I guess. I mean, to be honest, it just feels like a quite dangerous position for Bodhana. She's way down on time now.
Oh,
and Black's got a huge initiative.
Yeah, it's the kind of position where Black has really good long-term prospects, because they've got the bishop pair, they've got a mobile centre, they can attack that at g-file. So from a White perspective here, you kind of know that during the game, and you're thinking, I need to play some really bold attacking moves over the next few moves, otherwise I'm going to get into trouble. If I was White in this position, I'm sure you would think the same way, Nick. I need to do something impressive over the next few moves. But what is that?
I'd be very uncomfortable with White, if I'm honest, in this position, because, I mean, there's not really any obvious plans to go for. She's like nearly an hour down on time.
But also, you're also quite a technical player yourself. And I think it's fair to say that you probably a little bit in the Bodhana ballpark, you know, not to categorise you as a one-trick pony by any means, but you're probably not, you're more like the Magnus Carlsen school rather than the Gary Kasparov school. Is that fair to say? But obviously there's a mixture.
Well, I sort of feel like maybe I've had that reputation, but I don't really feel that's my style. I think I'm probably more of an all-round player. I do play some more aggressive openings like Sicilians and Dutches and Frenches and all those kind of stuff. So, yeah, I wouldn't say I was technical. To be honest, I tried to play a little bit against my opponent, try and get them out of their comfort zone. But I mean, a bit like how Shreyas is doing here, but maybe he's doing it on a higher level than me. But you're just trying to unsettle Bodhana.
I think as well with Bodhana. Now, she beat Abby early in the tournament, and her time management that game was pretty good. You know, I don't think she was down on the clock at the end. I think maybe she was up on the clock. But is it possible that he's a little bit intimidated by playing Shreyas? Because he seems to almost be taking this game too seriously. He's using too much time, I think.
Yeah, I think that's true. And also, I think the type of position, the solid position she had against Amy was exactly, the kind of position where she excels.
Yeah, but this is Mercksville, right?
Exactly. She doesn't like this at all.
We've got Sebastian Mockberg Garcia in the background. He's watching the game. He's competed in the Major Open. He's a British under-16 Blitz champion. Just won the... I think there's too many tournaments in this British, Nick, because there seems to be like more tournaments than there are players, almost.
No, I think it's quite good. The more people you can encourage to an event, the better. And obviously having different events, caters for different people.
The thing I would say is stuff like the seniors. I think having a seniors event there potentially takes away people like Keith Farkle, Chris Duncan, Steve Dishman away from the main championships. It's a little bit like the Cheltenham Festival, where you have so many races now. And the Cheltenham Festival, they used to have like the just the champion hurdle, but now they have the mayor's hurdle. So some horses that could have potentially run in as champion's hurdle now run in the mayor's hurdle instead, and that detracts from the champion hurdle. Do you think that's possibly true?
I'm not sure, but the players you mentioned, they're probably not serious contenders to win the British, are they? So obviously it'd be nice if they played in it, but if they want to play it...
Well, so Keith wouldn't be a serious contender, you don't think?
Really trying to cause an argument.
Yeah. Don't forget he watches all these back again.
Okay.
So he will... Yeah.
I mean, he'd have to have... I'm not saying he couldn't win, but he'd have to have, the tournament of his life to win.
Really? Wow.
Well, do you think against people like... I mean, there's such a strong field. It's not just one good player. There's many good players.
Yeah, you have to survive a lot of players, yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I think. I think it's tough for older players to win the British now because you're competing against not just people in their prime like Louis Shane and Shreyas, but also even maybe younger players like Bodhana, Freddie, who are... I mean, Shreyas is a pretty young player himself, but he's probably inching more towards his prime. I think in his mid-20s, he'll really be hitting his stride.
There's one question here from the Grandmaster man. How do you go about handling a murky position? Well, my personal opinion is you come up with some candidate moves, and to be honest, you just have to play one of them. You cannot afford to get really low on time.
Yeah, you can overthink it when it gets murky.
Yeah, because there's so many options, and you just have to just do something.
I think I'm good in murky positions when I've got the initiative, but when I'm under pressure, I often kind of go a little bit too much on instinct. So Bodhana here, because he's short of time and he's under pressure, what will be interesting is how he handles this. Does he become reactive and start to become too instinctive, or does he stay in the process and keep calculating variations? Oh, yeah, by the way, Shreyas is a good friend of Sebastian, so that's probably why Sebastian's watching his game a lot. And
who do you think is a good defender?
A good defender?
Maybe Luke McShane.
You mean in this tournament?
Yeah.
Yeah, Luke McShane's a very good defender.
Who would handle this position the best?
To be fair, they all are. Like Andy Ledger, we've seen his defensive skills. Richard Bates, like Blackthorn teammates of mine, quite good at defending. Obviously, Michael Adams must be a good defender because, as you said, he hadn't lost since the 1980s, and he must have been. He must have had games where he's under pressure in that period, right? But somehow, most of the games he was better. But there would have been games where he was under pressure, where he was suffering a bit, and somehow he survived all of them, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, so he must be a very good defender.
Bazakusta never needs to defend because he's always better. Harry never needs to defend because he's always so well prepped. Speaking of that game, let's go back to the game between Bazakusta and Harry Grieve. Had a few more moves, so it's black to play. Clearly needs to think about whether he needs to trade rooks or maybe I think he's going to trade rooks probably.
Yeah, I think he probably will trade. And then, but then what's his plan after that? I mean, you could argue that long term, White actually might be slightly, well, not better, but it might have a slightly easier game with the two bishops.
Is there maybe a possible repetition? No, sorry. You've got to be careful about this pawn. So I was thinking about moving the rook, but if you move the rook, there's this. There are some lines where black goes bishop e4, bishop f1, and then bishop d3, but at the moment that can't happen. So the problem is you'd like to attack the pawn, but then white goes b4. So...
I mean, I think also rook a7 is a possible idea for white, which would be quite annoying.
Yeah, and
Like here, for example, rook A7.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
I guess you
annoying.
could play rook B8. There's no bishop C6 because B3 is also weak.
Yeah, so you can play that, but it's not very good.
When you take on B3, you defend the bishop, which is quite important.
And in fact, black's better here because white's pawns are weak. Pawn H3, pawn C4 are vulnerable. Black's got a better bishop. They can play F6 and really solidify that pawn chain. Black is better. So that was sort of variation that Harry might calculate and think I'm better there.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to be aware of it if you're black. That's what I mean. You have to watch out for that every move.
At the moment, they're both playing, 99.1. This is the standard that you need to win the British. No wonder I'm in the commentary booth. 99.5. This is frightening.
99.1% for
Yeah,
Bazakusto.
shame on you with 99.1. That's
gets Harry's 99.5%.
okay. So I do think that maybe that game is just almost too high level that they have to end up being drawn. By the way, Michael
I'm not
Adams.
sure. I think they'll keep going.
So now we need, He
found Bishop E6, Michael Adams. Wow.
Yeah, he's another
So now
walking engine.
White needs to find Rook F1, which was it's not the most obvious. You could mess it up here, I guess. He probably will play Rook F1.
What happens if you play F4? It's an aggressive move. It looks
that's what
really
you go for,
bad.
isn't it? F4.
No, I don't think I'm not that bad. Rook D8. It looks ropey for white, to say the least. And then you're coming in. So F4 is a pseudo activity. He's played the move, by the way. He probably has gone Rook F1.
Wow. He's quite a good Yi Chen.
He's a pretty good player. I think I would have collapsed. But Yi Chen, he just calculates really well, defends really well. He's a good all-round player as well.
I mean, he hasn't really made any mistakes this tournament, has he?
No, he's been super
Michael
solid.
99.7% accuracy. I mean, some of these guys are just playing unbelievably.
Yeah. They're getting stronger as the tournament goes on. I keep talking about the rest day, but they're just unbelievable. So that game is possibly heading for a draw as well. I mean, a lot of the games seem very balanced other than the... By the way, let's have a look at the Marcus Harvey game because it seems like Stanley's back in it. So we left it around about... White had the option to play F5 or Rook F3. So Black just played B5. White went Rook F3, which is the top move. Queen B6. And now White has a big advantage. Maybe F5 was the move. F5 was the move.
F5 was a kind of obvious move in a way.
Yeah, I think there's some moves you make automatically. I'm sure a blitz, Marcus known, they're both known to be very good blitz players. I'm sure Marcus would have played F5 automatically, but he's played Rook C1.
Because it feels like Black's trying to castle kingside, so you play F5 to discourage it.
Could I castle queenside? Because I think that's what he ended up doing in the game.
But then, maybe White's just better here. Maybe your king's not that safe.
Apparently G5 is very strong. Okay, in the game he's not done that, and he's played... after Queen B6, he went Rook C1.
I mean, perhaps he was trying to discourage Stanley from casting either side. He's trying to attack both sides, isn't he?
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense. And after castles, White's still doing quite well. But Knight E2 was not... there was an amazing move here. We saw that yesterday. It was, again, have a think at home. What's the best move here for White? Or in the audience, what would you play here as White? White to play...
We need wizard chess.
Oh no, the evaluation's dropped down. No, it no longer likes this move anymore.
So somebody said there's 43 British Grandmasters and only 10 of them competing.
British Grandmasters. Can you name all of them? Should we try and name... You shouldn't have written that because now I'll go... Okay.
No,
is that alive or dead? Is that alive or dead? Is that counting the ones? Because it's like Jonathan Penrose.
There's not many that are dead though, are there? Was Jonathan Penrose a GM?
He was given a GM title by the FIDE because honorary GM.
Okay.
But he also was a GM at Correspondence
So
Chess.
it's him, Tony Miles, Jonathan Hawkins, they're dead.
Yeah.
Any others?
Not really.
They're the only ones.
There's Ray Keane still going, so that's 4. Myself and you, that's 6. Michael Adams,
Apparently
7.
There's 11 playing this year.
Yeah, let's just try and name them all, Nick. That'll take up a lot of the broadcast.
11 playing this year. Many of the others are no longer active.
Aaron Summerscale, Jonathan Mestel.
Yeah, these guys don't really play that much. I think Jonathan Mestel may
Murray
play senior.
Chandler.
I think he might be living in New
Yeah,
Zealand.
let's try and think. Joe Gallagher, Tony Costin.
Tony Costin's not English, is he?
No,
I think he's French, I think.
think he's married to a French.
Well, he was originally English.
But I think he plays for France.
Okay, it was Glenn Fleer. I think.
I think.
No, but Tony Coston plays for the England senior team, so he must have at least joined. Surely he can't play for the.
I also one of Glenn Fleer or Tony Coston represented England and one represented France, but I can't remember which way around it was.
Any other obscure ones that we haven't mentioned? Any obscure English?
Is anyone missing who you thought might be here? Maybe Daniel Fernandez.
Danny King, it's another English GM. A lot of Dannys.
A lot of them are retired, aren't they?
Yeah. Jonathan Parker. This guy came back to.
And
then if you think of the Scottish ones, we've got Jonathan Rowson.
It's actually David Norwood, isn't it?
Yeah, Jonathan Rowson, John Shaw, Jacob Agard was Scottish. I'm not sure he's listed as Scotland anymore.
He used to play
Paul
with Denmark,
McWarney.
didn't he?
Yeah.
Colin McNabb.
Paul McWarney, Colin McNabb.
You go through the Scottish ones.
There's no Northern Irish GMs. There's Nigel Davis, who was representing Wales. Matthew Turner is another one, but he used to be English, but then he switched to Scotland. So there's quite a lot of GMs, but yeah, it's probably more difficult to become a GM than it is to get a degree. Would you say?
Well, if you look at the numbers, yeah, you definitely would say that. Yeah,
there's more than 43 people in the UK. Oh wow, Stanley's suddenly. So Marcus seems to be psychologically collapsing. So if we look at this game, White had a nice position, but it's difficult to handle. You know, when you've got weaknesses in front of your king, I would say, okay, the engine loves White, but from a human perspective, it's tough to handle. White went A3, great move by Stanley, knight A5, which is targeting that square and that square. And then after rook F1, it seemed to suddenly go horribly wrong for Marcus. So he played G5. Knight B3 was a great move.
So after knight B3,
Giving up his queen.
Yeah,
which is a bit of a dodgy move.
Yeah, apparently he should have done this, but I think maybe there's a little bit of tilt with Marcus, maybe a little with ego. He doesn't like the idea that Stanley's back in the game, so just basically showing him Bishop E7. It was all under control. I wanted to set my queen. What do you think? I think maybe there's.
I think he just blundered knight B3.
I think he's
because if Queen E3, which you'd like to play, the problem is they can just take on G5 and D4, can they?
Yeah. So your best bet is apparently this. Now, he might have been concerned about that move as well, but apparently Bishop E3 is good. So the problem is, or not good, but not worse for White. But the problem is here, you kind of think this position's a bit depressing playing against the bishop pair. I think that's why he dismissed this, because he thought, I got very little chance of winning the game. My kings are open, so I'd rather play a position where it's sharp. Yes, I might be losing, but but yeah, apparently this is just busted for White. Queen D8 could be a huge win for Stanley.
Yeah,
and
that would get him back in the tournament, wouldn't it?
Right back in the tournament with a chance to win. Wow, huge moment.
It's been quite a wild game, hasn't it? It's swung back and forwards.
Shows really. I mean, you know, we've seen games where people play very high level of accuracy, but I think it's very easy to be accurate when the game's a bit dry. When it gets more complex, the accuracy level, even very strong players, tends to plummet quite a lot. And we've seen that in this game. We saw that yesterday as well with Andy Ledger game against Simon Williams.
Yeah, I mean, these are both messy games, aren't they?
We'll come back to that game, obviously, in the future, but not looking good for Marcus at the moment, looking pretty good for Stanley, however. I think we need to, okay, so what about Ami Gartzi game? This is still looking a bit dry at the moment, not much going on.
So it looks like Super Tip played your idea, Bishop D7. He might just try and develop that bishop later on, do you think?
Maybe he gets coached by David Howe. That's another one of his coaches.
Probably.
He probably does, yeah, because this is... reminds me of that David Howe game. And B6 is a great move, and it covers that C5 square, so the bishop's going to drop back to E8.
I guess Black will play Rook C8 at some point to help reinforce the C6 pawn.
Yeah, I like Black here. I think Black's got better long-term potential. I just don't see an obvious plan for White. I guess you could move the knight. Maybe I would just move the knight there, but looks a bit nothingness. Not really threatening to take.
Are you going to take on D5? I was going to say.
You could also take here and trade. It's not ridiculous, but you're not really threatening to take.
I don't think Black will take, will he? Because then you get a bit of pressure on the C pawn. Yeah.
Maybe that move is possible, Nick. but I don't really understand what the threat is, what white is trying to do here. This is a problem I had in that blitz game against David Howe. I sort of ran out of ideas. And black has good ways to improve. Rook c8 and eventually plays c5. I like Super Petit's chances here. Big game. By the way, on board 7, Shawport has got a huge position against Lorenzo Fava. He's a player we haven't seen much of this tournament.
I mean, Shawport's been pretty steady so far, hasn't he?
He's very solid.
He's been drawing a lot of games.
He's a very solid player, and he's very difficult to beat.
But this win might get him back into contention if he gets it.
But why is this so good for white, though? I don't quite understand. It looks balanced to me. Why is the engine loving white? Is it just because of the weakness of this queen side with the knight on a6? It can't come into c5 because of... By the way, it's white's move, so maybe white has like a big move here.
Yeah, my first thought was to try and play bishop g5, but I guess black could move
Queen
the queen.
f7?
Yeah, black can move the queen somewhere, and then it's not that obvious if you're actually doing anything. Could white just try and gang up on the d pawn then?
Yeah,
sure.
rook d3 or something.
Well, yeah.
And then bring the other rook. It's just, I think strategically it just loves
I mean,
white.
the a pawn could be a bit weak. But...
And there's also so many options. You can attack down the centre. You've got pressure on the queen side, and you've also got options of attacking on the king side. So actually, if we go back, you know, why did black end up in such horrible position? It's another kind of... Okay, it's a Philidor, which is not considered to be a great opening, but is very playable.
It's the same kind of pawn structure that we saw in the Bodhana game. But yeah, white's this time worked out well for white.
Yeah, bishop e3 was a great move by Chorpor, and he went knight d2. I think Chorpor, again, is another one who's coming in under the radar. Some people do well in certain tournaments, and he played very well in the British last year. Seems to be doing equally well this year, I would say.
I think the only thing about Chorpor, he needs to get that big win, doesn't he? He needs to beat one of the top players.
Yeah.
So far, he can hold them to draws, but I haven't seen him beat any of them yet.
In order to win it.
Yeah, he'll have to beat one of the really strong players.
Okay, so white is looking very good there. Let's have a little look at Siva game, because this is a big game, and then we also need to go back to that Roberson game. So Siva game seems to be quite balanced at the moment. I spoke to Andy Ledger earlier. He said, "Oh, sorry if we were a little bit condescending about your game yesterday on the commentary." He said, "Don't worry, I don't watch any of the commentary anyway."
Okay, that's good then.
What do we think about this position?
I mean, obviously white's got that pawn on e6, which is in some ways a little bit overextended, but also really cramps black's position.
Yeah.
I feel like knight f7 might come at some point, and then, you know, what's black going to do about it?
That's a good shout.
It's not his move yet, but I mean, that's the idea, isn't it?
Is rook f6 a move? No, apparently it's a blunder.
Yeah.
Are you allowing some kind of knight?
Maybe
F7.
then knight f7, yeah.
Yeah.
You have to be careful about this knight f7 move. I mean, what do you play for black?
Could he just take?
You could take it.
But that's a little bit ropey because your bishop is very strong here and you're pushing through your pawn. Maybe the idea is knight d8, which is a very good defensive move.
It's quite a passive move. I mean, that is a hard move to play. I mean, Andy Ledger is quite a good defender, so he might find that move.
Some people struggle to find retreating moves, but good defensive players often are good at finding that. That's the move I would probably play, because I just think, you know, you're just trying to deal with what's specifically in front of you in the position. And the problem is, as you already identified, was knight f7. So, you know, it's prophylaxis, isn't it? It's prophylaxis. What is my... Often, you know, this great Russian trainer, Mark Dvoretsky, said, what is my opponent intending to play? It's very obvious, and that leads you to the right solution of the position. It's very obvious that white wants to play knight f7, because that puts a knight in a very dangerous position, and it threatens the queen. So the way to deal with that is very simple. You go knight d8. So I think Bazakusta would find knight d8 because, as I said, he's been trained to play prophylactically. Let's have a quick look in on the Richie Kumar game.
Still quite a hard move to play, isn't it? Because it feels like quite a passive move. But yeah, he might find it.
By the way, this is a great game by Richie so far. He's putting a lot of pressure on Peter. I think Richie's an underrated player. I think he's a very promising player.
He didn't find that knight e1 move, did he? Which would have allowed him to potentially transfer major pieces over to the king side.
So we left it and we said, what was the top move? and I went for bishop d2, and you went for knight e1. So
I think you mentioned knight e1 as well, didn't you?
okay, right, yeah. But Richie went for bishop d2, and then queen. I think White's position, though, you can do a lot of things there, and it looks very promising. I like the fact. What I would love to do here, Nick, is pick up that queen and put it on e4. I can't do that.
I mean, sometimes in these positions, they do actually play queen e4 to g4. That's actually one of the ideas. But you obviously have to be, when your queen goes to e4, you have to be careful there's no tricks because you're in line with the bishop for one move.
Yeah.
But
at the moment, there's a lot of in the way of that bishop.
Yeah.
Right?
But he played bishop d3, didn't he?
But at the moment, I can't put the queen. Oh, you mean?
Yeah, before he played bishop d3.
Yeah.
Sometimes
so why
you
not
play that move. Sometimes you play it.
Apparently, it's bad.
Let's see. Sometimes
might be a tactical issue.
sometimes there might be some tactical problems. So you have to just time it really.
Yeah. So apparently a6 is a problem because then you're allowing a trade, and then suddenly there's only one piece. Yeah. So a very good point. So I think bishop d3 is a much stronger move, and I'd even be tempted with rook e1 there, but no, that's not very good. That's a bad move. Yeah. So it's a very sharp position. Bishop e4 is a great move by Richie.
Yeah, but the only downside for Richie, as pointed out in the chat, is that his clock hand is not always the best, so he's quite far down on time.
Yeah, you're right. I just noticed that. Yeah, his clock handling could be... I saw him playing the British Blitz last year, so he's a good Blitz player, but there's a difference between playing Blitz over the board and getting into time trouble from a classical game, because you've got all the baggage from the game before. I think it's not the same at all.
Yeah, but at least in Blitz you're both short on time. If you just get in time trouble, it's only you short on time and your opponent's got...
How do you handle it when your opponent's short of time but you've got loads of time and it's a really sharp, unclear position and they're banging out the moves, and how do you normally cope?
I mean, to be honest, if I'm winning, I just take my time and make sure that I just win. But when it's a little bit unclear, I normally just try and hustle them. It's probably not the right strategy. What about yourself?
I just panic and start flapping my arms and hope for the best. Right, okay.
A question about this game.
Yeah.
I know it's bad giving up the bishop.
Right.
Bishop takes knight. It's got to take it with the pawn.
It's Black's move here, by the way.
Just remember that here.
Yeah.
So, a comment from the audience is whether White is considering playing bishop takes knight.
It's got to go
Sure.
pawn take. And that blocks, that cuts off the queen, that bishop.
Yes. So if Black just played some random move, let's just put a random move on here. The idea is, can you play bishop takes knight? Because if queen takes, then White might have knight takes c7.
At least wins a pawn.
And wins a pawn. And so otherwise Black has to take with the pawn and blocks in this bishop.
I would personally prefer to take with the queen and lose a pawn almost, because I think if you take with a pawn, then White has more pawns on the king's side, and that would worry me. Especially if you could, keep saying you magically put pieces. Black would actually want to put the bishop now on e6, because that would really cover any attacking chances by White. But now I'm a little bit concerned that a move like e6 is going to come in at the right moment. Rook e1 followed by e6. I'm a little bit concerned there.
So someone's asked to look at the Bodhana game.
Right, let's Bodhana it. This is a huge game, by the way, guys. This could decide the British. Bodhana is just played. What's her last move? Seems to have equalised the game. She's played queen f3.
Well, she's only played one move. They haven't played that. I mean, Shreyas is actually slowing down now because he was about an hour up on the clock, so he's going into the tank.
Could we get a repetition here? Repetition with bishop g4, queen d3, bishop e6, but I just can't imagine that happening.
I can't imagine it. But also, if you play bishop g4, is there queen f6?
Oh, wow. Great
Could be a little bit uncomfortable.
That's a blunder. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, I don't think that'll be on his radar, Shreyas. She's amazing. Like, for her age, she's just phenomenal. Probably one of the best players for her age ever. So it's quite an intimidating person to play. It's like a little baby Yoda. She's so small, but that's it. And he's like, the older Jedi, the wiser Jedi, the sort of Obi-Wan Kenobi.
He's the Jedi. He's like 16.
Yeah. Yeah.
I actually saw...
Or Luke Skywalker. Or Luke McShane would be Luke Skywalker, right?
Oh, yeah, he would be. I actually saw she met up with Judith Polgar. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that video.
Well, there's a video where she met Judith Polgar potentially. Yeah. I mean, that's actually a signal that the chess world really believes she's going to be the next Judith Polgar, or maybe even stronger.
Yeah, so she's getting coaching from people like Judith Polgar, and I mean, it certainly doesn't do you any harm, does it? I mean, I also heard, I read something recently where Judith Polgar was offered the presidency of the Hungarian government, but she declined it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, if you were offered the prime ministership of the UK, would you accept?
No, but I mean, I guess
Don't last very long.
the role she was offered, though, presumably that was more of an administrative role. It wasn't the actual main decision.
Yeah, I think it was more like a ceremonial role.
It wouldn't be like the.
Yeah, but she didn't want to accept because the problem is when you get lured into politics as a famous figure. She's a very popular figure in Hungary. Once you get into politics, you're no longer a popular figure, right?
I think if you're not really that interested in politics, then why would you get involved?
Are you interested in politics?
I don't know. I keep a bit of an eye on it, but I never want to be a politician. What about you? It's quite dangerous, actually, being a politician. A lot of them get targeted, don't they? You see in America, even in England, several MPs have been attacked. So you have to be very careful.
Well, maybe you could take care of yourself. You could take kung fu lessons, and then apparently I was chatting to a chess dad, and he says he does Pilates with. Was chatting to a chess dad in the last tournament I played, and his he does Pilates with Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak turns up with 2 bodyguards.
Oh, really?
Because if you're an ex-prime minister, you still have to have security.
It's true.
Because you could be targeted by a nutcase.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going off on a little bit of a tangent.
He didn't tell you where that Pilates class was, did he?
Well, I'd imagine it's somewhere in London.
I'm surprised that Rishi Sunak doesn't have his own personal
Or maybe
Pilates
it was a
teacher.
spin class or something like that. Sorry?
I'm surprised he doesn't have his own personal Pilates
Yeah,
instructor.
but even these people like to socialise occasionally. So in this position, it's black to move, but it seems like Bodhana's done a good job. She hasn't found that really sharp move Bishop F4, but she's just playing in her style, and her style seems to be good enough because she's got quite a... I mean, I think she could... Imagine if she won this game, this would just be like even bigger than the winning against Ami. Because
this is a massive challenge for her, this game. I mean, okay, so let's suppose black plays rook. Will you play rook CGA or rook HGA? Which one would you put there?
Well, I personally would probably, I'd be concerned about rook HGA because it does drop the H6 pawn, but apparently that's not what. So if you go here, your first thought is, well, look, they can just take, but that's not a good move because it's positions where this sharp are about time. Time becomes much more of the essence. So black plays rook G6 and hits the bishop, so it gains the tempo on the bishop. Tempo meaning time. So you move the bishop back.
Yeah, you have to go to D2. You can't go to E3 because black can play D4.
Yeah. So do you think Bodhana will be aware of that? That it's all about initiative, this position, and she can't afford to grab the pawn. And in fact, she needs to play more of an aggressive... I think you're right. I think this is more a Shreya's position than a Bodhana position.
I'm sure she'd be aware of it, but at the same time... Has he even played... Rook J.
Well, he's now thinking.
Someone actually showing us a view. Someone walking around the tournament hall with a camera.
Wow.
You're even his phone.
Wow, incredible.
So we've got someone actually walking around the playing hall, walking around the playing hall, showing everyone who's playing, filming everybody live on the camera. Quite interesting. But it's a nice venue, isn't it? Nice venue for playing in.
Lovely venue, comfortable.
Space there as well.
Right sort of temperature. I think it's like sort of air conditioning. So...
Where should the British be next year?
Where should it... Yeah, so David Lightfoot is running the technical side. Is asking where should the British be next year? Where do you think, guys, watching at home or in the live audience, where would you put the British? Maybe an Anik.
Just to save you a journey.
Yeah. It's never been in Northumberland, actually. Somebody actually did a stream there on yesterday. He was talking about the World Chess Championships, and it was in Zurich later this year between Gukesh and Sindarov, and we were talking about he wondered whether it had been in Zurich before, but I wasn't certain. But now I think about it, I think there has been a World Chess Championships At least one in Switzerland, because I remember there's one in Lausanne where Anand played Karpov. I'm pretty sure that was in Switzerland.
Yeah, it might well be. I mean, Switzerland's quite wealthy, isn't it? So it wouldn't surprise me.
And also maybe the Kramnik was the Kramnik-Lecco match in Switzerland, but I'm not sure about that. But I'm sure there was probably more than one.
So someone's actually suggested we should have the British Championships in the Falklands.
Or the Malvinas, as Argentinians call it.
They kind of embarrassed themselves a bit in the final, the Argentinians. Did you watch that final?
I did actually. I watched. The ironic thing is, I watched it in a bar in Spain, in Barcelona, and it was in a hotel, and there were far more Argentina fans than there were Spanish fans, because in Barcelona, well, no, I think they do support Spain, but you know, there's also that Catalan independence thing, but for some reason they sort of like hired out the room. So at the end, it was like a near riot because the Spanish fans in a slightly different area where I was started taunting the Argentinian fans, and the Argentinian fans tried to break through. And it was a little bit of a scary moment.
But obviously, the Gorm was there to separate everyone.
I was ready. Ready. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it's like chess doesn't seem to, you know, can you imagine like the fans of Bodhana just suddenly start charging the hall and
charging the fans of
charging the fans and
they both had their own fan groups.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to, you know, provoke the same amount of passion. But this position looking quite dangerous for black, I would say. But
well, for both sides, really.
Next few moves is huge.
Yeah, but so if he does play rook g8, okay, let's say he plays rook c to g8, then rook c to g8 with the idea of, I don't know, just building up, I guess.
Knight h5 is a good move, just to, you know,
put some pressure. That forces rook g6, doesn't it? There's no real alternative.
I think what is a nice move because you're clearly putting pressure on here, but a nice move is queen check because
trying to win the e-pawn, or it'd be your f2 pawn's also hanging, so it's quite complicated.
It's very sharp.
It's a very sharp line.
Now white's fine, but they have to carry on playing very accurate moves. You know, we had that situation yesterday with the Sam Chow game where he had to keep.
Yeah, this is really sharp. Then, so if rook takes e5 to avoid any forks, bishop takes f2, king h1, and we're still balanced, but you have to watch out for your back rank as well.
I think.
Oh, look at the bishop d4, bishop f4. Incredible.
Wow, that's an amazing move. We saw that bishop. I think he's much more likely to find out there, bishop f4, because that's.
Yeah, it's quite logical there, isn't it? Because you stop the back rank checkmates with your rook.
Yeah, so basically the point is that you attack this, and also the black's in trouble because of the weak squares. I think he might go for queen e5 there in that line though, because.
I'd probably play rook e5.
Yeah, but you know she likes to get the queens off, right? But I agree that you want to keep the initiative here, so rook e5 looks more in the spirit of the position. He's taking his time here, right? He's doing the right thing. He's taking his time because he knows this is a key position. Very tempting when you're this ahead on the clock to just rattle out any old move and hope for the best. But that would be a serious error. It'd be very interesting to see how much more time he spends on this critical moment and what move he comes out with.
You don't want to give away your whole time advantage, though, do you? You need to.
Well, I don't think he will because he's so far ahead on the clock. He'd have to spend 30 odd minutes here, which would.
I feel like he's already spent about 30 minutes on this move, is he? I mean, he was an hour up, but now he's only half an hour up.
Right. So this is an important moment. This is really a key moment. Bodhana is not. A lot of juniors in her spot would be getting up from the board, wandering around, looking bored, waiting for the opponent to move. But C is locked in.
But I actually think it gives me, if I was in Bodhana's position, it actually gives me a bit of confidence when my opponent's spending half an hour. If you're an hour down the clock, you feel like you've just been completely outclassed. They've outprepared you. You know, like you're nothing to them. But suddenly, if they're having to think for half an hour, it actually gives you a bit of confidence that they're actually not as confident as they seemed.
Okay, so what?
Should we have a look at maybe one of the other games?
Yeah, sure. Let's move on. By the way, Link with Shane game. Yi Chen Han is looking a bit drawish. I think you called this game correctly. That if Yi Chen Han is playing very, very well and seems to just play well in the British Championships in general.
I mean, he's not really
defending
been in trouble in any game, has he? Not made any big mistakes.
But in this game, Mickey did put him under pressure to find the right moves. Maybe this is why Michael Adams' rating's gone down, because he was always 2,600, but he's getting affected by the rating deflation now as well. And we've seen that with Luke McShane, who was also over 2,600. They're playing against people like Yu Chin Han, who are playing off 2420. A 2420 25 years ago, I was about 2420. I didn't play anything like the level that Yu Chin Han is playing at right now.
But three years ago when they drew, Yishin Han was about that rating. He might have even been higher rated.
Yeah.
So he's actually gone down, but there's no way he's weaker in 3 years.
No, he's better. He's much better than he was.
He looks much stronger.
And, you know, you saw that when he came in the commentary room. You just saw everything in the post-mortem. So he's a very strong player. Definitely future GM, no question about it. Him and Bazakusta, I would say, are nailed on to be GMs, as is Bodhana. As is quite a few people. Maybe Freddie Gordon, I'd certainly put in that category as well. But Freddie Gordon is under a little bit of pressure. It's white to move. Quite a sharp position, though.
He didn't go for your H4 plan, did he?
So we left it around about here. And
He went Bishop E3 instead.
it's interesting you went Bishop E. I would never have gone Bishop E3 there, Nick, because I love to keep all the pieces on. You know, I'm like contempt factor.
Yeah.
But it's true that it just looks like a weird move to me, Bishop E3, I'll be honest.
I think H4 was stronger, wasn't it? I think H4 put a bit more pressure on.
But having said that, Black has played that move, which seems also slightly odd.
I mean, Black could just trade bishops, I guess.
They apparently trading that bishop. I wanted to trade that bishop and trade everything, but trading this way is apparently stronger. But maybe just put the rook on d8.
I think bishops are slightly better than knights, so unless you've got a good reason to give up your bishop for a knight, you probably wouldn't do it. And Luke loves the bishops as well. So
Could I play in this position, Nick? Could I play maybe king h8 with the idea of f5 and
yeah, I mean, that could be an idea, couldn't it? Just try and get some counterplay.
It actually says the best move here.
You might want to get your rook into the game first, do you think?
Wow, the top move. Everything else is slightly better. The top move, which is very, I would say, counterintuitive almost.
Actually, looking at it now, actually it does look reasonable because you're trying to unseat the bishop from the strong b3 square. And if white plays a4, then the bishop is a lot more loose on b3.
But that's the kind of move or sequence that you find if you're really looking deeply into the position. How much time does Freddie spend on bishop b6?
He's played quite quickly, but he has got the time advantage, so I guess it will, you know, that's part of his game
But
plan.
possibly is that a slight weakness as well, that, you know, we said this, you've got to juggle time management, and Freddie is the British rapid play
but
champion.
his bishop takes h6 on here.
No,
it's not. I thought I was reading it, I just can't even read properly. Yeah, but a5, like I say, a5 is a5 was the best plan, wasn't it? I think a5 and just try and weaken that queen side.
But that's what I'm saying. Like if you spend a few minutes on the position, you're probably not going to find this deep plan with a5. So it's sometimes about juggling it. Like I say, Freddie is the British rapid play champion. He won it earlier this year. It was a bit of an upset. Beat Gawain last round. Great game against Gawain. I played him in that tournament. I should have beaten Freddie, but only drew. But he's obviously phenomenal talent. But is there a danger maybe he's moving a little bit too quickly because he's nervous?
He probably has been a bit quickly, but then, you know, that might come back to help him later on.
Okay, so Luke Michel's gone rook d1, which is a great move and very sensible move. And I think he's just playing simple chess, very typical Luke Michel chess, where he's just putting his pieces on very natural squares and hoping at some point they'll be able to make a bit of progress. I mean, one line is something like this, which is...
Yeah, I definitely, but now you look at it, it definitely makes sense to play a5 and weaken that bishop. That would have been a very strong plan. I'm actually a bit surprised he didn't see that.
I suppose because the pawn's on a6 and you played a6 earlier, because a lot of people think, oh, you know, I don't go a5 because, sorry, it was in the other position.
It was you don't play bishop b6, you take on e3 first.
Yeah.
And play a5.
Because I've got a6 earlier, computers always think, you know, this is where we're slightly weak as humans, because we played a6 earlier. We think we forget about that pawn, right? Where computers are strong is always start from move one. They always think about the position. What is the absolute best move in the position? The absolute best move in the position is a5. And the reason is, like you said, you're basically knocking the bishop off an aggressive diagonal. Once that bishop is dropping back to c2, you've got ideas like f5 because you're no longer in a pin. If white goes a4 themselves, then that slightly destabilise the bishop. Maybe there'll be a rook a6 to b6 or something with
Exactly,
that.
like later on, that could.
In fact, rook a6 immediately
Or
is
even
actually
straight away.
quite strong, yeah.
Yes, a5 actually is a very strong move in that position.
It's actually almost like a training position, Nick. It's like, what is the best move, the best way to play this position as black? This would be a great position to give to students and say, how would you handle this position as black? Like, even after bishop e3, like, what's the best move? You know, so bishop e3 is kind of obvious because bishop's getting attacked. Looks more natural than bishop b6. Bishop b6 looks slightly unnatural. I think Freddie's a bit nervous and playing it slightly superficially, in my opinion, because now he hasn't resolved the problems of the position, and now he's got the problem is once you keep kicking the ball down the road, you're then left with you eventually it comes back to haunt you, right? Getting enough cliches into one sentence.
Yeah, it's quite hard. That bishop on b3 is so well placed, isn't it? And it's permanently going to be there now.
But what I mean is, if you don't equalise straight away, you know, when do you equalise? Then the problems become harder and harder. And I think Loomis Shane there, you see him on the webcam, looks very relaxed. It looks like he's really, you know, he's been confident all tournament. But he is short of time here, though. He's quite a long way down on the clock. He's only got 23 minutes.
Apparently, Shreyas might have made a blunder. I'm not sure.
Wow,
Should we look at this?
huge moment.
But okay, maybe
Well,
it's not an obvious blunder, is it? I guess something like knight h5 is always on the cards.
yep.
And this is ideas to play
It's
e4,
not knight
is
h5,
it?
by the way.
Oh, what could it be?
Is it knight e2?
Yeah, knight e2 is not a bad shout.
Because you find knight ce2. Because if you move the bishop back, well, then I've got initiative again. Maybe your knight h5 is
now
very
maybe knight
strong.
h5.
Now, the critical move is e4, but are we going to have a Marcus Harvey queen sat with knight d4, knight e6? Probably not. We can just play
It
a more
doesn't seem
sensible
to
move.
really work.
We
Where
could
do
just
you
do
put
a-
the queen though?
Maybe you put it on. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, the critical move is e4. So after e4,
I'm sure he'll play e4, won't he? If she plays knight
yeah,
e2.
this must be his intention. But apparently there's something slightly wrong about this. Not quite sure what it is.
I don't know if anyone else can suggest a good move for white here. This is a possible
This
position.
doesn't work.
No, you can't
because
sack the
this
queen.
doesn't work. But you could try something like this. And then after this move, maybe just transferring the queen here. Because I keep saying about putting your pieces close to your opponent's king.
I think you were like quite a natural in these kind of positions, Danny. You've
Yeah.
got a lot of the good moves.
Yeah.
This is your kind of position.
This is my bread and butter. Like
So
when the
suddenly
king,
initiative,
I
yeah.
sense the king, you know, like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm good at the
Always
initiative.
kind of like forcing plans, exactly.
This is great. If he
Danny,
finds knight
you should be playing the
e2,
British. Look at this, you're finding all the top moves.
I know.
But I do think that certain players are better in different types of position.
Yeah.
And that shows, and that's probably what Shreyas was targeting as well.
Yeah, but he feels like he's a bit shaky there because he spent a long time. You know, you mentioned he spent a long time on that move, and you know, before he went bishop there, John Nunn famously saying, another great British player, famously said in his book Secrets of Practical Chess, if you spend more than 20 minutes on one move, it's almost always a mistake. And the reason for that is you overthink it. You know, you go around in circles, and sometimes, you know, if you're a golfer and you spent 20 minutes on a shot, or if you were
You used to get
a
booed,
footballer,
I think.
if you're a footballer and you're sort of playing for Chelsea and you spend 20 minutes trying to make a pass, you'd lose the ball, wouldn't you? You know, you wouldn't get 20 minutes. Or if you're a tennis player and you started, you know, you took 20 minutes to play your next shot, it just wouldn't happen. But chess players were allowed to spend as much time as we had. I think there was a world record earlier this year, was Nakamura, very close to being a world record when he was in the candidates, and he spent almost an eternity on the opening. And I think it was because he was
Wasn't on
nervous.
one move. Yeah, I'd say the record. What do you think the record? It must be about an hour and a half, do you think?
I think it's something like Grischuk, or it might even be that Nakamura game. It was also a famous game between Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov. And Garry Kasparov spent a lot of time I don't know if we should go for another quick break.
This 92 is a great. Can we just quickly just see like how bad the position actually is for Shreyas? So if
do you
92,
think he'll find 92? By the way, it's not the only move to give White an advantage.
I mean, Black also has Bishop G4, so there's quite a lot of moves to consider here. I mean, he could play Bishop G4 as well, but E4, Queen F4, Bishop E5. He won't want to swap the queens, will he?
What is wrong with swapping the queens? I guess you just take back the bishop.
I think he just generally tried not to do that.
Yeah.
And if Black tries to take this
pawn,
then there's going to be some tactics, are there?
This looks grotty. Maybe just Bishop F4 or something like that. Or no, just Knight H5.
Knight H5
or Bishop E3, just controlling D4 square. Now you might be a pawn up and you've got a bishop pair, but the problem is, Nick, that we're coming in here with a bishop. Your king. The problem is your king. Like, your king is just so wide open.
I just don't think this is really like Botana's style to find this kind of moves, do you think?
No, I'd agree with you. H3
should probably play some H3.
H3 would still be putting Black under pressure, though. Because if you trade... What was the idea behind it? It's almost like he's trying to provoke her into Knight E2.
I think that White was considering Knight H5.
No, that's a bad move. That's a bad move by Botana.
Oh, dear.
That's really poor. She's better than that.
Yeah, but I think some people, she's not really used to this kind of position. Anyway, I guess E4 must have been the plan.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why he played Bishop D4, because Knight H5 was the threat.
Yeah.
Queen F4, and now Queen takes F4. You have to take back with the knights. Otherwise, you lose the knights. And now Black can play Rook takes C3.
That's a shame.
Which I think he will find.
Because Knight E2 would have been a lovely move. And I think this is going to be a depressing loss for Botana after this poor move, Knight H5. When it's either got Knight E2, so this is something she needs to work on, her ability to, which of course she will, and she will get a lot better. Her ability, because her idol, Judith Pogott, or is somebody that she's been compared to. I don't think she has any idols really, but somebody that's possibly she looks up to and trying to emulate. It was very good in attacking positions.
I mean, Judith Pogott was a very aggressive player, and Botana is actually just trying to swap the queens off.
She's a different type of player.
And you can't just force the queens off in all positions. Sometimes you just have to accept that you've got to play
she's a different type of player. But Knight E2, I think Judith, even at age of 11, would have found that move.
I think after Knight H5, E4 is very obvious. I mean, there's no way Shreyas is going to miss E4. So
that's a shame. That's a shame. I was really hoping for Botana. Mind you, I've got the Botana bias. I've got to be careful with that. I'm a bit too biased towards Botana, but I was really hoping she'd find 92, Nick. And now, I don't like. It's a shame.
She's going to end up probably in an ending, but a bad ending.
Because she needs a GM norm as well. I think she's looking for a GM norm, which doesn't need it, or an IM norm. Even if she loses this game, she's going to have a great chance of an IM norm. But potentially, if she'd won this game, not only would she have had a great chance of winning the British, but she'd have possibly been on for a GM norm. But now I think if she loses it, not so sure.
Yeah, and then she'll lose a lot of momentum actually if she loses this game. But this was always going to be quite a dangerous one for her.
Yeah, so we're thinking that Shreyas is better. Luke McShane is close. Luke McShane is starting to look like a favourite for me. If the top board is a draw, we come back to Harry seems to be doing well in this game. I like Harry's position.
Do you think so? I think it's just fairly balanced, isn't
it? It's balanced, but I would prefer to play Black because there's some weak squares in White's position. Like, you can imagine a knight jumping round, but I'm not quite sure where it jumps round to because we got that D5 square under control. So
yeah, I'd actually rather be White here. I feel like you've got the bishop against the knight. There's pawns on both sides of the board, so it goes to show. But okay, he's a fairly balanced position. Yeah,
it all comes down to preference. You're right. I mean, but if Black moves a king, one plan could potentially be to move the king, move the knight, and then push the f-ball. If I push the f-ball and suddenly I've got a lot more dynamic possibilities, I agree with you that objectively it's about equal, and maybe White is even some you prefer to play, right? Because also you have to be careful. If you move the king in, then bishop g5, start to run into a pin. That's unpleasant.
I mean, White will also try and probably push his queen side pawns at some point.
Side, yeah. They got a potential outside. So that's looking very balanced. Potentially could end in a draw. Yi Chen, Michael Adams game very much still going, but potentially, wow, big developments in the Marcus Harvey game. Marcus Harvey's in big trouble.
Yeah, I think he tried to play this queen sacrifice, or he sort of half blundered his queen, didn't he? trying to justify it, but now Stanley seems to be in control.
I think though Stanley had a little bit of maybe a period where he wasn't doing that well, but you know, he's been someone that people expected to break out and potentially get GM norms, and he should really be an IM by now, but I think he will be an IM fairly soon.
He's had a bit of a tricky tournament as well. This tournament, he hasn't been like overly convincing, but I think if he wins this game,
He's back in contention to win the tournament, you know, so that's really massive.
I mean, what would you play here if you were black?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe, well, I'd like to go Queen F7, but that runs into Rook G7, which is not ideal.
Similarly, if you take the bishop, you can't win the F pawn straight away, can you?
Yeah, so if you take on G5 and go Queen F7, there's Rook G6 possibly.
Yeah, Rook G6 would defend the pawn, so that wouldn't really be an ideal.
But that knight on E4 is a bit of a monster. So maybe you're thinking the knight on E4 is already a good piece, so maybe the bishop on D7 isn't so good. Could I actually go B4 with the idea of putting the bishop on B5, even though that would just lose a pawn immediately? It's not the worst.
Interesting.
It's actually not a bad suggestion, is it? Because here, this just seems... This kind of position, like White's hanging on. You need to push him over the boundary, really. So apparently the best line for black in this position, if we start off with here, is actually just to take the pawn.
Play E5. I did look at that E5 idea, but I just didn't think you had enough pieces to checkmate White.
But my B4, I think, is more human, Nick. Like,
sure.
I don't want to take that and just give them an F pawn, even though it might be winning. If I've got no other choice,
E5 threatens Queen H3.
Yeah,
that's the main point, isn't
it? But Stanley's quite a dynamic player, so he can find this.
He might find it, yeah.
He can find this easily. So this is looking very scary for Marcus. I think this could be a disappointing game for him.
This is quite a big moment, though, because I think Stanley needs to find some sort of breakthrough, doesn't he? So
either this B4 with the idea of getting a bishop to B5.
Or maybe Queen H6 is quite a strong move, and then your Queen potentially could come in, obviously attacking the bishop as well.
There was a game, actually, at the 4NCL. No, it wasn't. It was Marcus versus David Hayden. And Marcus was like -10 or something like that, and somehow he managed to draw with White. So Marcus is a good defensive player, but he will do well to defend this against Stanley, who's very good when he's got the initiative.
I think Stanley's probably quite a good tactical player, isn't he?
Very good huge potential. Definitely will be a GM later in his career.
I think he might find knight F6 and E5.
So looking, Chorpor, by the way, is doing well. Simon Williams has turned it around against Tom Junday, because when we left it, the computer was preferring black. So around about here, black was way ahead. But Rook G8 was a bit of a strange move, Nick. I mean, it kind of doesn't seem like, what does that actually do? I would consider it casting there as black.
Yeah, it's interesting you're casting queenside, not kingside.
Yeah, kingside, sorry. Yeah, that's much better.
The king actually looks fairly safe on the king side, whereas on the queen side, it does seem a lot more open. I mean, White could play b4, White could open up the queen side quite easily. Yeah,
I think I mentioned this earlier in the week, about sometimes you can over-egg the pudding. You got a good position, you try to do too much. Just play simple moves and challenge your opponent to come up with some idea. Like sometimes maybe the Simon Williams fear factor is kicking in, because he went Rook G8, which was completely unnecessary. White took and went knight E4, great move. And now White is apparently much better. Because not sure why.
Well, can you play B4? Is that too aggressive? I don't know.
Great shout, yeah, B4.
Yeah, this looks quite dangerous.
I mean, even just simple move like Bishop D2, preparing B4 also seems fairly reasonable. I mean, what is black doing on the king side? I think black wanted to go G5, but how can they make that work? If you go
I think
G5,
he might go B4 straight away and just get on with it.
Well, so that'd be a very Simon move, wouldn't it? I don't think you're too concerned about losing the B pawn.
No.
I mean, I remember Simon writing a tweet actually recently, and he's quite active on Twitter as well, actually, or X as it's called now. And he said that there was a recent tournament in Sussex Masters, and he saw a variation against Jude Shearsby in the first round where he ended up losing a pawn, and he was worried about it. He thought, oh, maybe I'm losing my edge, because like in the past I would never have been worried about losing a pawn, right? So that's why I didn't play that variation. But this looks... So Simon's going to be in contention if he wins this game. How about Stephen Gordon lower down? this game's very balanced, actually. It looks like Finlay is doing a good job.
I mean, black's got these classic hanging pawns. So when you have the d5 and c5 pawns, but there's nothing on the b file, nothing on the e file to protect them. So they can be a strength, but they can also be a weakness. And normally, if you can get them to move one of the pawns, it can be quite dangerous. So white might try to engineer b4 later on, maybe b4, or somehow try to weaken black's position. I think also with bishop, without the light square bishop, black's position is slightly less dangerous. If black still had the light square bishop, say here, he'd always be looking to play d4, but without the light square bishop, might not be too bad. So I think Stephen has got a slight advantage here. Not much, but maybe a small advantage.
Someone said in the chat, Stanley winning now.
Stanley winning. Did he find the right move? He's still thinking. What happened here?
Okay. He's actually slightly lost some advantage, but apparently still winning.
He played this Queen H6 move, which was one of the better moves.
And Marcus is in.
Because this bishop now, the light square bishop can
full
come
defense mode.
Queen H4 is interesting. Actually, voluntarily putting your queen in line with your opponent's bishop.
But again, that's a move of a good calculator. You
have a lot of confidence to play that move.
Yeah, because if you move the, for example, if you move the knight there, I can probably play a move like e3, which the queen would hit d4. I'll also be lining up bishop c6 check. If you move the rook back to g3, maybe I'll just go queen h5 and I'll make. If I can make progress here as black, I'm going to win because there's no blockade here.
I think e3 is coming, isn't it? If white doesn't do anything about it, black's next move is going to be e3 probably.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'd be very surprised if Marcus survived this. I just think he's not going to survive this position. It's just too easy to win for black almost. You know, we said yesterday that he was possibly going to survive against Harry, which was a bit of a tougher conversion, I would say. But this, I'll be surprised if Stanley doesn't put this away. So I think let's have a quick look at the Amit game. That's very balanced. It's going to probably head to a time scramble, I would say. Not much going on there. It's white to move. What do you think Amit would play here, Nick?
Well, I think he just puts king on h1. He's probably aiming for rook g1, I guess. Although black's already put the rook on g8, so he's sort of anticipated it, prophylactic, as you say.
Is something like bishop f3 possible with the idea maybe?
It's definitely possible, yeah.
There's also knight f1 to g3. I think this game is going to explode at some point.
Or knight e4 to g3 if you want to play that idea.
We can see Supertet on the webcam.
Supertet looks very calm though, doesn't he?
He always looks very calm. Yeah, more or less.
He's not phased by this position. As Amit gets a bit more probably stressed out, I guess. Is that fair to say?
Especially when playing these little kids. Well, they're not that little anymore. They're getting older.
He looks like he's getting a bit more nervous, Amit, compared to Supertet.
Right, I think we need to switch back some of these top boards because they're getting very super critical now. And Bodhana, he has gone e4, so we could get that variation mentioned. It's a shame he didn't find knight c2. And somebody mentioned in the chat earlier about Bodhana. He might, a couple of years' time. I agree. I think a couple of years' time, he's probably going to be like very hard to beat in the British Championships. But maybe this year is a little bit early for her. He's traded queens.
I think something's gone wrong with the board, but yeah, I think. Well, presumably he just played queen takes f4. She has to then take back with the knight, and then rook takes c3.
Wow. Maybe she missed rook c3 actually, because if
Days bishop takes looks unpleasant for Bodhana.
Yeah.
Not totally terminal.
No,
I mean,
not at all. I mean, the interesting thing, if you do this way, maybe this is what he missed, is that actually white gets a good game. Not quite sure how you get a good game. Would rook b1.
Yeah, rook b1 looks quite natural.
Maybe that's what she missed earlier. But again, I think attacking is not her forte. I think that would be my first candidate move, right?
Yeah, you highlighted that move.
Yeah. So, because I always like switching my pieces to my opponent's king side, but in the game she played knight h5 and then
she probably was just targeting. I think you need to put the moves in yourself because there was some problem with the transmission.
Oh, okay. So
I'm sure that he played queen takes f4.
Well, let's come back to that game once the transmission sorted a bit, because Louis Shane is also in a critical moment against Freddie Gordon, but he's also getting quite short of time, and he's got to be careful because Freddie is the British rapid play champion. He's very good when short of time, and he's just very fast. So could he be looking for another GM scout? Luke's played very solid move, H5.
I mean, we saw Luke get into time pressure against Peter Wells, and what move are we on now? 25. So, yeah, he does seem to get into time pressure a bit as well, doesn't he, Luke?
I could see this game ending in a draw because Freddie is a very strong player. Very accomplished player already, I would say.
He has actually played this A5 move now as well, slightly late, but he's come up with the idea of trying to unsettle that bishop.
Although white is a nice position, it doesn't seem to me to be obvious how you continue, what your plan is. Also, Freddie is quite an experienced player now. He's also played for Scotland in Olympiads. He's played a lot of chess over the last few years. You know, he's quite young. I think he's about 14 or 15, maybe. Not sure how old he is, but he's a pretty young player. But he's quite experienced, gets a lot of training as well. He's got training maybe from the Killer Chess Academy, Jacob Agard. So, you know, he's not like a newbie. He's been around the block for a while, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he might be able to hold a draw, and he's got that big time advantage, hasn't he?
He's got a big time advantage. He's a very talented player. So again, you know, Luke, who was a former prodigy himself, is suddenly up against all these, like, you know, present day prodigies. Could you play me like Queen G4 maybe?
I mean, yeah, you could try Queen G4. Why not? Covers the A4 square.
Just don't see any. I think Black's rock solid here. I think this game will end in a draw.
It could well do.
It could end in a draw. Let's go to the board one game. Not much happening there. Both players comfortable. You know, time management for both players in this game has been fairly decent, I would say. We're on move 29, so they've only got about 11 moves time control. Both players
99% accuracy.
Wow.
99.3 for Bazakusa, 99.6 for Harry Grieve.
It's crazy. That's crazy. That's
the level you need these days.
I'm not playing the British ever again. I'll just keep bidding for the commentary from now on. By the way, I think there's a Blitz tournament later on, guys, 7 p.m. So be there or be square. There's a Blitz tournament. I won't be attending that Blitz tournament, but there's a few people who will. Have you ever played a Blitz tournament during the chess?
No, I don't think I played that before. I normally just focus on the classical. But some people do it. I think if you have, they used to have a rest day, and I think if you're having a bit of a bad tournament, sometimes it's nice to play the Blitz to just, you know, mix things up a bit and try and get some of these losses off your mind.
There used to be a rapid play before the British, which that was the first event I ever played at a British Championships, actually. The first time I played Mark Hebden. And I actually played Harriet Hunt in that tournament, and Adam Hunt as well, is her brother. And did you ever play that rapid play before the British?
I didn't usually. I usually just focus on the British when I was playing. But I mean, I played obviously rapid play separately.
But in this position, Mark Adams putting a bit of pressure on.
I mean, he's doing everything he can now to try and squeeze out a bit of an advantage, isn't he?
But sometimes you just look at it psychologically and you think, well, the rook on d3, sorry to interrupt, but it's visually, it just looks striking on d3, right?
So if White plays a move like a3, that weakens the b3 square, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So if you play a move like a3, which you probably would like to play, then does that allow rook b3?
Yeah, definitely.
And then or maybe there was something even better than rook b3. Yeah. And then you could be in trouble.
Yeah.
Because there's all kinds of sacrifices on a3, and there might be something even stronger. Maybe bishop d4.
You're not in trouble, but bishop d4.
Yeah, maybe even bishop d4. So you actually end up in a really bad position. So you have to be quite careful as white.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't play a casual move, one casual move, and you're in trouble.
I think Yi Chen's under pressure. Mind you, I've been saying that whole game, and he keeps playing like perfect defence. So I'd like to see Adams win though. I'd like him to be in the mix. If he won. You know, you want to see him play the Harry Greaves. Well, he's already played Bazakusta, but you'd want to see him play like the Harry Greaves or the Shreyases. If he was out of it, it'd be a bit dull, I think. You know, I'd love to see him get to that 10th title because that would just be amazing and would really create history. You know,
it would be a phenomenal achievement, wouldn't it? And I think every year that goes by, it gets harder for him because he gets older, and all these young players so talented.
It's like that scene in the Raiders of the Lost Ark. You ever seen that film, Raiders of the Lost Ark? You must have seen
Indiana Jones, is it?
You must have seen that. Everyone's seen that, right?
Yeah, I think I've seen Indiana Jones.
Yeah. So the first one, I think, was made in 1981 by George Lucas. And there's a scene where he's on this island towards the end of the film, and he's got this rocket launcher, and he's pointing out the arc, and then the bad guy is Belloc, who's like this French kind of archaeologist or whatever. He says, you know, this is history. He's pointing at the arc. You know, this could be Michael Adams' history if he wins this tournament. So he could be the Belloc of the.
He could do well. He definitely will go down in history if he wins this gun.
Okay, so maybe
what would you play for here for white out of interest? How would you
I'll be
defend?
very concerned here. Maybe bishop f4.
Yeah, bishop f4 possibly.
Is a
It's a
move.
complete blunder.
Yeah, it's a terrible move. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like psychologically,
It's quite a hard position actually.
you can't really go here because of this.
Yeah.
Right. So maybe b4 is a move, but that's just totally losing. That's like the worst move. He's played a move, by the way. Wow.
b3 is
Oh, he's blundered horribly. Wow.
But
See,
you
I
called
told
it,
you he was
you
under
called it.
pressure.
I mean,
I
that
told
was-
you he was under pressure.
It actually was quite a difficult position to play, wasn't it? He had to play a4. And that's not an easy move to find.
I think
A4.
Adams done everything right in this game. It's very impressive.
Where did Yishen go wrong slightly earlier? Because it looks fairly safe here.
Yeah.
Rook c1 was good. Okay, he actually had to play a3 now. He had to play a3 now, and if rook d3, maybe bishop f4.
Yeah,
or bishop f4.
I just think like this
Something
kind
like
of
this.
position is unpleasant for White because you've got that cramping pawn on c4. He needed to get rid of that earlier, I think.
No,
And,
bishop
and
d4.
it just gave him that. He's looking away. He's realised he's blundered here, Yu Chen.
Let's quickly just see the line. So rook c1, presumably this is what he calculated. He wants to take this pawn. Presumably this was a plan to try and win back the pawn, but then Mickey's got a rook e3 check.
But even taking wins as well.
Rook e3, where do you put the king?
You can't, yeah.
There's nowhere
Because
to put the
here is
king.
running into a
Maybe some
discovered
discover
check,
checks. You can't go to f1, you lose the f3 pawn.
and then you can just come back.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
this
just horrible, isn't it?
This is quite an easy variation to calculate.
Yeah, that's quite a big miss actually from Yishen because
I think it's the psychological pressure that Mickey was exerting with that rook on d3. Great rook on d3.
Mickey could be joint leader then.
His name is on the trophy maybe after that Sam Chow moment.
Yeah, that was huge. That was massive. I can't even think what other move is he looking at here. I mean, I guess he could take on c4 first. So he's probably thinking take here because then the king attacks the rook.
Yeah.
And if black recaptures, this might be his plan. Rook c1,
Yeah.
rook takes a2, and rook c4. This was probably his plan.
Right.
After
You
rook
saw
e3,
this variation, you think?
I think this must be his plan.
And maybe king f2, but I can't believe it.
This must be his plan.
But is rook e4? No, rook e4 might even be good for White, right? Yeah, king
good
f1.
plan.
So maybe this is what he saw. You're right, and then thinking there's perpetual rook here check. But
That's
you
the
just go
problem.
bishop b6 is maybe what he missed, just a slow move, and it's just a crusher. And Mickey will see all this.
There's no moves for white now. So now you're threatening rook e4, for example.
Yeah.
So white has to move the king, but where do you move the king? There's nowhere to put the king. You can't go to f1 because you lose the f3 pawn. You can't go to g2 because of rook e2.
Yeah.
So there's nowhere to put the king.
Yeah, huge.
So I think this is actually quite... I think Mickey will calculate this all, don't you think?
Well, you'd hope so from his perspective.
I can't even
But
think...
even b4 is better for black. Like b4 is
Bishop d4 is such an obvious move to play, isn't it? It's the first move you look at.
because he played it.
Has he played bishop d4?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay,
wow.
so it looks like
huge moment.
Yeah, you actually called that he might actually win this game.
But he's much higher rated, so I was surprised that you were so bullish on Yi Chen getting a draw. I know he's quite solid, but you know, there's almost 200 points difference, and
I thought Yichin had been playing quite well this tournament, but now
yeah, but there's a gap. You know,
Yeah,
if
now
I'm
he's up against
2400, I'm not even 2400 myself, but I would expect to struggle against Mickey. You know, as a low 2400 player, there's quite a big class difference. So
I think this would give him like a massive confidence boost as well if he wins this game, because he has struggled a little bit in the recent tournaments, and
yeah,
if he can just come out and just crush a player like Yishen with black, then you start to feel like
Huge
okay,
moment, huge
exactly.
yeah, he's looking
a real
he's
contender.
looking a lot more relaxed. I think it's the first time for
So what were the odds on Mickey?
about
What
two
were
and a
the-
half rounds that he's looked quite relaxed, because he's been feeling very uncomfortable recently.
So Mickey was 5-2.
Yeah, I'm all in. But even going against Sam Chow, Nick, he didn't look relaxed. He looked very uncomfortable. But this is the first time for a while that he's started to look more in control. Could be a great win if he wins this. Luke Michane game is going to be huge as well. I think it could come down to Luke Michane versus Mickey game this whole tournament. Assuming the
Bazakusta and Shreyas have been playing well. They're the 4 I think that have actually been performing a bit. Well, maybe Harry as well, but the 4 or 5 they've been performing, and they are the 4 or 5 top seeds as well. So it's not that surprising.
So this game favours White, but it's become very technical. Now we do say that Luke Michane is very good in the technical position, but I'm not seeing any big advantage for him here. I'll be honest, even though the engine slightly prefers White. What do you think he will play here? He's getting quite a short time, by the way. He's got how many moves he got to the time control? He's got still 11 moves, and he's only got 9 minutes. So his time management in this game is not good.
Yeah. Somehow with the rooks off, it actually feels as though White's got slightly more chances compared to when the rooks are on.
So one move you could play is Queen B5. Now, why is Queen B5 a good move? Because that attacks is the most obvious move. B6. It's interesting. I would probably panic here and play a move quickly if I was Luke Michane. It's interesting to use his time. Instructive. I said that yesterday when he played Richard, that Richard, maybe a less experienced player, played a move quickly when he was short of time, and that proved to be quite a bad move, whereas Luke takes his time when he's short of time.
But at some point you're going to have to pick up the pace. You can't take your time on every move. He only has 9 minutes left.
I've been thinking about that move to potentially go to E3 and then put pressure on from C4, but that does maybe allow Bishop D3, which is slightly annoying.
You also, when you're playing these positions with White, you don't want to allow counterplay, do you? So I don't think he'll play Knight F1. But I don't know how much you get the Knight into the game, though. This is the problem.
Could you play that move, or is that just a weird move? No, it's actually quite a good control move. But Black, you'd think from Black's perspective, why am I losing this? Like, I trade, I take back with a king or something. Like, how on earth am I losing?
This also, you can't move the knight yet because there's Queen D1 check, but you can't be Knight
So I
E4
could
yet.
go Knight F1.
You can go back to F1 and come in that way.
In fact, I probably will do that.
Yeah, as at least from E3, you control the D1 square.
I've got a plan. Chess is, I keep mentioning. I wrote something earlier in a book that I was writing. I said, plan is just a word. It doesn't mean anything, right? It's just a word that we use to describe a series of moves that are logically interlinked. So White goes Knight F1. Their plan is to go Knight F1, Knight E3, Knight C4. That's their plan. But really it's a series of moves, right? But it's not necessarily that Black can stop it. Plans are less popular than they were because of computers. Computers are more about random moves that change the position very quickly, right?
Do you think would Black play Knight F5 maybe?
So I'm babbling a bit there. Half the audience has left now.
Take a break for time.
Yeah, I think
that's a mistake actually, Knight F5. So
yeah, I think we should have a break for like 5 minutes, or 5-10 minutes. How do you feel?
sure, okay, and then we can come back for
We'll
the
have
time
a
scramble.
break. Okay, so we're going to go on a break, guys, and we're going to come back to watch the culmination of the games before the time control. Thanks a lot. Welcome back, everybody. I'm joined here with my fellow co-commentator Nick Pert with pivotal moment in the British Chess Championships. The young genius, who I described as like the baby Yoda earlier, Bod Hanna, is up against Luke Skywalker of English chess and Shreyas Royal. It seems he's under a bit of pressure, Nick, in his position, his endgame. We suggested a bit earlier that he could have got a big attack with a move knight c2. And that would have got a big attack. But he went for knight h5, and all of a sudden, brilliant move by Shreyas, because chess.com loves a sack. f3. So typical move where you're under a bit of pressure, you try to break out, you try to do something. And normally he's a bit more patient than that. But f3 was maybe a little bit impatient by Bod Hanna. He's played a great move, bishop d7. That was a top engine move, which hits the a4 pawn.
I think the problem was that Bod Hanna, Shreyas had quite a good opening choice. He reached a very double-edged position. Obviously, with the advantage in preparation, he also gained a big lead on time. Bod Hanna probably took too much time in the opening. And then, even though she had quite a decent position, she was just so desperate to reach an endgame, and she just accepted a bad endgame. So sometimes you just have to play the best move in the position, and this is looking really uncomfortable for Bod Hanna now.
So we've got two people on with white. Often you think with white you're going to get a big advantage and win the game, but two people with white could potentially look like they're going to lose the game. Yi Chen and Bod Hanna. We've also got a game on board 2 with Luke McShane against Freddie Gordon. Luke McShane is a great technical player, and he seems to be making some good progress, because it seemed like Black had equalised the game when he found this great move knight e7. But Luke is a great grinder of a player, and now we mentioned this manoeuvre earlier, that you could bring the knight round. Often when your pieces, you talk to your pieces. Jonathan Rowson talks about talking to your pieces. Bring the knight round to e3, where it's controlling more squares. On g3, it only controlled h5, f5. You might be concerned you weaken that pawn, but you can always go g4 to support it. It's very difficult for Black to win that pawn without, giving some concessions to White. And the problem is you can't really go f5 to kind of kick the queen away, because queen e5. So he's played the move, queen d4, and instead of exchanging, which a lot of players would have done, gone queen b7. So now we've got the situation on the board.
Yeah, I think the knight on e3 is very strong. Obviously, Luke had to go via f1 to e3 in order to control this key d1 square, because you can never allow queen d1 check, after which the h5 pawn is going to be under attack. And it really feels like the
Wow. Well, sorry to interrupt you there, Nick.
Oh, there's a tactical shot.
Huge blunder by both players. Double blunder.
Yeah, very big.
And
I'm surprised Luke didn't spend a bit of time calculating this. This is the problem with being low on time. You just trust your opponent.
how much time? He had 4 minutes, but that's enough time to see. I read something recently about.
Should we just quickly look at that key variation?
Yeah.
This is definitely. I mean, if you had more time on the clock, you would definitely calculate this, because when you go into king and pawn ending, it's so forcing. And then presumably king f1.
But it's also not certain from afar that this would be winning. So maybe that was his...
Exactly. He might have thought this is potentially even losing.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want to risk it, because he feels like he's got the better position.
If you had half an hour, you'd calculate it to win.
Sure, but with no time.
With no time, it's a bit of a bluff by Freddie.
But maybe it's a good practical choice by Luke. I know it was the wrong move, but just in terms of, he just played a move just to get on with it. He didn't want to spend too much time on that.
Is it saying queen a1, knight f1? But I'd go there, Nick. Apparently that's not a good move, but I'm thinking I want to take this pawn. But now actually queen f2. So this could...
Or maybe after knight d5, if you could play knight d5 instead of queen b6, and then if they capture it, you've got the pass pawn. But the problem is that Black can probably get a perpetual check now. Yeah,
there's ideas of here. Now you've got this massive pawn, so you can make... in fact, you're losing, because now you've allowed a queen d4. So that was a poorly judged move by me. But
queen h4 check, then queen d4 check.
Yeah, just to show that very important variation. And Black is actually then technically winning, which would be a nightmare for Luke, because he's trying to press in this endgame. He definitely doesn't want to lose.
I mean, he could easily force a repetition himself there if he wanted to.
I think he's playing this a bit safe with this b3 move. I think maybe, again, like the pressure of trying to be British champion is getting to him. He's never been British champion before, which is surprising. I think maybe it means too much to him, because I think if you're in a more of a casual mood, you'd go, well, I'll give queen e7 a punt. It feels like the right move. like we were having a conversation with your brother last night, and he was talking about a game against Luke, and he said at some point he played this move Rook D4 because he was trying to, he was trying to keep it in balance. But I think ultimately in chess, you shouldn't be you're playing that move for you should just be trying to play the best move. And Queen E7 was the best move. Luke was trying to play too practical.
Queen A1, good move by Freddie.
Yeah, he's found the best effect. He's going to hold now. This is a big blow for Luke Michel.
I wonder if it was also to do with the time management, because he had his one opportunity after King F8, and then he just didn't have the time to calculate the king and pawn endgame.
But I think there were even better moves than B3, right? Even if you, oh no, maybe not. No, you kind of have to, yeah. It's a bit of a bluff. But if you don't go King F8, you're actually in big trouble. It's like, what a brilliant decision by Freddie to actually bluff that King F8 was the drawn. You think he played it and then sort of like went, I'm all in.
I wonder if he just played it quickly. He might have just played it quickly and just said, he just tried to act confident and
is there a way of finding out? Is there a way of finding out? It's like snooker. We go back and then we find.
Maybe if I look it up on Lee Chess, I can find out.
You can on YouTube. You can have a look at the webcam.
How long he spent on King F8.
Yeah.
Because I think Luke responded pretty much straight away, didn't he? He kind of, he just didn't want to risk it.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's a very committal decision to take the king and pawn in game, and possibly this could be a key moment. But obviously,
he played King F8 instantly.
Wow!
Because he spent no time.
But if your opponent makes a move that quickly, they often blunder. I read a really interesting paper a few years ago, about 3 years ago. It helped me to win the British Rapid Play actually, because I was in this thing by Demis Hassapis, who was talking about this computer they had called Google Searchless, and it was a computer that couldn't calculate. It only went on evaluations, and when it was playing against human players, it scored really well. It performed at 2500 level. So the reason they were doing it on evaluations, they were trying to get it to play like a human, right? It was like a thinking machine, right, rather than just a calculation machine. But when they played it against computers, it would score a lot worse, because computers were able to take advantage of his tactical blunders. But against humans weren't very good at exploiting his tactical blunders. So what made me think about that, and what helped me to win the British Rapid Play, was because then I thought, actually, I'm going to look out for my opponent's tactical blunders. They make more tactical blunders than I realise, and often I'm assuming they're playing the right move. If Luke Michel had read that article about Google Searchless before this game, I think he would have found Queen E7. I think he didn't even see Queen E7.
No, I mean, come on. He obviously no, but I think if you've got a computer at the 2500 level, it's going to get smashed by, the computers of today.
Yeah.
But the problem was...
Yeah, it performed about 2200 level against computers.
I mean, the reason why King F8 was a great practical decision is he knew if he didn't play King F8, he was just going to be worse. Yeah. So he probably didn't know whether or not it was okay, but he just thought, okay, if I don't play this, I'm going to lose, so let's just give it a go. And that's actually a really good practical decision to play it. Because
if you play something like this, it's just a depressing position, and white will build up, and you'll just suffer.
Yeah.
So wonderful decision by Freddie. And the point is, you're putting pressure on B2, and there's no easy way to defend that. So Luke tried B3, and really he had to do this. And let's have another look at this endgame. Why is this win? Let's try to explain to the audience why this, because I don't really understand myself.
I think the reason it's winning is that
the potential outside pass ball.
The outside pass ball. So King E4, and you have to be quite careful. You can't play A3 here, because you want to create the pass ball on the queen side. But if you play A3, the problem is that black can play A4 and then your pawns are stuck. So you have to play B3 first.
You can go B3,
and then you can play A3, B4, and slowly do it slowly. Roll. Yeah.
So the point is, let's say, for example, I don't know, black plays move like F5, and you go here, and then, well, it's not easy to wait actually, because if you go back, I might even go King D3. So eventually, you're even maybe going to. I could put the pawn here. But then you go here, and this is the sort of thing you struggle to calculate in advance. What happens if they do this? What happens, they can't. Maybe Magnus Carlsen would be able to calculate that quickly, or he'd have so much knowledge of these endings that he'd be able to work that out so quickly. But probably most people just wouldn't be able to work that out so quickly.
I mean, from White's point of view, though, you can just go for this plan of A3, B4, and then you've always got C5 as a threat.
Yeah.
And what's Black actually going to do?
Yeah. So the point is that basically, once you get this, you're gonna force the Black King away, and then you're gonna win the D pawn, and you're going to be able to get to kingside first. So that would have been the end of the game. By the way, Chorpaw's won against
Someone said,
Lorenzo.
how close has Luke come to being British champion? Danny and Adam. So I've changed my name.
No, right.
Yeah, he did get to a playoff against Michael Adams, didn't he? Did you see he got to 2 playoffs?
Yeah, I think he got to a playoff in 2017, and he lost to Gawain Jones. Eventually, there was a 4-way playoff. And then in 2018, it was a 2-way playoff with Michael Adams, just 2 people in that playoff. And Michael Adams won that playoff. One thing I would say, though, in the playoffs, it's generally won by the favourite. Like, the favourite tends to win the playoff, because I think you go in with a confidence that you're going to win the playoff because you're the favourite. So often the underdog might only be a slight underdog, but they always seem to lose because they just don't have that level of confidence.
Yeah, but also, with the playoffs, you've got to play 2 games, not just 1 game. So that favours a stronger player.
Yeah, and I think as well that, playoffs, I think you want to avoid a playoff, if anything, because it kind of randomises it. But, Michael Adams has never lost in a playoff.
Didn't you just say it doesn't randomise it?
Well, but Michael Adams has never, it's true. Yeah, I do contradict myself a lot. But, okay, so that game is...
Marcus Harvey won. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no.
This is
I feel sorry for Stanley there. That's really.
We were saying that he was struggling, but this was maybe his chance to come back into the tournament.
Wow, this is because we said earlier. I think if he'd have found this idea B4 Bishop B5, I think he would have won. If he'd have found this idea of taking, which wasn't so obvious actually, I think what he did was was fine.
Yeah.
So where did it go wrong after that?
Queen H4 was actually a good move.
Queen H5 was great. Yeah, at some point activate his bishop, because his bishop's a problem. Like B4 would be a great move, get the bishop there. But he sort of felt like he almost like was hoping the position will win itself. Not Magnus, well, he is the British Magnus, but Marcus, yeah, similar name, right? He's a very good defensive player. I mentioned that game against Hayden, which was a miracle save, and this is similar to that. Amazing defensive skills. Don't underestimate, and I think this is like he's got so much time on the clock, Stanley, that he should take a bit more time here. And he went Bishop H5.
It's actually like quite hard to see a breakthrough because White's got the fortress now, hasn't he? So there's no easy breakthrough on.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's what I said earlier. Like you need to that move E3 because now, which opens up some light squares, but now E3 would just drop the bishop. So now all of a sudden you've just got no moves.
Yeah.
You basically, the threat is bishop there and rook G7. It's not so obvious what you do about it. And understandably, Black wasn't able to defend this.
Kind of almost in Zugzwang, yeah.
And he actually resigned here. So the point is that if you move the queen...
Well, you have to...
Well, I've got this check. And then it's really a devastating check.
You can get a discovered attack.
This is game over. So... Great turnaround win for Marcus. Very sad loss for Stanley, but I'm sure he'll come back from that. But, if you're looking on the positive side from Stanley, the fact he got that winning position, you got to focus on the positives. And he played well enough to get that winning position. I'm sure he'll do better the next time he gets a winning position. So, Bodhana, we're feeling that Michael Adams and Shreyas Rawler are on the verge of winning. Huge potential wins. Amit Gartzi game is very much in the balance, however, and this is heading towards a time scramble.
Yeah, I mean, this is anyone's game now, isn't it? Who do you think might win this game?
I would bet on Supratit because he's got more confidence right at this point than Amit, and I think Amit would be nervous about playing Supratit. I'd rather be in Supratit's shoes, but there's not much in it. Yeah, you will probably see big mistakes in this game as well. I think G5 is a possible move.
Yeah, it'll be quite a nice move just to try and get your pieces into the attack, wouldn't it?
Do you think he'll go for G5?
You might find it. Because his position is a bit like a cool spring, isn't it, with the 2 bishops and everything's ready to go and he needs to just try and find some kind of break.
As I said earlier, even though Black's position passive, but long-term potential, and this kind of structure seems to be quite good for Black. The problem that White's had in this game is it's very difficult to find like a good plan. And there doesn't seem to be an obvious plan available. F5 is a move. But it just doesn't really do much. Apparently, you can't take with a knight. That's the problem. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, Nick.
Yeah, so F5's just a mistake, isn't it?
Yeah, so you have to go queen h5, but then you just
Okay, but then there's no point playing F5, is there?
in fact, now I can move the queen back. So, have we had any more moves in this game? Who's thinking currently? It's actually Super Tit is thinking about what to play. He's a very good. I lost to Super Tit in the last round of British Rapid playing Peterborough earlier this year. So he's very good at speed chess. Well, as is Amit. Amit's a great speed chess exponent.
I mean, do you think he'll lash out with a move like G5, or he'll just try and
You could play G6. You could play it very solidly, and that would also not be stupid at all. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a thought that if you're black here, that if you don't do something quickly, your advantage might peter out. So
I think G5 is more intuitive, isn't it? Then you can just start your attack.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back a few moves, actually, yeah, I mean, Super Tit's doing everything right in this game. He brought his queen out there, you know, keeps saying put your pieces close to your opponent's king. Now he's put the queen over on h6, which is a great move. He's playing quite, you know, for someone who looks so young and is young, he's playing very kind of responsible positional chess, because he's really restraining white from doing anything active. And he's actually gone g6, I think. I think he has played. Has he played? No, he's still thinking.
He doesn't even seem to be like that stressed. He's just looking around a bit, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not really completely focused on the board, but his time's ticking down. And Amit looks a lot more honed in.
Honed in, yeah. This is a big game. Like, if Super Tit wins, what score will he be on?
Yeah, this is a massive game. So at the moment, Super Tit is on 3.5. So this would get him back into contention. But it could go either way, really. It's hard to call a winner, actually.
So if you get the 4.5, do you think you've got a legitimate shot of winning the British Championship?
You're still in with a chance, or 4.5.
I mean, I would assume that 7 or 7.5 would be around about the winning score, right?
I think because if
typically it is, right?
If the top board ends up being a draw, and then if Mickey wins and Shreyas win, you got 4 players on 5.
Sure.
So being on 4.5, you're okay. But if you're on 4 with 4 players on 5, you're probably too far back, aren't you?
Also, the best you can get is 7. 7. It's not guaranteed to be a playoff. I mean, there's a good chance it'll be a playoff, but it's not guaranteed.
I think both players need to really fight for the win if they want to try and become British champion.
What, literally fight for it?
fight on the chessboard.
Yeah.
I think it'd be a bit unfair if it was a physical fight, wouldn't it?
We had this debate actually at a recent tournament, because we were going on the gorilla versus 100 people. Have you ever heard that internet debate? Like a silverback gorilla versus 100 people.
Yeah, but I think firstly, the gorillas are not really motivated to attack humans, are they? But let's suppose it was.
Exactly.
Let's suppose it was motivated to attack humans. I think the gorilla would win, because the humans, you wouldn't want to be the first one, would you? Well,
ChatGPT says that the gorilla would lose against 100 humans, but it'd probably win against, say, 20 humans.
But why would it not win? Because they'd all just...
Well, it's just pure numbers. It's pure numbers.
Yeah, if they all attacked at the same time.
Yeah, because the weight of 100 people is just too much for even a silverback gorilla to handle.
I'm not sure.
But, well, so you doubt ChatGPT? You doubt its knowledge of gorilla versus human fights? But you're right about...
The gorillas don't attack humans anyway, do they?
Yeah,
So
chimpanzees are actually far more aggressive than gorillas. They're far more dangerous because they're far more aggressive. But gorillas are actually quite a placid,
He's played Queen H4, so just
keep
his options open.
Yeah, not a bad move. Putting your pieces close to your opponent's king, so it wasn't close enough on H6, putting it on H4.
Is he opening up E5 as a possible move with Bishop G4?
Yeah, definitely.
It might be some sort of tactics like this.
Tactics, so I think he
might be going for these kind of tricks. Well, have me think about it anyway.
When we mention obviously Bodhana, we say that her endgame skills, maybe her attacking skills could do with some work. Super Tit's maybe a little bit different. I feel like he's more of a tactician. Maybe he's also good at endgames, but I think he's maybe a little bit more of the aggressive variety. Would you say that's fair?
I think so. I think he's more kind of willing to take on these, more aggressive types of position. I mean, could you play Rook G1 here for white? I don't know if there's any tricks here. Unless you get, is the E5 coming or
Oh,
not?
because you're worried about E5. Could I then put
But you might be able to play anyway. I don't know.
I could build up with that move, but apparently that's a bad move, so I won't build up with that. I mean, I like this move G5. I'd probably, Keith Arkle's favourite chess move, G5. And probably makes a lot of sense here. Makes a lot of sense. Just open up the position for that bishop, because you always want to... Well, that bishop is blocked by that pawn. That bishop is blocked by the own pawn, but potentially they're fantastic because they can get into the game later in the game if black times their breaks correctly. But you're going to have to time their break very well. Ami, I think, has played a move quickly. What's he played?
Bit king G1 was a mistake. And now G5 makes a lot of sense, opening up the rook against your opponent's king.
I think he's got a plan of running with a king potentially, but that surely wouldn't work because of your E5 idea. So I don't quite understand king G1. Is it just a move just to get that further to the time control without making any damage, potentially? Well, they're both a long way away from the time control. By the way, we'll come back to this very quickly, but I just want to quickly look at some of the other games.
Sure.
Bazakusta. Wow, that's actually...
It's getting a bit messy, isn't it? Which move are they on? They made the time control.
Yeah, it's black's move.
Can we just check what move they're on?
So...
they've got about 3 moves to go. Okay.
Apparently black is very comfortable here, but also white seems to be doing quite... It's a very accurate game. 99.3 versus... It's Stockfish versus Komodo on board 1 here, I think. Get the scanners out, guys. Arbiters, please scan these 2 players. They're too accurate. Wow, look at Bazakusta. He's almost like in a trance.
They've played incredibly well this game, haven't they? Both of them.
Wow,
it's actually been a very impressive game from both players. That just
wow. By the way, Ami Gartzi game has suddenly changed a lot.
Rook F8. That's a shame. I just don't understand Rook F8. I mean, what's he trying to achieve? I
think the lack of experience of Supertit and Bodhana often slips him up, because a more experienced player is not going to play Rook F8. A more experienced player in the Bodhana game is not going to play. What was the move? Do you
think they're a bit intimidated? Do you think he's intimidated by Ami, and so
because Ami coaches him?
Yeah, so he's just trying to play it safe and not do anything too aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's maybe not the best move, but also, it's not so obvious how white... I mean, I would try to swap queens here, maybe, just because I think that remove, but that's apparently not a very good decision.
It's a little bit of a negative move because you're not quite sure... I mean, Rook F8, because you're not quite sure what to do, so you're just making any old move.
Is the problem Rook A1 or something like this? No, it's definitely not Rook A1. So let's do the old, what's the best move? Can we think, maybe in the live audience as well, candidate moves, what's the best move for white in this position? Amit's thinking. Can we think of the reason why the computer likes white here? Because I honestly have no clue. Maybe there's an idea of going knight E1 at some point, maybe not now, but knight E1, move the queen, knight F3, but that feels a bit obscure. Maybe there's an idea of going E4 at some point, Nick.
At the moment, you can't really
D5 is a great shout by Don Mason. Wow, that's a top move.
Nice move. And then have you got E4 now?
Now E4 is actually crushing.
No, it's not crushing.
It's the night one.
But how? F5 is it?
It's not quite right. What is the winning move here?
It's actually a little bit tricky. I don't think this is obvious at all. Maybe you move the queen somehow so the bishop's hitting the knight.
Knight F5.
Wow, that's a great
knight F5. Oh my goodness.
Wow, if he finds this, wow, Don Mason in the house. Incredible stuff, Don.
Great calculation by Don Mason.
So basically, that's the line that white needs to find here, which would really
just undermining the knight. B5 and then knight F5.
Well, you think he'll find B5?
Well, after B5, you don't have to take it, do you?
No, but B5 is a real shocker that is going to really intimidate Supertit. If he finds B5, come on, Ami, find B5.
Yeah, B5
come on,
strong move. B5.
You can find 8 B5.
Yeah,
you can
do
it,
Bishop
man.
B8, but I think Rook F8 is also it's a little bit of a negative move. Even
a nothing move. I would go. I was very surprised Supertit didn't play G5 because that's his kind of chess. He likes to attack.
I mean, you would have done. He's got F5, so he's trying to give the same idea. Sort of F5 and B5 combination.
Yeah, and also maybe that was his idea behind King G1, so that Queen H2 at least wouldn't be mate. So then I've got more stuff going on in the centre. F5's not a bad practical shout. I think Supertit's under a lot of pressure here.
Supertit takes. Then he's surely going to play B5. He can't move the knight because he loses H2. So if Supertit takes the pawn, and surely his plan is now B5.
Yeah. This shows how difficult.
And then what's happening now?
But also shows, I would say, Nick, how difficult it is to handle chess at a high level, because in positions, especially in dynamic positions, they can change so quickly. You know, a couple of minutes ago, it looked like Black was completely in control, really putting the pressure on Amit, and all of a sudden Amit's the one who's really throwing the pressure on Supertit, and seems to be doing quite a good job of it. This is great chess by Amit.
Someone just said Michael just made a mistake. Is that Michael Adams?
Wow.
Simon Williams just won as well.
Wow,
Simon
huge
Williams.
win for Simon Williams. He's in contention to win the British.
He's made a mistake.
Wow.
Was he let?
I'm amazed at this.
What was it was this position?
Rook b2, the cold rook b2. But I think even despite his mistake, it still feels a lot better for white, for Black, sorry. I mean, obviously King f3 is fairly obvious, and then you come back and you'll clear pawn up. So the engine hates his move, but I think from a practical perspective, still a very difficult game for
Yeah,
white
it's a
to
hard
hold.
defense, isn't it?
White to hold. But I think he's tired, Michael. He looks tired on the stream. He needs a rest day, but there are no rest days at the British.
I mean, a very
He
long
doesn't.
game,
He
didn't
looks angry there as well. I think he's angry with himself.
He
Like,
probably feels like he should have had a bigger advantage. I mean, he was about +2 or +3,
Yeah,
wasn't he? Now it's only 0.7.
but unfortunately for Bodhana fans, doesn't look like he's going to get a mistake out of Shreyas, who potentially maybe is closing on his first British Championship title if he
Yeah.
can convert this win.
I did think this was a big challenge for Bodhana today, and unfortunately, she just got too low on time, and I think she also played too much for the end game.
I think I said Luke Miche, now I'm starting to become a Shreyas super fan. I'm starting to think maybe this could be Shreyas' year. So I'm jinxing a new person every day, right?
What about Bazakutsa?
Well, no, he's your team. I wouldn't do it to you, Nick, to jinx
I think
him as well.
Shreyas is a good player as well, though.
Shreyas is looking good. He's looked good this tournament.
It was only the game against Andy Ledger where it wasn't that great, but the rest of his games have all been very
But
strong.
Shreyas' rating is a bit of a joke. He should be 2,600, or he will be 2,600
He
very
should be at
soon.
least 25-50, shouldn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he'll be 2,600 very soon. I'm sure. You know, he's just incredibly strong, and potentially, you know, still could be a World Championship candidate in the future. I'm sure he'll be playing in FIDE World Cups in the future. I think maybe even played one last year.
I mean, do you think he should have been picked for the Olympiad team, Shreyas? I mean, that's a hard one on Daniel, because Daniel's obviously deserved a place, but
The
it
problem
was a
with
bit hard to leave Shreyas out.
The problem with the board 5 is you don't get many games. I think that they potentially should play people like Shreyas, whoever they pick, Shreyas, Daniel, in more games, because they only get like 2 or 3 games, right? Because they look at the rating difference. Is it clear to me? It doesn't seem clear to me that Shreyas is much weaker than Luke Shane right now. It
Yeah,
doesn't
that's a
seem
good
clear
point.
that he's
Yeah.
much weaker than Michael Adams right now. Or, you know, Daniel Fernandez, are they much weak? Is Daniel Fernandez much weak? I'm not convinced they are. That maybe they should, what I think in the Olympiad, they should play Daniel in a lot of the games, because he's young, he's got a lot of energy, give him more of a run out, you know?
I mean, I guess if you're building a team for the future, it depends if you're just trying to pick the absolute
Yeah.
best team, or if you want
I
to try and
actually
pick a
think
team
they
that could
maybe
win in,
they-
say, 4 years' time.
I actually think maybe they should have picked both of them. They should have gone with Shreyas, but you do have to look at rating as well. There's a reason why people like Luke Shane are the rating they are. There's a reason why Michael Adams is the rating they are. But I think they could have picked Shreyas and Daniel Fernandez, and hopefully Bodhana will get an England team in the future.
Apparently, yesterday you picked Luke Mache and Bodhana and Mickey to win.
Yeah, I'm covering all bases. You know, it's a little bit like my golf bets. I do about 50 players. No, this is big trouble for Bodhana. He's under big pressure. Could be a great win for Shreyas. I don't think he's going to survive this, but then again, I said that in some of the other games today. So
Maybe look at the Amit one. That was a
huge
critical game.
Huge game. Wow,
This one,
Amit's
and there's still,
looking good.
how many moves have they got left to play? Let's see, they've still got 9 moves left to play. So this one is,
This is very much in the balance,
yeah. So
but looking good for Amit. I think he's got the
there's
initiative
no
now.
Bishop G4 is there because the knight would be hanging.
Yep, this is a tough defense.
Super Tit's getting very low on time.
Yeah, I mean, Amit could be moving in contention to win the British if he wins this game. He's bounced back well after that.
You're picking Amit now.
Well, he's bounced back well after that loss that really would have crushed him, that loss to Bodhana, but he's bounced back really well, and, you know, he's going to be in the mix.
But still a long way to go in this game. I mean, he's got 2 minutes advantage, but it's a very
What's he play? He's put the rook on d8.
so that
a
frees up
good
the
move.
bishop. The
That's a
bishop,
good move.
bishop G4 stressing
Very
now.
good defensive move by Supertit. Great move, actually. I mean, Wow.
Would you play f5 now? What do you think?
You're tempted with rook e1 as well. Maybe rook e1. But is rook e1 a move, or is it just a bad move? It's probably a bad move. No, it's actually not
a
too
good
bad.
move.
You know, I love my rook e1. Rook e1, rook e8. Love to put a rook on an open file. It's just, you know, when you're playing blitz, Nick, you just want to play simple moves, right? You know, I'm not sure about f5 though, because I feel like f5 is opening up that
That's
bishop.
also quite a good move.
It's not a bad move, but I prefer rook e1 because it's just like, you know, you just want to get simple moves out there and put the pressure back on your opponent, bat the ball back to your opponent.
And then after rook e1, bishop g4, you're going to put your queen on e4. Wait,
Probably
maybe.
e4. Well,
That's the only square.
Well,
Isn't it?
no, I could go queen d5. I could sack.
Oh, okay.
It actually would not be so stupid there. You know, we've already seen a queen sacrifice today.
That would be quite a risky decision. Give your queen up.
Yeah, so basically after rook e1, bishop g4, I agree with you. I would probably go queen e4. But
Yeah, queen d5 is a mistake.
Queen e4 is a better move, but you could get that. Maybe I misevaluate queen sacks. I just think, you know,
I don't know
it's all those games where I played against Leela where I was a queen up and lost. And but forget that when it is a queen up. Well, he's gone f5, which is a reasonable shout. And the bishop would probably go back to
He's
f7.
probably just trying to close down some of these bishop g4 ideas.
Bishop f7.
I mean, maybe you could play your rook e1 now, but it is true that you know, you got to find the plan here for white. Haven't you? Got to find the winning plan.
Yeah, you've got pressure, but Supratit seems to be doing a good job of defending. You know, even though he went wrong with his rook f8 move, he's not collapsed. You know, very easy to collapse here, but he's defending very stubbornly, this little kid.
But white's a pawn up though, so you know, black he's played rook e1, which is a good move.
Yeah, I like the idea of going rook e4 and just increasing the pressure.
This is not easy for Supratit to find a good move now.
Yeah, I agree with you. Every move, rook a8 might be possible.
Yeah.
Because rook a8 at least he might go for rook a8 because that's the Supratit type of move.
Rook
Just
a8
activating the rook.
a3.
I think he'll go rook a8. I know Supratit. I can read his mind. Rook a8.
I think rook a8 is a good move.
Rook a8 is the move that he's going to play.
You might play rook e8, but it's not as accurate, is it?
Rook e8, yeah. It's just a bit scary for this position, but you could collapse very quickly because, you know, if you move a knight or whatever, the pawns are going to come through. White potentially has two connected pass pawns in the centre.
I actually feel like, although the evaluation is gone g5, wow.
Yeah, that's a
very ambitious
But when
move.
he should have gone g5 earlier, now he's going g5 now because he wants white to take and then...
He'll take back with the bishop.
Yeah, activate the bishop.
So if Amit doesn't take
I don't think
rook
he will
e4,
take.
I think quite likely he'll play rook e4 here.
Yeah, well, maybe he's already played it, right?
You can play queen h6 or you can block it. Rook e4 is the obvious move.
Yeah.
But they could block with knight f4. He might be concerned about that move.
Okay.
Or just play queen h6. Have a quick look at that line. So rook e4. If black blocks with knight f4, then you have to be careful about bishop d5.
Apparently the only move to be better is knight b4, which looks a bit weird.
So he might be concerned about this line. He might not want to go for this.
Yeah, you're right. This game is very complex now.
He has played rook e4.
So I think Supratit will probably try knight f4, but
He might give it a go.
queen h6 is also not ridiculous.
Knight f4 forces white to find knight b4, which is actually a slightly awkward move, knight
No,
b4.
it was a very tough fight.
Because the knight's, you know, in a quite loose position and doesn't
And
really
you
have
could
any
hit
squares.
it again with bishop d6.
Exactly. So that's actually quite an awkward move.
I think he could find knight b4, but I'm not convinced.
It's not easy. I think knight f4 now, if he plays knight f4,
Wow. We could be looking at
he was reaching for the
Supratit.
knight. He was reaching for it. Is he going to play it? I think he's played it. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
This is anyone's
huge
game
pressure
now.
for
Anyone's
Amit.
game.
Huge pressure.
He might take on f4 just to try and calm things down, but but then you take back with the pawn though, so it's not even that calm. You
Yeah, there's like you say,
there's no
you're looking-
safe move.
especially when you're short of time, you're looking for a safe way to bail out and not lose. But there doesn't seem to be a way to do that here. It's just ridiculously sharp. And that's really Supratit's, forte. He's just a monster tactician.
Yeah, well, you certainly be concerned about bishop d5, wouldn't you? So I guess you're either going to take the knights I mean, I can't see him second
13 seconds now for Amit. Wow, he hasn't found knight
So
before.
he's put the knight,
Incredible.
so pawn takes is really the only move now. Bishop takes would free up the c pawn, so he's got to have to play pawn takes. And then what's Amit going to play now?
Wow, exactly. He has to find rook e7, and he's got about 20 seconds on his clock.
That is not an easy move to
He
find.
has to find rook e7. Will he find rook e7?
If he moves the knight, what with bishop h5?
He might be losing immediately.
He has to. Yeah, rook e7 only
This is a huge moment. Huge moment in this game. Amit's under monster pressure. He's still got 4 moves to find time control. He's looking at his clock. He looks very panicked. If he finds rook e7,
it's still anyone's game.
it's still in the game. But if it doesn't, could be move 36. Yeah, he's got about 4 moves to
Oh,
make.
he's missed it.
Wow. He's now
But
losing.
now bishop d5 is quite an easy move to
Wow,
find.
what a huge turnaround in this game. This is
King finds a bishop d5.
Amit could be terrorized by these two prodigies. Oh dear. Okay.
I think Amit builds them up and Shreyas knocks them down.
Yeah. yeah. This is,
I think bishop d5 is quite findable.
in fact, but there's more than one way to win
play
for
queen
black.
takes
You can even
h2 as
take on
well.
h2. I think he's going to play bishop d5.
Bishop d5 is a logical move, isn't it? Because you just
Super tip.
pinning.
What a talent he is. He's just a little genius. Okay, if Bodhana's Baby Yoda, what is super tip? Maybe another Baby Yoda. Bishop d5 is crushing. But even Queen h2 he's thinking about. I think maybe
He's thinking about all his options.
he
He's
has
Queen
taken
h2, which
h2,
is
yeah, this
actually a very good move as well.
Yeah, this looks over. This looks done.
So Amit presumably will play knight e2. I can't really see what else he's going to play here.
He's getting horrible parents out, Amit, isn't he? He's getting these 2 kids, these 2 super
He's
kids.
kind of losing control against
And
them
they
a bit.
both play great games. But, I mean, to be fair, I don't think this is as good a game as what Badhana played against him. He had great chances. Unlike in that game, you know, he had great chances in this game. If he'd found that move, rook e7, might have gone in a different direction.
Yeah, so knight e2 played. And now presumably bishop d5. You could consider bishop h5 or even rook g8. You have lots of options for black.
Yeah, very nice. And this is super tit. It's very good in these kind of positions. As I've found to my, you know, annoyance, he's just very natural talent. I would say he's on a sort of a level with a
Bishop
Nakamura.
d5, nice move.
He's on a level with a Nakamura or a Magnus Carlsen for the speed of his mind. You know, he just sees ideas very quickly. When you see him play,
So
and he
knight c3,
physically-
good option.
he physically plays the move so fast as well.
Would you take the rook or take the pawn?
Uh,
I mean, Supertit's an unbelievable talent. Supertit and Bodhana. But we've got
the
so many
future
talented
British
players.
chess,
Really
future British
Gordon,
chess.
so many good players, Shreyas. It's going to be impossible to win the British for us guys, isn't it?
yeah, we'll just stay in the commentary room and hope we win the bid every year. Nah. No, I mean, it's nice also to play them as well. You know, it's nice to get the opportunity to play them because, you know, in a few years they'll probably be 2,700 plus.
But in this kind of position, there's so many good options that sometimes it can be tricky because you don't know which one to pick. You could take the rook, you could take the pawn,
Yeah,
even
yeah,
bishop c4
sure,
check's quite
sure.
tempting. So lots of good options.
And he's not got much time himself, Super Tit. So
You're gonna have to make a
maybe
move.
he'll lose on time. Okay, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Wow, he's taken a
he's
move with
taken
4
the
seconds
rook.
left on his clock.
Okay, so then presumably queen takes is most likely to defend the d pawn.
Well, I'd be tempted. I mean, he's obviously a horrible
So
position.
queen takes.
Yeah, now f3 is a great. Do you think Super Tit will find f3, which is a great initiative move, just to open up the bishop?
I'm not sure if on f3, but I think he might play a move like rook g8. Rook g8 looks like quite a logical move, doesn't
rook
it? Just to
g8.
keep the pressure.
I mean, the only thing that's maybe Amit can cling to here is those 2 pawns, and we have seen some big turnarounds already in this round.
Yeah, knight d5 might be coming. Oh, but f3, this guy is unbelievable.
Wow.
I just cannot believe it.
Great
He's so
initiative.
strong. Wow,
It's
he's just
huge.
that's an unbelievable move from Super Tit.
that's a
Incredible
great
move.
But it's a natural attacking move. Let's say for an
That
attacking
is incredible
player.
to play that with seconds on your clock. That's
Yeah.
unbelievable.
And the idea is that basically that bishop, the pawn was useless because all it was doing was blocking that bishop from coming to game. So he's played that move. It just gives up a pawn for nothing, but just to free that bishop, which shows great understanding, if nothing else.
Do you think we might see the 2 best games of the British both against Amit?
I think we're looking at a future British champion in Super Tit, and I think he's going to win it here.
Maybe more than that.
Future world champion.
So you never know.
We could have a Bodhana versus Super
Rook
Tit
takes
world
d4,
championship
very
match
nice
in the
move.
future.
We might do. The level of these guys is incredible. I'm actually just kind of blown away.
Yeah, F3 was great, but I just feel like it comes back to, you know, okay, you're playing a 12-year-old is not a 12-year-old really. The level, he's a top 12-year-old in the world, or one of the top 12-year-olds in the world. I mean, in terms of, he doesn't play like a normal 12-year-old.
I think the thing that Shreyas did really well was he actually had a very boring game against Super Tit and a very aggressive game against Bodhana. And so he kind of got them out of their comfort zone. So that was actually very.
Well, I think Ami was trying to do the same, play old man's chess. But as I said, that line is quite tricky, and I think Super Tit seemed to do a good job with preparation. I don't know if he's often prepared by Tristan Cox, or potentially, like I said, maybe David Howell is helping him. I'm not sure, but he's certainly getting good help for this tournament. This position looks. We just saw Ami on it.
We're at the time control. I mean, now I think we're at the time control.
We just saw Ami on the webcam look really despondent. He looks disgusted, but you know he's been outplayed, quite frankly, and yeah. But he had his chance in this game. I was kind of surprised that he didn't take more advantage when he got that position. You know, like Don Mason, the audience found these moves, and you know he got the initiative. But what was remarkable was how Super Tit didn't care, kept playing good moves. Ami giving him a bit of a look there. He looks very annoyed with himself. Okay, it's black to move. Sorry, it's white to move. The problem is after the time control, you're taught to get up and then take a walk around. But as it's his move, Ami, he can't get up from the board. You're not really supposed to get up from the board when it's your move.
I mean, black's just an exchange up here, and
yeah. He's got that killer look on his face as well, Super Tit. You know, he doesn't smile much, but he looks very determined. Okay, we'll come back to that game. It's looking good for Shreyas. We've said that earlier. By contrast, with two prodigies, Bodhana, unfortunately for her and her legions of fans, looking bad. Shreyas, like you said, Shreyas has, you know, done a good job against Super Tit and Bodhana. I think maybe it comes down to intimidation. I think that he probably gets less intimidated by those players because he's kind of young himself, right?
Yeah, sure. I do think he's a bit unlucky to miss out on the Olympiad. I'm not saying who should have dropped out because Daniel deserved a shot as well. But he's shown with the Wood Green tournament and this tournament that he's a very strong
he'll
player.
be back in the England team soon enough. It's you know, as long as he doesn't post an angry rant on Facebook about how he should have been in the team ahead of Daniel Fernandez, you know, he'll be fine. Luke McShane against Freddie Gordon. This is looking quite drawish. And Yi Chen versus Michael Adams. Wow, it's a big mistake in that game. But really, Michael Adams has kind of messed this up a little bit. And
it's still a tough hold, though, like you say.
Yeah,
it's just going to go for. But he could have another really
good
game.
Exactly, and which is not ideal. He needs a quick win, and he nearly got it after Bishop D4. And the fact that Yi Chen is defending so well, yeah.
Because how many moves was his game yesterday?
Over 100 moves.
Over 100. It might be going over 100 again.
Wow.
You never know. I mean, it's taking ages to win this game.
You could take a timeout. Can you take a buy? You can't really take a buy, can you? It'd be like a 0 point buy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Black did miss an easy win earlier. So essentially, round about here, he could have, for example, gone there. Now, why is that winning easily? It's not so clear. The problem is, I think White is almost in a state of zugzwang. Although there's no great discover check other than taking the pawn, you know, if you play a move like that, you just weaken the pawn. But I think Michael Adams is getting a bit tired, and I think this is a problem.
It's true that when you move the rook, where White can't move, maybe we can just quickly talk through the different options. Let's say Black plays rook b2. Not here. Let's say Black plays rook to b2.
Yeah, after taking.
Yeah, but White can't move the d5 rook easily because of discover check.
Yeah.
So he needs to keep the d5 rook. He can't really move the d1 rook because he's defending the bishop.
Sure.
He can't move the bishop. He can't move the king really anywhere. Well, I mean, you could play king f1, I guess, but then the king's badly placed. So
Okay.
there aren't many good options.
Okay, so that game's still going, and we feel that Bodhana's going to lose. So, given the results, also Seaver won against Andrew Ledger. Well done to him. Peter Roberson. We've got Stephen Gordon. Stephen Roberson won against Rishi, so he's back in the mix.
Yeah, some of these guys are just creeping back in, aren't they?
We've got Stephen Gordon, who is trying to win against Finlay. He's doing a good job. It's his kind of position, actually, quite strategic, and
Yeah, because those queenside pawns are going to cause a
I
problem,
can
aren't
see
they?
him winning that. Simon Williams, by the way, won, so that was a big win. So he's in the mix now. He'll probably get a tough opponent in the next round. Taran's winning against Quijin Han. Richard Pert only drew. Mark Hebden won, so he's kind of back in it.
Well, I think Mark Hebden was on, how many points was he on? He was only on 3, so he's on
Right,
4, so probably
right.
not. I think the 3.5s need to really win to get to 4.5, don't they?
Yeah. So we could have a situation where we're going to have...
Taran's on 4.5 now, is he?
well, we'll look at his game. Taran's
I
going to
think
get...
Taran could be up to 4.5.
We're going to have a look
Simon's
at
up
his
to
game because
4.5.
we haven't
Stephen might get
mentioned.
to 4.5.
Yeah, they're definitely in contention. They're going to be in the
Roberson.
same score as Luke McShane potentially.
A lot of decisive games on 3 now. Peter Roberson, Seaver, Chorpaw. A lot of them are actually going to reach 4.5 points now.
Yeah. So we had this game, and Taran was black. We haven't seen much of Taran in this tournament.
It's funny, this knight c6 move, he always taught that knight c6 is bad in his d4, d5 positions.
Yeah,
And he just played it anyway.
I don't really like what White did, which is to allow black to win the bishop pair so early. It felt slightly wrong, but okay, apparently it was okay. And then after knight e5, queen g5, queen g3, the rook was attacking the pawn, and f6 was a good move. Obviously, this game isn't over; it's still going, but it seems like black has a decisive advantage. So here
It's just going to be a pawn up, isn't he?
he's slowly turning the screw. This is the problem. You don't want isolated pawns in the endgame, Nick, because that's where they become most vulnerable. You really need isolated pawn in the middle game, and this is looking bad for White. He's just lost a pawn, and Taran's a good technical player. I think he's probably gonna win this game. So I think it's difficult. I hate playing against prodigies like Quijin Han and Supratit and Bodhana. I have a terrible record playing against prodigies, but I think some people seem to do better against them, which we've seen in this round, like Shreyas or Taran. Maybe I think like the younger you are, the less intimidated you get, and the older you are, the more intimidated you get. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, probably just don't want to be shown up by an 11-year-old.
Yeah. So okay. So that was okay. So then we got. Let's stick with this other games because they're really critical. What about the Bazakusta game?
It's still a little bit double-edged, isn't it?
Oh, by the way, sorry. Let's just look at some of the other events because we typically look at some of the other events in the tournament. Let's look at the Major Open. We've had a win on board 2 for Lion Lebedev, a win on board 1 for Isaac Lamb. Tom Villiers won on board 3. I think your nephew's playing in this as well.
Yeah, I don't think he was doing that well in this section.
He's not doing that well. And if we look at the seniors 50 plus. So it's a win for Steve Dishman, who's one of the favourites. And we also got Lawrence Webb. Dave Ledger lost, unfortunately, to a friend of ours, Phil Cook. Andrew Burnett lost to Tim Catt, who had a good result there. Then we go to the over 65s. Obviously, Keith Arkle. He won with black against Hasan Erdogan. John Cooper won against Paul Townsend. So that's a big result. So it looks like maybe Keith might play White against John Cooper in the next round. John Cooper being very experienced international player, as well as obviously Keith is as well. So let's look at the main championship. And okay, so we've got this situation in a Harry Grieve game.
I mean, what would you play here then if you were White?
He's got B6, so that's my answer. I would go B6 apparently. Yeah, this game is just like very
These guys,
accurate.
yeah, they're on 99%. Well, are they still on 99%? Can we just check? Let's see. How do you get the accuracy up?
No idea. Let me click on event. No.
No.
I think sometimes it just seems to come up randomly.
They've broken the system. They're too accurate.
Yeah. So, okay, this position, I'm a little bit concerned about black's pawns, but then again, white's pawns are quite close as well. So
if black plays knight e6, attacking the bishop.
Yeah, very logical move. You could play bishop f6, but then I guess I move the rook back, do I? And apparently rook d7,
What if you go c6? Is that a move?
c6. Could I go rook d7 as well? Let's
Sure.
analyse both of those moves, because rook d7 does attack the pawn,
Yeah.
which threatens to get two connectors. But I guess maybe you're going g3 actually. And then, yeah, the problem is this would look good were it not for g2, and then suddenly this pawn's like, there's no easy way to stop it.
Yeah.
So if I go back to this position, you suggested the move.
Maybe c6.
Yeah.
Just going to get
more
on with
active.
it.
So we could get this. I think it could
I was
be.
going to play. I was thinking about b7 actually.
You wanted to go b7. Yeah. Also pretty decent. So now you've got a threat of rook e6 maybe. So I've got to be
that's a
very
big
careful.
threat.
I've got to be very careful. I could play king f5, which isn't ridiculous because it also
Is
hits
it
the
bishop d8?
Oh wow! I've just blundered. Another Gorm blunder. Okay, so now I'm scared. Now I'm worried about this pawn. However, is there maybe there's a sort of rook b8 move, and then I just allow check.
Maybe you could end up playing like rook and bishop against rook though. If you play rook b8, we take the knight. King f5, rook c6. Could end up rook and bishop against rook. That's a little bit unpleasant.
But I'm not so sure you can get that because
Bishop d4.
I'm just wondering if you can. Is an easy way to get that because I feel like with these pawns here, I should probably be able to avoid. Yeah, you're right. I could suffer in
This
that
feels a bit of suffering for black.
But maybe this is a top line because if we go to the game,
I mean, the computer says it's a draw, but it's not an easy draw.
so actually white is pressing a little bit here.
Yeah.
He is pressing a little bit. You're right.
Or knight a6 is the other option.
I would go knight e6, which looks the most logical. So Stockfish is currently pressing against Komodo.
I mean, knight a6. The advantage of knight a6 is the knight controls, the queening squares. And also it's not under pressure from the rook. So I think knight a6.
Maybe you could go to b8.
Yeah, that's probably a much better move, isn't it? Because if they play c6, then you don't really care as much. The knight's controlling b8.
But I think Harry is under a little bit of pressure in this endgame. Like he could blunder. It's not inconceivable. I think white's almost on a free roll. I would say.
But after knight a6, what do you do? What can you play here?
Okay, you just ignored my free roll comments, but yeah,
I wouldn't say it's a complete free roll, but
yeah,
we're not really threatening anything here, are we? Are we threatening? No, nothing really.
no. But I feel like I don't know if you agree. You don't seem to agree with me, but I feel like white is the one who's more likely to win this game if there is a winner. But you felt that from the start, probably anyway.
I thought Bazakutska is probably a better player once you get past the opening phase. But to be fair, Harry has actually played very well in this game. They both played very well.
Yeah. By the way, white could put his pawn on c6 here, so he could go here and then put the pawn there and try to win that. Which I think actually maybe black's slightly done a botched job of this because he could probably have avoided that. Because let's say, for example, you went there, like how on earth would white win this position?
Yeah, and the pawn can't get past the c6 square.
This is what I was saying about Freddie's time management. You could do with slowing down at times because
he's
a little bit superficial at times, I feel like, because c6 and then c7.
Did he just take the pawn on h5 though, did he?
Oh, okay. Right. Well, that makes some sense because you probably feel like even if you had to get out the knight for the pawn, you'd probably hold that, right?
So Luke sacrificed one of his pawns to try and get his pawn to c7, which I think is quite a good practical try because now you have to worry about that pawn.
So let's say we got something like this. Now the computer would say it's equal and it's a draw, but from a human perspective,
it's tricky, isn't it?
You've got practical chances. So let's say you go there with the idea of just taking the pawn. I go here, and then I put the queen here, but then you go, well, yeah, only move territory again. Everything else loses, but that's a fairly obvious move.
Yeah, but now the knight can come in knight e3 and suddenly...
Knight e3, you're suffering a bit here.
There is suffering.
I think he could lose this. So Luke still got chances, incredibly. I really need him to win, because if he wins, he's tied first, right?
And potentially first equal.
Yeah, I mean, okay, draw, you're only half a point behind. It's not tragic. And then you win your last three, and then possibly even win it outright. But the way Shreyas is playing, And
But Mickey still winning, or that's a hard one.
No.
Could be another 100 move game.
Really, I think the fatigue factor is. I mean, I know beating the same drum, but I just feel that for a player of that age,
he's trying for the tactic. Rook takes bishop, isn't he?
Yeah, but
that's the tactic he's going for. I mean, no way Yishen's falling for that.
You really need a rest day, Nick. When you're like mid 50s, 55, 56. 55, I think Mickey is. You need a rest day, really. I mean, it's kind of unfair in chess that there's not more money in chess, so we can't have rest days. We can't seem to have rest days, and a lot of tournaments now 2 games a day. But when you play like 4, he's already played 4 really tough games, right? This is round 5, yeah. And the last game was 100 moves, and now you got another end game. I think like a fresher Mickey would win this easily, but he's making a real mind you. Chen has suddenly made a big mistake, bishop e3. So the last move, it was basically king g4, and he was very active with the king. It's just hard to win.
I think he's just allowed rook b4. That's the problem with bishop e3, because he's lost control of the b4 square.
Yeah, rook b4. Let's hope Mickey finds that, because I think he'll feel sick
after rook f1. Okay, yeah. I know it's not the top move, but does g5 ever come into consideration, or is that a blunder?
Well, the problem is the computer won't like it because it gets rid of a lot. Lee Bullock's just entered the building. It's great. Where's the party?
We wondered why it's going quiet on the chat.
Yeah. Okay, so the problem is you can start taking. And I think hoovering, even if you end up winning a pawn, you're hoovering too much material off the board.
A7's on pre, this is a problem here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is definitely a consideration, isn't it? And what if they take on f4 with the bishop after king g2?
I think you just take, right? Yeah, the problem is
the computer just thinks it's a draw.
Yeah,
he's still 2 pawns down, aren't you?
2 pawns down, but
practically that's not an easy hold, is it?
So I think a draw is possible in that game.
Well, there's still pressure though.
Yeah, he's found this great move, rook b4, and the point is you keep all your pawns. You don't go g5, because your ideal scenario is you say that pawn's weak, and I could end up in my dream scenario where I've still got the pawn on g7, pawn on h6, which can't be attacked by white. This is why this position is torture for white, because of these.
Okay, so I think I understand after rook f1. Okay, you can play a5 here, or you could play. Well, h5 doesn't make that much sense to me.
But maybe h5 wants to go king g6, king f5.
But I like keeping the option of g5 open. That's the only thing.
Okay,
maybe a5.
Yeah, a5 is a good shout, Nick. Any comments in the chat? Is Luke McShane still an amateur player, or is he professional?
I don't think he was ever an amateur player, was he? He's played...
But he was considered to be the strongest amateur player in the world by the chess media.
But I think
if the chess media says it, it must be correct.
But is an amateur not someone who plays for free? I think he's always been paid to play, hasn't he? And he has had a lot of tournament opportunities, so I think it's a bit misleading.
You could say an amateur player is someone who doesn't do chess as a profession. I think that's what they were hinting at.
A lot of people are. I've done jobs outside of chess. No one says I'm an amateur player.
Yeah, we had this debate earlier. I feel like someone like Luke McShane is in the same category as all of us, because he's done a lot of chess in his life. Yeah. So therefore, he's very similar to a lot of chess professionals. And, pretty much, there's a lot of players in this tournament, like, say, Amit was a chess, has got another job, or did have another job. Peter Robeson's got his own company. But he's more or less a chess professional because he plays chess like a lot, and he's done a lot of chess.
I think
Marcus Harvey also
from a young age. Well. So Luke's had a lot of opportunities. I think
you sound a bit embittered here.
Yeah, but I just think it's a bit of an unfair. I think it's a bit unfair to say he's an amateur because he's been a lot of top coaching from a young age. I mean, he's a very talented player. But top coaching from a young age, probably because he was around our age group. He got a lot of the tournament invites, which some of us missed out on. So that's probably why I feel a bit bitter about it. But yeah, obviously he's very.
So you'll be interviewing him when he wins the tournament, right?
I'll leave that to you. He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. But I don't think amateur is like a fair title.
Yeah, I mean, I always think like amateur is somebody who walks in off the street, right? Walks in off the street or plays with their mates down the pub, right? That's an amateur. Like, but it's true that amateur has different definition. Obviously in the Olympics, it was considered everyone was an amateur. But in reality, most people like did that as a job. You know, if you've done chess all your life, then you're not really an amateur. You know, for example, Capablanca, when he was world champion, he had a job in the diplomatic service. But the reality is he probably didn't do much work, right? He was probably just more like an honorary title. He was playing chess all the time, and he often gave the impression that actually he didn't do any work, and he was like a lazy talent, which I'm sure he was to a certain extent. But I bet he did a lot of chess as well, you know. So anyway, I'm babbling a bit, as I often do. That's what we're paid. We're paid to babble for 10 days, or 9 days, or whatever it is. And this is trouble for Ami. He's going to have to channel his chess for tigers with a swindle now, because his position looks very, very bad. But how do you finish off? How do you win the game here if you're super tip? Even though Black's a lot better.
I think super tip's obviously played very well. Maybe we should just have a quick look at the line knight f6, which to me looks a bit ropey, and just see how Black can win against that move.
Maybe that move.
Yeah, it looks.
Oh no, that's a blunder. That's a big
that
blunder.
gives away the whole advantage.
Wonder why? Maybe queen h3. Yeah. So actually here, can you go rook d3 here, Nick? No, that's also a blunder. I seem to be good at blundering.
We're finding lots of ways for Ari to survive.
Yeah, that's what I say. You know, practical game. Okay, it looks winning, but you know, you don't have access to. The engine says it's totally winning. The engine says everything wins, but you don't have access to an engine during the game. You're forced to rely on your own mind. Now, you could simply move the rook. This doesn't seem like the worst move in the world, but apparently it is.
That loses the. We've had 3 attempts so
well,
far.
I've had 3 attempts. Go on, you have a go, Nick.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm looking for some kind of tactical finish.
Oh, hang on a minute. I just realised, isn't there a queen h6 hitting the knight and hitting the
Yeah,
rook?
queen h6, very nice. Yeah, that's the move, isn't it? Yeah.
That's a killer. So he must have seen that. So he can't take on f6, which limits his options, to be honest. You could take on c7, but Black recaptures. You haven't really
Black's
improved
happy
your
with that.
chances.
Yeah, get rid of that dangerous knight.
So you're looking in swindle mode here, but I don't really see.
It's a nice move. I mean, Super Tit has just really shown his strength, hasn't he? In this
Yeah,
game?
it's a very impressive game, and also now he's threatening ideas like Rook. He's just a super talent. Super Tit is a super talent. End of. And you know, Bodhana and Super Tit, if you put a bet on them to win the British over the next 3 or 4 years, you might as well go and collect now.
I mean, which year do you think England might win the Olympiad?
Oh, England might.
Players like Super Tit, Bodhana, the mega talents, Shreyas.
Well, yeah, but it's tough, isn't it? Because also India are very strong, and but we can do better in the Olympiad. But yeah, if you're looking at where we could be more competitive, where they're going to be at their peak, you're looking at maybe 6 years' time, maybe.
Yeah, 6
Where
years'
they're
time
gonna
we could be serious contenders.
Is Rook A1 a move here, Nick? But apparently that's also awful. I mean, again, you know, I'm really tempted to play that move. It's probably a bad move. I could play that.
Yeah, Rook G4 is simple, isn't it? I think, and then you're just crashing through.
But there's knight E3.
Then maybe switch back, Rook F4.
Yeah.
Not the best.
I mean,
or there's Rook G2, so there's Rook G2 after knight E3. Rook G4, knight E3, Rook takes G2, and then Queen H1.
Is there even this now?
I think Rook G4. Rook G4 is the easiest, isn't it?
Ah, yeah, you're
knight
right.
E3, and then Rook takes G2.
Wow, lovely.
Yeah.
Okay, apparently, I think that maybe even the computer thinks, yeah, it is Rook G4. That's actually crushing. So, yeah, very hard to find anything here for Amit. But yeah, I think he'll venture on. Knight E7, bit of a depressing British for Amit, to be honest. He's just getting beaten up by these super kids. He's probably not very happy about that reality. Luke Shane's been given a tough time by Freddie Gordon.
So Super Tit's 13, is he?
12, I think.
12.
He's born 2014.
Okay.
Oh, he will turn 12 this year. I think he's already 12.
And Bodhana's 11, is she?
11, yes. He was born 2015.
Oh my goodness. I mean, they're just so strong, aren't they?
And they're only going to get better. Bazakusta versus Harry Grieve. Yeah, he's actually played
96, which
I think
that's a bit of a weak move, actually. Slightly weak.
Think so.
Okay, I'm calling this for Bazakusta.
Really? Wow.
Wait, Bishop F6? What are you going to play?
Well, I'll go into that line. I'll go into that line.
It's technically a draw, but this looks uncomfortable for Black. Unless you've got something clever here.
Well, I'll go Rook E8. Oh, you mean you think you might blunder here? Or just, you think you might win that Rook and Pawn?
Unless there's some other clever move, you can't play Rook
Rook
F7
and
or
Bishop,
something.
sorry.
Can you play rook f7? Or is that just that looks very risky?
No, I don't think rook f7 is a good move.
No, it just loses. So you have to play rook e8
Yeah, rook e8.
and then c6
Yeah, but then take.
and b7. This isn't very dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to find a slime move. What was the line again? Rook b8. Well, I think he'll find that. I honestly think he'll find that. And I think he'll draw it if it gets down a rook a bit. But I don't even think it'll get down a rook because you've still got the f and g pawn. And you can go g3 at any moment to release that and get down to the rook. But maybe there's a way to make it much a simpler draw. I just think he'll draw this. Harry looks confident.
Maybe rook b8. It's probably the best move, isn't it?
Bazakusta looks nervous.
Where would you put the king now? King.
Harry's still got his cup of coffee that he had about 4 hours ago. He must have got a new one.
King f5 or king f3?
Yeah, I mean, no, that's
loses,
no. I have to go king f5. I mean,
It just loses.
I don't want to.
Then rook e7, yeah.
I don't want to.
So you have to pick king f5 is forced.
Yeah, but this line.
This position could easily come up now.
I think this is a fairly easy draw. Like, to be honest, I think rook and bishop versus rook is actually an easier draw than people make out.
Do you think? I'm not sure.
I think it is. As long as you studied it.
Can you play? Can you go with king d3 just stop that king coming to e4?
Yeah. But then rook check.
Where do you want to check me?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's a good shout.
And then I just block with a bit. I think this could easily end up going out to rook and bishop against rook.
It probably will.
It's quite
So that'll be a fun. So we'll be stuck here till we were supposed to go for a meal later. We're going to be stuck here till 8:30. Never mind.
So Mickey's game and this game could end up going the distance. And unless there's some way for Harry to equalise more simply, I don't know. Maybe there is. Maybe there's something we missed.
Do we have a little break for now? And then, because we're probably going to be here for a while, yeah?
Okay, sure.
So we'll have a little break for 5 or 10 minutes. Is that all right, guys? Okay, so we'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes and carry on with this very fascinating round. Cheers. Welcome back, everybody. So in this round, which is round 5, we've got a situation developing where Bontana seems he's about to lose against Shreyas. Pretty hopeless endgame. So it's black to move. Apparently this is completely winning. So one move, one line which looks winning is rook f2. When you take the pawn, I just push on, and you cannot realistically stop me from queening the pawn. You can play that move, but then king d4, for example. Well, actually, maybe that's not the best way to do it. But in fact, rook f4 followed by rook e4 is one way, maybe. In fact, actually, sorry, I could queen, because after the check, I don't have time to pick up the queen because of the mate. So that's one possible win for black, but it's got a variety of wins. So we think that Shreyas is going to win that game. Bazakusta, by the way, has played this move, b7, was a very tricky move, very trickful player that Nick pointed out. And yeah, so it's a tough hold for white in this situation. Yeah, so we really don't know what's going to happen on the board 1. This could be going a while, and certainly the Luke Shane game is also very much in a balance.
Stop changing.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, keep going. You're
All right, okay. So board 1, really tense situation. See, Bazakusta is really zoned in. He puts incredible psychological pressure on his opponents by his intensity at the board. It seems to be paying off him in this tournament. And his trademark coffee is on the left, which is also adding the pressure. So Harry's really having to think here. We mentioned this line where we could get to rook and bishop versus rook, which is a very famous ending. Now, this is a draw, technically, that after a line like, for example, let's show you that black would go rook b8, give up this knight. Very hard decision to make in a practical game. Now, just to show you how that ending could happen, let's just give up the pawn, and then we reach this position. So this is a technical draw. We could get something like this, but in a practical game, it's very hard to hold, and you don't necessarily get that much extra time, so you could be playing on increment. So what do you think, Nick?
Yeah, I did have rook and bishop against rook once on the defending side against a grandmaster from Ukraine. I think his name was Efemenko, and I managed to hold the draw without actually getting put on the back rank once. So I think you can, if you're careful, hold the draw. Though I do remember that was a tournament in Hastings where I believe there was a 1 minute increment. Right. So the shorter the time, obviously the harder it is to hold. And rook and knight against rook is normally quite easy to hold, but rook and bishop against rook is definitely more challenging. Someone said Keith Arkle's won it a lot of times, rook and bishop against rook.
Yeah, I think he's got something like 28 out of 28. But well, we have had that line. Wow. So we're gonna get this. So we need to see how we know Harry's well prepared in a theoretical sense. How well prepared is he in an endgame? That's the $1 million question.
Well, he still needs to. I mean, White still needs to get to that ending. White still has work to do to get to that ending, so it's not 100% guaranteed.
This is what you need. This is why you need to study these endgames. So we mentioned Keith Arkle, but also has to be said, a lot of it depends on your position you face. You know, if you're playing this endgame and trying to win it in a classical game against Magnus Carlsen, you're probably not going to be very successful. But okay, it's tough to hold psychologically.
I mean, both of them are performing at over 99% accuracy.
Wow,
it's incredible.
It's an incredible game, incredible standard.
I mean, after rook b7, is king d3 a viable move? I'm just trying to stop the black king getting to f3, because I feel if the black king gets into f3, it's a bit harder to force that endgame.
So what White would love is not even to get a rook, and what you're saying, Nick, is basically love to somehow win both pawns and not even allow black to. Now, black. Well, what happens if black goes g3 though? I mean, doesn't that more or less force you to exchange? And you know, if I know how to draw the rook and bishop versus rook, or I don't know how to draw it, because obviously you can still torture me.
Well, you could try f3 to give f3 a go and just see.
Yeah. But then after check,
Block with the bishop.
but now I go g2. But apparently that's the only move. So yeah, it's a difficult defensive task. For example, we could get a variation like this. Now you come across. Now I do have a problem with that pawn now, so I have to go here.
I think this is an easy draw, though, isn't it now? Probably.
Yeah, because here this is going to be a draw.
Yeah. So maybe if g3 just take it. I mean, to be honest, if you're Bazakus in this kind of situation, I would take rook and bishop against rook because I feel there's absolutely no risk of losing.
Yeah.
And you still might win.
Of course, yeah.
So I wouldn't really be trying to avoid it.
It's a risk-free thing, unless you somehow blunder your rook and then you're having to defend bishop against rook, which is also a theoretical draw. But
I think an easier draw probably. Bishop against rook is an easier draw, but
yeah. So this is going to be it. We're gonna stay with this game for a while.
Can we just quickly check the other ones?
Are we switching? Yeah, I think we're going to switch. Let's switch to some of the other games. So Luke McShane game. Well, what I mean is we're going to stay with this game, for quite a while. As long as we're going to stay on the broadcast. As long as that game, the end game is still going, rather than finish early as we normally do. So we can get back to Netflix and watch more Netflix. That's what we love to do. Or what do you normally do watching? Or you don't watch anything at all?
I don't watch that much, to be honest. I thought you would normally watch the golf, don't you?
Nah. Okay, Luke McShane versus Freddie Gordon.
This is also quite an interesting end game. But is it actually the chances for both sides? I would say here. Although I think Luke is playing for the win.
Yeah.
You could see how he might mess it up, though. It's possible to mess this up as white.
Oh, you mean lose this?
Very unlikely, but not completely impossible. We are pawn down.
I'm not really seeing how he makes progress, though, Nick, because, okay, let's say, for example, Black played h5, and then you went check, which is probably a weakening move, so probably not a great move. Actually, maybe after h5, I could try queen g6, right?
Yeah, I think h5 is... just creating another target.
So let's say you just played a weight move like that. Is white going to go queen d8?
I think so. Why not?
But what's the plan to follow up? You're going to try and maneuver the knight around somewhere, but I don't know. Maybe g4 knight f5 could be an option, but it's a bit. The other problem is that black is a little bit passive. But yeah, it feels. I'll be honest. I think this game and that game.
It should be able to hold the draw.
Right?
Should be able to hold the draw.
Okay. Wow. So can we just move on to the Michael Adams game?
Sure.
Because that game is looking completely winning for them. You don't want to get your rook stuck behind. By the way, Botana did lose to Shreyas, so well done to Shreyas. He's now potentially going to be joint leader, depending on the result. If Bazakus game ends a draw, Shreyas Royal is in joint lead with only 3 rounds to go, and he's a young player, will be full of beans. So very much a danger man, maybe potentially the favourite, do you think?
Well, he's certainly a strong contender, isn't he? He's played very well. I mean, apart from maybe the Andy Ledger game, he's played well in pretty much all the games.
Michael Adams could also join the lead. It's going to be huge. Sure. Wow, this is massive.
All the big players are coming.
Big guns are coming into contention at the right moment. It was a great bounce back, Michael Adams, after that. It must have been a shattering loss to. By the way, I was told off on the broadcast. Apparently, it's Bazakusta. I mean, we need a pronunciation lesson on some of these names. I'll just call him Baz, but that's probably be considered quite insulting. So maybe I shouldn't even call him anything. I'll say the guy on board 1, who's currently leading the tournament, is doing well. In case I offend someone about the pronunciation of their name.
I mean, this just looks absolutely horrible. This looks horrible for Yishen. I mean, I can't really see how you can even try and hold this.
I mean, generally, with the king against the rook, with the rook on the a file like that, it's dead lost. The only hope that white might have is to push the f pawn and bring the king in, but I just don't really think that's going to work, Nick.
But if you play f5 now, black can even king double E5, back, and they
come back. Yeah. So I've got to wait for a bit.
You have to wait another move.
But I can't wait with the rook because then the pawn's going to push.
It's very hard to see any realistic attempt.
Try this. But let's say you start
just
with
king c5.
King
Why not?
C5.
I mean, we don't really
now
care.
I push.
King b5.
And now I go here.
a4.
And do I get there in time?
I think your plan is very slow. I don't even know what your plan is.
Well, I want to go here and take the pawn.
And then what?
Not a lot.
Okay, A3. A3.
Yeah.
King B4 maybe.
Yeah, it's true that even when I win this pawn,
Maybe even King B3 but don't even let you sack the rook on that pawn. That might give you a chance to go rook A2, so let's not even give you that chance. Let's go King B3 first.
Yeah, but I thought that might allow a check.
Yeah, but so what?
Okay, but let's say go here. Let's just show what would happen, and this is just over. So I think that's probably will be what's gonna happen.
Because the king and the pawns can't even create a pass pawn.
An amazing win potentially for Michael Adams, closing in on his 10th British title. Mind you, everyone's closing in my book, apart from the people who aren't closing in. But it feels like maybe it's too early for Bodhana, but I think we also need to look at Supertit as well. Is Supertit game still going?
Well, I feel like with Michael Adams winning and Shreyas winning, there's a lot of pressure on Luke McShane to win this game.
Yeah, 100%.
Because you're going to see all of his main rivals are winning.
Yeah. So we're going to stick with that. That's also a massive game. But by the way, I think we need to switch to the Amit game because this is a huge development in the Amit game. Massive plus here for Supertit. He did draw with Amit last year, which at the time was considered a great result. But now maybe he's more ambitious. Maybe he's trying to beat these people, right?
Well, he's played very well this game, hasn't he? He's obviously a mega talent.
I mean, would you... it was interesting actually, he played Faustino Oro because he's often compared to this player from Argentina, Faustino Oro, who's one of the best juniors in the world. And recently, I think, got the GM title. And he lost horribly. By the way, he's just made a big mistake with Queen D6.
I think Faustino Oro is another level compared to Supertit. Faustino Oro is an incredible player. I mean, he can handle the 2700s, can't he? So
yeah,
I don't think Supertit's at that level.
Have you ever played Puzzle Storm or Puzzle Racer on Lee Chess?
Probably a long time ago. Where you just try and solve puzzles and you have the little cars that go across.
Yeah. So you got to solve tactical puzzles as quickly as possible. So I was on one, and I recently, and I got a really good score. And then I looked across, so I got like over 100. I got like 101, which is normally and then I looked across, and I was playing against Faustino Oro, who got about 130.
Okay.
So he often plays on Puzzle Racer just to sharpen up his tactics. But yeah, he's freakishly good. But Queen D6 is a great move.
It was a great move, but it was a mistake.
Sorry, no, so I'm getting tired, yeah. I'm as tired as these players. That was a big mistake. He could have actually gone for Bishop H2, which was a sharp tactic, and the idea is Rook G1, mate. Now, if you move the knight across...
with Bishop G2, you've got Queen C6, that's the idea.
Wow, that would be
that's
a beautiful
nice one.
idea.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That could have been a beautiful win for Supertit. He's gone a bit casual with his slightly poor move, which I called a great move earlier, Queen D6. But still a grim position for Ami, even despite this poor error. Knight G4 though, these kind of positions where you could potentially swindle your opponent because it's not easy to win, not easy to get over the final hurdle.
Yeah, after Knight G4 was getting a little bit double-edged, isn't it? A little bit.
Yeah, there's some weakness on F6. It's not clear whether you want to go B5 here.
You could play Queen F4, but if you play Queen F4, you let...
You're getting this huge counter play with Knight H6. Yeah, you wanted to go Queen F4, yeah?
Yeah, but then that lets the Queen in, so that's not an easy decision to make, is it?
Yeah. So if Ami finds Knight G4, this isn't a done deal. I think he looks a bit despondent. I think he should believe in his chances a bit more because, Knight G4, suddenly you're back in the game, Nick. Or not back in the game, but you've got practical chances.
Yeah, I think so.
Already seen some huge turnarounds today. I mean, we saw huge turnaround in the Marcus Harvey game where it looked like Stanley should have won. We've seen a huge turnaround maybe in the Michael Adams game where Michael Adams blew a big advantage but somehow got over the line. Simon Williams had a lot. Simon's games are very up and down. So Ami's thinking, by the way, he's getting short of time again. So we're getting...
The likes of Simon, did Stephen win as well? Those guys, Simon, Stephen, Taran, they haven't played any of the top players yet, have they?
They're going to be thrown in the mix now.
Yeah, because they've all sort of got there without really meeting any of the big guys, all of them.
Stephen Gordon, I think. Let's have a look at the Stephen Gordon game. He did
He
win.
did win, yes.
Wow.
All of those guys, they're going to start having to face the top players
Incredible
now.
comeback by Stephen Gordon in this tournament. He's like the comeback king. He's the Skirlo champ.
Peter Roberson as well.
Or,
I mean,
yeah, he's the Skirlo champ or the far lap of this tournament.
did Seaver win as well?
Seaver won.
Yeah, so all 5 of them, Chop or maybe 6 players, haven't really played any of the top seeds, and they're all on 4.5.
But given that, isn't it possible they're just going to play around each other because all the top seeds-
Harry, that's probably a good move. Yeah, now he's avoided the rook and bishop. But so I don't understand why. I think Bazakusa misplayed this because I don't understand why he didn't play King D3. If you go back a move, what did he play?
So we had this ending earlier.
He let that black
We
king
talked
into
about
F3.
this ending,
I
and
don't
now
want.
he went rook f6.
No, I didn't want to let the king into F3 in the first place.
Yeah. So it's this moment.
Well, you played bishop D4. Why can't you play King D3 instead?
So we had rook b7. Yeah, he could have tried bishop d4.
King D3. No, bishop D4 was a mistake, I think.
Yeah. I think you're
Why
right.
not King D3 and just don't let the king in?
Yeah, and then you still got some practical chances. I agree with you.
Because by allowing King E4, he's made the defence much
Was he
easier.
concerned about that move, maybe?
But you could always block with the bishop if you want to.
Or even block with a bishop? Yeah,
Or-
I
or
agree
with
with
the
you.
king.
I agree with you.
This is much harder hold for Harry.
Because actually what he's done is we won't get our rook and bishop versus
He's not even
rook.
going to get it, no.
So this is just a
a
dead
dead
draw
draw.
now. So that's great for all the chasers. That's what they wanted.
I think he's denied himself a chance of this rook and bishop endgame.
Yeah, maybe he's just tired because didn't he have a long game against Michael Adams a couple of rounds ago, and he's, okay, it's annoying, but equally maybe Harry could have drawn that and they'd have been sat there for another 2 hours using more energy. So it might actually work out in Bazakusta's favour, the fact that.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, I agree with you. You'd rather play that ending, and you could play it really quickly if you wanted to. And not even, because, like you say, you can never lose. It's the other player who's having to suffer. Yeah, I mean, this is 100% going to be a draw now. Harry will not blow this.
No.
There's 2 moves which draw, and they're both fairly obvious. This game's going to end in a draw. Well played by both players. It's incredible. Probably the most accurate game I've ever seen.
I just think he maybe just missed that one chance to.
Slight practical
Just
try. You got to take that
chances.
chance at this level.
Yeah, and Harry's just going to play King G3 now, isn't he? And then that's it, basically.
Yeah, but also King E1 is also a draw.
Yeah.
He
Which
has
he's gone for King E1.
Yeah,
Okay, so it's all the same,
It
really.
doesn't really matter. I think at some point he's going to eliminate that pawn with rook G6. There's not a lot you can even try here.
No, there's no attempts.
So I think they're going to create a draw very, very soon. But yeah, phenomenal level game. 99.4 versus 99.6. This is the standard you need to do at the British Championship. It's like those snooker finals where they just make 100 breaks every time they tee off. Okay, it looks like, they're looking up. Potentially is it a bit of threefold repetition.
Nigel Short said that he always plays the king against king. I think he tries to.
He tries to play he
always
plays
plays down
two
for
king.
Exactly.
I was going to
normally
say he
disagree at
plays
all.
the king versus king.
I normally agree a draw, but he likes to go king versus king.
Yeah, that's what they've done. So this game is a draw. Well played by both players. They're still in the mix, but they've been caught out by the really dark, dangerous players like Shreyas, like Michael Adams potentially, like Luke McShane maybe still. We need to check on Luke McShane. Wow, this game is a really heavyweight battle as well.
So he has won the H pawn, hasn't he?
He's won the H pawn, but unfortunately for Luke,
Can Black take on C7 or not?
it's actually Black's move. Yeah, I think he can grab.
He could play knight F5 and get the.
Yeah, this is.
But let's have a look at this. A knight F5, King D7. See, if you trade queens, it's just dead draw. There's nothing else Luke can try here, is there?
But you can go there. Maybe you can't avoid the queen exchange. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't see how you avoid it. I mean, if you just do this,
It's just a dead draw,
I
isn't
think
it?
this game's. But it's not because Bazakusta has slowed down. It's not so tragic for Luke. If Bazakusta had won the last 2 games, then he might suddenly have been a point and a half behind. As it is, he's only going to be half a point behind.
Did Mickey win, or was Mickey winning?
It looks like Mickey's going to win. Yeah, he's totally winning now.
So we'd have 4 players. We'd have Harry, Grieve, Bazo, Bazakusa, Shreyas and Mickey.
And Shreyas played Harry. I don't think he has, right? But
No,
Michael
but
Adams can't play Bazakusta.
exactly.
So Michael Adams...
So Bazakusta has to play. Has he played all of them?
Oh, he's played all of them. So he's going to have to downfloat.
So he might downfloat to someone.
So there's going to be 2 downfloats.
There'll be 2 downfloats.
That's crazy
So
already. It's already in the tournament.
and the other 3 are all due white, aren't they? So Michael Adams will presumably take his whites. Would he play Harry Grieve or Shreyas?
Probably
Probably play Shreyas, would he?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So it might be Michael Adams against Shreyas.
Right.
No, sorry. Yeah, Michael Adams white against Shreyas.
Wow.
I think.
Wow.
I might be wrong. Maybe
Huge
someone knows
pairing.
better than me. Harry Grieve would downfloat to Luke McShane. He hasn't played Luke yet, has
Okay. Assuming Luke draws.
he? Assuming Luke
And
draws.
who would Baz down?
Who's
Maybe.
the
No,
next
hang on.
one?
Are we forgetting about... Oh, no, Super Tit's got less points.
Yeah, Harry Grieve would
Assuming Super Team
downfloat to
wins.
Luke. And then who's the next seed after Luke? Let me just see. One of these guys on 4.5 that might have won.
So I think you're right about being Bazakusta in a good position because he's already in a situation where he can't even play the people on his school group because he's played them all, which is crazy.
I mean, he's still got Luke McShane, hasn't he?
He's played an incredibly strong field. He must be on for a GM norm. Well, more than a GM norm, almost like a super GM norm. So that game looks done. By the way, yeah, Super Tit is still on course for winning. Wow, no, hang on a minute. Wow, this could be the save of the century by Ami. It's not looking so clear now. That pawn on C6 is a monster. This is almost like from the Simon Webb manual of holding lost positions. Hang on, I better turn my phone off because I'm getting...
I'm not sure who Bazakutsa will actually float down to because even the next guys like Chorpor is a one colour for him. Unless someone takes a double colour.
So say that again. Sorry, I missed that.
I think the next highest rated was Chorpor, I think, but he is a one colour as well.
Right.
So
Is Marcus maybe potentially an upfloat?
oh yeah, Marcus. Yeah, Marcus
You've
Harvey.
got quite a high rating, right?
Oh yeah, maybe Marcus Harvey.
Well, what about Ami? Could Ami even win this game?
Ami would have to win, wouldn't he?
By the way, Super Tit has really blown this game.
Yeah, probably. But even Marcus Harvey's the wrong colour. So he's actually the right colour.
Wow, this could be a remarkable turnaround. Super Tit has really blown this game. This is a huge... Do you think kids like Super Tit and Bodhana get tired as well? Because I know...
I'm sure they do, yeah.
Yeah, I think they get tired because this is a tired last few moves. Like, from a completely winning position where it was like +3, suddenly... No, but Ami's
he's
blowing
back.
it. Why wouldn't you at least calculate it? Well, you didn't have much time.
It's another time scramble, isn't it?
Yeah.
They've already had one time scramble. This is their second time scramble.
I mean, the tactical point, I mean, it's easy when you're sitting there with an engine, but the tactical point of this, which I think is quite simple for a player like Ami to find, is that this is now a draw. Because you can win a pawn here as black, but it's not going to be winning. Because
No, it should be an easy draw, shouldn't it? Because even Rook FNH, actually when I played Super Tit, he drew with me. I had Rook FNH
Oh, yeah, I remember,
and he had
yeah.
Rook and he drew.
Yeah.
So if you have an extra pawn, it would be easy.
which is actually a really tricky ending to hold.
Yeah, very tricky.
So he did well to hold that one. I actually played about 30 training games in that ending against the engine recently. I probably lost about 30-0. Or maybe I held one of them. You can work out how to hold it, but
Yeah, it's quite difficult, isn't
it's
it?
very difficult. But in this, so the idea behind knight d5 is, so you only try after knight d5 is maybe bishop e5, but then you take the pawn on b6. So that was kind of a blunder by Super Tit, but wasn't exploited. Why went rook a1? And the current position we've got on the board, have we had any more moves?
But I think it's also to do with time, isn't it? I mean, he's trying to put
Yeah.
some time pressure on Super Tit now.
But Amit's
Super's down
normally
to 1
a
minute.
very resourceful player.
He's got Super Tit down to 1
He's
minute.
played
though.
the best move, like bishop f4. You can't, when you've got a chance against Super Tit, you have to take it, and he hasn't really taken it with this quite poor move, really, where knight d5 was really an Ami move. So I'm kind of shocked that Ami didn't find knight d5 because that's the sort of move that he generally finds. Maybe he's just not in top form right now. Or he's a bit rusty. He doesn't play that much chess recently. I don't think he played a tournament before the British, but I could be wrong. This is looking still very suspicious.
Well, I think it's just to do with time. He's just trying to play fast, isn't he, and put Super under time pressure.
What move has he played? Looks like he's played a move. Not clear to me what he's played.
Did he play a move, did he?
Well, his rook was already on a1, so... Oh, he's played bishop f3. But now you can simply...
Well, that's...
trade the
Yeah,
knight.
I would take that knight in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Because that knight's the tricky piece, isn't it?
Yeah, and then it makes it much easier to calculate. I think that's what Supertit's played, right? Is he? No, he's still thinking.
If you take him rook c4, then at least you're safe. You don't have to worry about tactics. And then you can just try and... Because then you can always sack on
He
the...
has taken.
You can always sacrifice on the c pawn at that point if you need to.
But rook c4 is more or less the only move, which I think he'll find. Wow, he's looking really shocked here at Supertit. Really not unsure what he has taken.
Yeah, he played rook c4, yeah.
Wow, what a move by Supertit. Incredible move, rook c4.
But I think, like you say, it's the logical move because that way you're pretty safe. You can always sack on that c pawn if you need to. And
yeah, I mean, Black's really not got many chances here, I would say. I mean, White's, I should say, you could put a rook on a7, but then you got to worry about back rank because rook d2 might be coming in. Yeah, there's more than one problem that Ami has to worry about now. I would try to bring the king up, but apparently that's not really helping much. Yeah, I think he's going down, Ami.
you have to attack the b pawn, otherwise Black can just start pushing the b pawn.
But the thing is, he's had his chances in this game because he had his chance earlier. Suddenly Supertit messed up, and then Ami was doing well, and then Supertit outplayed him. But then later on, like he was fighting back in the way that Ami does, but unfortunately he's messed up completely again.
Apparently Luke's got chances now.
Okay, we're gonna have to switch to that game. That's huge.
Because it felt like that was
wow, this
okay.
is massive.
Can we just see what happened there? I mean, this has been a disaster for Freddie Gordon. Yeah?
Totally. So in this position,
We were wondering whether you could take the pawn. Was it? Here after Queen c4. This was all fine. Can you take the pawn or not there?
shocking that he wouldn't take that pawn. I mean, he must have miscalculated. Yeah.
That's just crazy. I mean, why do you take it?
I think sometimes he plays too much on his opponent's clock, Freddie, because we saw that earlier in the game where he basically... This is where people like Luke, he kind of... I've had this experience against Luke where you get short of time, you think he's weak. And David Howard put in that category as well. You know, David's somebody who gets short of time. You think he's weak, but he's not. You know, and he lures you into that false sense of security and you end up playing superficially and you end up getting in trouble. And this is what's happening in this game because he's basically, as you said, he had that chance to... He decided, I think he's playing for a win because I think he thinks...
Do you think? I'm not sure he's playing for the win. But
no, I think he is. I think he was playing for a win.
I'm just shocked he didn't give it the c7 pawn. I mean...
Yeah, but he's playing on his opponent's time. He's thinking, well, I'm a pawn up and my
but he just lost the pawn. He lost the h pawn.
Oh, yeah, but I think he's still playing for a win.
But I thought the whole point of losing the h pawn was to... the whole point of losing the h pawn was to eliminate that c7 pawn.
So the main tactical point is this. So you have to take the pawn. And then queen f6. And now this is real problems for Black.
Yeah, it's just very uncomfortable now.
I think he's going to win. This is huge for Luke. Luke coming through, my big tip.
All the big players winning this round, aren't they?
My big tip.
Luke, Shreyas, Mickey all winning.
Not necessarily though, Luke. He has to find knight f4. Well, knight g5 is also very promising. There's at least a couple of moves. Knight f4 is very nice for White. Will he find it? I still don't think this is a done deal because you've only got 2 pawns left.
It's not a done deal, but he's going to put pressure on now.
He's going to put pressure on. He's a very good technical player. And the thing, he's found knight of... Wow.
You don't want this position against Luke Mache, let's be honest.
No. He's a great technical player. And the thing is, there's not much material left. But Black's pawn on e4 is really a weakness. So it's not just the fact you're pawn down, it's the fact that your pawn on e4 is a horrible pawn. It's really very vulnerable to capture by White. And... yeah,
I think Luke will keep the queens on, don't you? He won't want to trade queens. So if you play queen d1 and queen d6, that's the best try. And then there's no way for him to... I'm trying to think if there was any kind of clever move like knight g6 or something, but I don't really trust it.
Yeah, I mean...
It just doesn't work, does it?
It looks very unpleasant for that. Yeah, I think he'll win now. Because also he's very good in time trouble. I think he's luring.
This is really hard position for Freddie Gordon now. He's in a lot of trouble because he has to find a lot of good moves as well.
I think he's lured Freddie into this superficial, you know. So Luke's sort of depth of thinking. There was a funny, I remember a funny interview he had one time there at a press conference, and it was like Luke Shane versus Magnus Carlsen, and they had like a press conference afterwards, and at some point like Luke quotes like a really long variation. And then they asked Magnus about it. He said, you know, and he just looked at the first candidate move and everyone laughed, right? So basically, he's just like, you know, he's a very deep thinker, Luke. You know, he's got a very high IQ for a chess player. He's got a very, you know, like high chess IQ as well. So probably the highest chess IQ in the tournament, I would say. But
higher than Mickey.
Quite possibly, yeah. There's not much in it.
Yeah, this is a real blow for Freddie. Then I think it's getting harder for him now as well.
King c7, knight e2, and the point is knight g.
Yeah,
if you get that in, it's over. If you get that in, it's over.
It's quite hard to stop it, to be honest.
Yeah, you can't really stop it. I mean, basically, the game is looking very grim for black because after this, very simple plan: just play knight g3 or knight c3 and win the pawn. And you probably go knight g3 because that attacks the queen as well. So, like queen d5, I mean, it's possible that ending is even winning now, but you don't really want to go into that.
I just can't see Luke swapping queens off.
Don't go into that unless you absolutely have to. Oh, hang on a minute. One of the variations...
We're not queen a4 instead. Queen a4 looks more the kind of move Luke would play here.
Yeah.
You're just threatening knight g3.
It stops queen d1.
Yeah.
But can you go there? Oh, but then I check and then take the pawn. Yeah, very important. Just interesting variation. If you go here, why is this not a draw for black? Like, why is this no good? Because after check, and then you move the king, apparently this is winning. But you wouldn't really want to go into this.
I can't see Luke risking this.
No, you wouldn't want to go into this.
I think queen a4 looks...
yeah, and he's found knight e2.
So the black king's actually on c6.
I think this is almost a done deal now.
Yeah, so if queen d5, then queen a4, followed by knight c3 or knight g3, looks like it wins the pawn.
But you can go queen e6 there, Nick, because queen e6, the idea of e3, which is kind of annoying for white.
Well, so you want the ending 2 pawns down, do you? After that,
yeah,
so
but at least then I split your pawns, right?
Knight e3, would you take with the queen?
Oh, but maybe you can take with the queen. So that's very important variation, because if I take with the queen, yeah, that should be I think if I take with a pawn, you might have a few practical chances, would you say? I mean, probably
it's
not.
Still hard though, isn't it?
Very hard, yeah. But I would take with the queen, and that seems like a fairly easy win. Yeah. So we're expecting Luke Shane to win that huge win, and that gets him in the joint lead.
I just think the key moment was when he didn't capture that pawn on c7.
Yeah.
That was really...
But also earlier, you know, when Freddie bluffed with that king f8 move, or he felt he bluffed.
Yeah, that was a good bluff, though.
But also, as it turns out, Luke, by declining that, has actually worked out in his favour, because now he's got an end game which is really easy to win, whereas maybe that other ending wasn't so simple. You know, but okay, we're going back in time now.
I mean, he played it risk-free. I can understand why he didn't go for that, because if he miscalculates, he just could lose.
Very good practical chess by Luke Shane. And his time management is actually good in a way. Even though he gets very short on time, it's also good because he's avoiding... This is... because he's avoiding superficiality. This is like maybe a more superficial approach, more practical approach by Freddie, which is getting beaten by this deep, kind of thoughtful approach by Luke.
He played queen c3, which I was slightly surprised about. I think queen a4 was just winning the pawn, wasn't it?
Oh, sorry, going back to this.
Why not just queen a4?
Yeah.
Feels stronger than you're just keeping the pressure on the pawn.
He's getting nervous when he's short of time. He's not going to get any more time for time control. But still very grim and very difficult defence for Freddie. Doesn't feel like he'll defend us.
Should we have a quick look at the other games?
Anything changing super tip.
Hmm?
Not turn on super tip, then.
Wow.
Super tip blowing the advantage.
Not really, but no, he's
B4.
made a big mistake. He's technically not great game by Super Tip. Maybe he needs to work a bit more on his endgame technique, because given how winning he was for quite a long period of time, he's looked a bit shaky. Like B4, apparently, yeah, you're right. David Lightfoot is apparently now Rook D7 is actually okay. Maybe White could even win the game.
Well, I mean, Black still has the option to bail out, doesn't he? And sacrifices Rook on C6, Rook C8 and Rook C6.
Yeah, well, I don't think Super Tip's in bail out. He's not
He's
really
all
going to. Yeah, well, so why is that such a strong move? Well, one thing you just threatening. Yeah, I mean,
You're also threatening just C7 and Rook D8,
yeah.
which is quite straightforward and
Yeah.
quite strong.
So this is a move that Amit will definitely find. Rook D7. I mean, I'd be very surprised with it. He's starting to look a bit more confident. You see by his body language, he's starting
Yeah.
to feel the vibe.
I
And
think,
Rook D7 is coming good.
yeah, I think he's going to find Rook D7.
Wow, this could be an amazing turnaround in the Amit game. Could he even win? I mean, is that ridiculous if Super Tip maybe overstretches?
I mean, they're both under a minute now. So Rook D4
What?
he's missed it. He's missed it. Ooh.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that's
But still,
terrible.
okay, so Super plays B3. Yeah, but now Super can play B3 followed by Rook C3
Yeah.
and just keep that pressure on.
I think Amit's out of form because, you know, there's a couple of moments here where he would find those moves.
I think Rook D7 is a very logical move because not only are you threatening C7, but you also have the option of Rook B7 if you need to as well.
Yeah, it's strange to play Rook.
Maybe he was afraid of Rook E5, was he? After Rook D7.
Possibly, yeah. But then C7 anyway?
And then just
Wow.
take the bishop.
The nerves in this game.
I don't know, Rook D8. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a draw, isn't it? I don't know. Rook B8.
He's played
Oh my
Rook
goodness,
B8,
as well.
blundered. Wow.
It's giving him a second chance to play Rook D7.
Will he find it? Well,
And this time it's even stronger. This time it's even stronger.
You have to do it. Because he's
this time
found
he's
it.
found it,
Wow,
okay.
huge. Terrible mistake by Super
I mean,
Tip.
you have to be very careful now because C7 Rook D8 is threatened and then
Yeah.
you lose.
Yeah, I agree. I think he could lose this.
Well, you can still play Rook C8 now, which would be a draw. But if he doesn't play it, then he's in dangerous territory.
Huge.
You can
but-
also play B3 and after C7 play Rook F8.
Yeah, but that
So you can
was
be Rook D8
scary.
with King G7.
Yeah, that was scary. He might try that.
So
though. He might try that.
this might be his try. Then Rook F8, so that if Rook D8,
Yeah, I think he might try that.
this feels like the best
but you
try.
don't go Rook D8.
You don't go Rook D8, but the game goes on.
But you have to find an only move in King G4, which
Yeah,
is
well,
almost impossible to find. There's no way he's going to find King
This
G4.
is Super's best chance, isn't it?
What has he done? What has he played?
If he can find just B3 and then
No, he hasn't.
Oh no, he's bailing out. Super Tit's on the bailout.
Bad out. Bad out.
Yeah.
Bad out for Super Tip. But that would have been an amazing variation with King G4.
Yeah,
Almost impossible to find, yeah? He looks despondent now.
I think it's
Absolutely
very
distraught.
likely. But would Amit just play on if you take on C6? Azami, I might play on.
I think so. Given the mistake and given they're both short of time, of course you play it. Wow.
probably just play on.
Wow, now he's actually got a better position. Bishop D5. Incredible turnaround in this game.
You kind of have to sack the rook on C6 now.
I think he's pushed the boat out a bit too much here, Super Tit. I think
I
he's
think with rook C6 though,
giving him a little look, but that's possibly a sign that he's not that confident because he didn't really look at him earlier when he was winning.
are they repeating though? Are they repeating moves?
Oh, maybe gave him a look to basically say,
Let's call it a draw.
yeah, but you can go E4. Is this...
I guess you just take on C6 anyway, and it's going to bail out, isn't it?
Yeah,
It
sure.
looks like a draw now.
Yeah.
Big screen's live.
I think they're just repeating, aren't they? I think they're repeating for the draw now.
Not necessarily. But you think he's gone Bishop E4? But he's
Did
thinking about
did
E4.
he play Bishop E4?
No, he hasn't played. I think he'll play E4.
Yeah, he
I
might
think he'll
do.
give it... If you want to win the British, you've got to give it a go, right? Well, yeah, I'd probably go Bishop E4. But E4
But E4 is
feels
quite
more
logical.
natural.
Yeah.
Like Bishop E4 is an ugly square, right? E4...
Because you can try and win that ending, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's obviously
So
should be a draw.
why can't you go... Is the only thing you might be concerned about is after E4, Rook C3, King up, then B3? Is that something you might be concerned about? I mean, I'm just thinking about this variation here. Check.
Yeah.
King here and then B3.
That's probably the line he's looking
But
at.
then e5, and then white's active enough. Because the problem is if you take with a bishop, then I don't have to give out the exchange. So that's something you definitely have to consider. You know you've got a draw, which is a miracle saved from such a terrible position earlier with bishop e4. You sense that he's going to... No, wow, he's gone king e4, which actually is probably still...
King e4, yeah?
Wow, it's kind of a strain. But now h5, and the game continues. Oh, this game is really dramatic.
I mean, it's still most likely going to be a bailout, isn't it?
But I think that shows me that he is trying to win, because he's trying to hope that he takes on c6. Then he goes king d5. His king's dominating. You know, but you can still draw with rook a6, but it feels scary for black, which, you know...
Because h5 feels like, you know, it's not that much to do with the action.
Yeah.
It's not an easy move to
I don't
find.
think he'd find h5. I wouldn't play h5. I mean, I'd be very surprised if he found h5. He's gone rook d8.
Okay, nice move.
But now rook d7.
We have to find rook d7, so...
We could get repetition. Rook d7, rook c8. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, he's sort of nodding. I think he's
looking
seen
at
he's found it. Yeah, has to find. Yeah, so rook c8, and then...
It's forced.
But hang on, after rook c8, you don't have to go...
But otherwise, they're just taking on c6 anyway, aren't they?
Yeah, but I could go king d4.
We'll just
now
take on
king
c6.
d4.
We'll just
Now,
take
king d... Now he'll play king d4. He'll try king d4.
Yeah, but why is that winning attempt? You're just going to be a pawn down, aren't you?
No, but I can go rook b7 at the end and then take the pawn that way.
Okay, but it's still not really a great winning attempt.
No, I think, have they halved out? Or...
You might just half out now.
It would be a sensible decision.
Yeah, let's go for
I
it.
think it would be sensible. And I think Supratit is looking very despondent, because he must have known he was all over earlier. Quite surprising, really, turnaround, I would say.
Good defence in the end by Amit, though.
Huge defence. As I said before, I was disappointed in Amit didn't find those moves earlier, because I know what a great defender he is. But now, finally, when the game reached its climax, he did start to become the old Amit and is playing these great defensive moves.
Repeating now, aren't they?
Supratit looks disgusted with himself. Understandable. Really a chance, yeah. Little smile there by Supratit. Yeah.
It was still like black against Amit. A draw is not a bad result, is it? Obviously, he's an ambitious player, wanted to win.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, a draw, but he hasn't managed to match Bodhana's result. And so he scored half out of 2 against Shreyas and Amit, whereas Bodhana scored 1 out of 2. So it's like, because we're always comparing Supratit versus Bodhana, probably will do for the rest of their careers. But yeah, so what would they be? They'll be on 4, right? 4 out of 6. So +2 if they draw. Michael Adams has won. Huge win for Michael Adams. And Luke McShane seems to be closing in, although he's making a bit of a meal out of it. Wow, what on earth has happened here? He's allowed his... No, this is poor technique by White. And again, it might come down to time management issue. He had it like almost a forced win earlier.
Yeah, Michael Adams gets the win. I mean, that's a great result. I mean, 71 moves, 100 and something moves yesterday.
Yeah.
Winning out these players.
What a class act Michael Adams is. He's chatting there with his opponent. Always very friendly after the game.
Especially if he wins.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, exactly. That's the acid test, isn't it? Wow, Luke McShane, really tense situation here against Freddie Gordon.
Super Chat has drawn.
Supratit is drawn, right? So thanks for that information. Yeah. Supratit looks despondent, looks disgusted with himself, but still doing well in the tournament on 4 out of 6. Is he ahead of Bodhana now, or are they joint scores?
Probably joint. What was Bodhana? She was on 4.
Yeah. So they could
both on
play
4.
next round, maybe, because
Their
Bodhana
ratings are too similar, aren't they?
too similar, probably, but they're
probably
due the
play
same
high
colour,
players,
so we could see that clash later in the tournament. By the way, we had, G3, great improving move there by Luke McShane, but he's kind of blown his advantage a little bit, but still, he could have hoovered that E-pawn up earlier. But I think technically he's got like a massive advantage here.
He still needs to, I mean, because everything's defended now. So he needs to get another piece into the action somehow.
I'd be tempted with Queen F4, Nick, because then I can put the king on G2, so I can move the knight. If I go Queen F4, because I'm not worried about you moving the knight, because the e-pawn's going to drop. And then if you move the king, then I go King G2, and then I'm threatening Knight E3. So I would probably just go Queen F4, a little creeping move that Boris Spassky used to call them creeping moves when you move your Queen 1 square. Queen E6 is another option. Queen E6, I think he's going to play a queen move, but
It's true that he needs to unpin the knight, doesn't he, in order to bring the knight into the game. He can't.
I think if he brings the knight in the game,
Queen F6 was it? Queen F6 or Queen F? What did he play?
Let's have a little look.
Yeah, it's the same idea. Same idea of controlling this
It's all the
F3
same,
square,
Pinning the knight.
so that he can play King G2, King G2, and then Knight E3, and slowly bring his pieces in.
He's going to win.
It's still very uncomfortable actually, because you can't really stop King G2, Knight E3,
Now I'm going King G2.
and then maybe the G pawn's
Once I
going.
get Knight E3, then I can just push the G pawn. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he should be winning, even though he hasn't played it the most cleanest way. Then again, it might come down to the clock, is why his technique's been a bit shaky. He's still looking good. So Luke Michane closing in on his first British Championship title.
So we're supposed to say it's super tit rather than super.
Superatit.
He's super.
Oh, who is that coming by? Probably by his dad. No, it's Angus French. It's supra. Yeah, I'm just not going to call it. I've been told off so often today for wrong pronunciation. Frederick Gordon is looking a bit despondent. Freddie Gordon, as he's commonly known. He's also the grandson of a famous German mathematician. So I find that mathematics and chess are quite similar. A lot of people who are good at maths also good at chess.
That's true.
I think you studied maths.
Judith Polgar's dad, wasn't he? Was he a mathematician?
Yeah,
Feeling he might have been a mathematician.
quite possibly, yeah.
But yeah, I think they're similar skills, aren't there? Maths and chess.
Very much so. So does he want to move the G pawn? I think at some point he should move the G pawn. I mean, this game could end very quickly if you just start romping with a G pawn. But
I think Luke will keep the queens on. He won't accept a queen trade, will he? Unless he's winning the pawn.
But I'm impressed by Luke's technical skills. I mean, what would you say about his technical skills? I mean, he's quite impressive. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's going to avoid the queen trade here.
Yeah, you don't really want to, because there's so little material left. There's very much a danger to be a draw. So Queen E5 is a great move, but it does allow a check. It's a great defense.
He might end up playing Queen G4.
Queen G4's also, but Queen G4's a bit.
It's not as good as Queen E5.
I don't like that move.
It's still not too bad.
Still reasonable.
But I think
Wow, that's a
Queen
big
D4,
mistake. Big mistake.
I think he made the mistake at the beginning. Well, they both had some big mistakes, but Luke did have that chance to play Queen A4. Do you remember when he dropped his queen with C3?
Yeah.
And he looked like he was winning the E-pawn almost by
Yeah,
force
yeah.
there.
He once he won the E-pawn, the game was over. But this game is still a battle
he allowed
when it
Freddie
probably
to-
shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
I get a lot of criticism for my pronunciations. Maybe start Danny with a pronunciation of pronunciation.
So apparently Judith Polgar's father was an educational psychologist.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Okay, I just made that up then.
Yeah. I think you're thinking of... Are you thinking of Elo Arpad, the guy who invented the Elo? Because he was Hungarian, I think.
I can't remember.
Maybe you're getting mixed up with him, because Elo Arpad was a mathematician as well as being like, he created the Elo rating system. We've always said that maybe we started to say now that Elo FIDE rating system is a bit messed up. Yeah, this is, I mean, he's really making a meal out of this, Luke, I would say. It's not great technique. Might be a little bit rusty.
You just said a minute ago Luke's got incredible technique.
Yeah, but you got to keep the viewers on their toes, you know.
He plays one bad move and suddenly his technique's terrible.
Yeah, but I think it has been a bit shaky, I'll be honest. Like, considering, but again, it comes down to time issue. You know, if you got more time, you probably win this game easily.
He looks quite nervous. Is he shaking his leg? Do you shake your leg when you're...
Not
No
that
time.
often, but I do. You know, maybe they should do like tennis players. Every time they play a move, they start screaming. You know,
Oh yeah.
can you imagine that happening in chess? Like every time you make a move, you scream out. You know, like they do in tennis when they hit a shot and they start screaming, right?
Freddie almost looks like a little bit disinterested in the game, doesn't he? He's not locked in like Bazakas or Harry Grieve or someone.
And the accuracy level is nowhere near as high. So maybe is it possible these guys just aren't as good? What do you think? Maybe
still
Bazakus and
very good
Harry are the
players.
guys to beat. Queen C5.
Yeah, but it's still hard to rule out players like Luke and Mickey, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Luke is. I've always said I think Luke's going to win this tournament this year. So, you know, if he does win, you know, I will be reminding everyone. But obviously, Mickey now is also tied for lead, and we know he can get over the win line. The British. It's amazing that even the tournament where he loses, he's still looking like the favourite. And Shreyas is looking really good. I mean,
Yeah, Shreyas has been strong, hasn't he?
I would say Bazakusta, Shreyas, Luke, Mickey, Harry Grieve
The top 5 seeds,
are looking
basically.
strong. And then we go down to Marcus Harvey and Freddie Gordon. So Simon's in the mix as well. Who could Simon potentially play, do you think?
A
If you're looking at
lot of these guys who are going to be on 4.5 haven't really played anyone, and then they might play each other.
Right.
So potentially one or two of them could get through to 5.5 without meeting Luke, without meeting Mickey, without meeting Bazakutsa or Shreyas,
Right.
without playing any of the top seeds, or Harry.
Yeah. But at some point they have to fight. If they want to win,
Yeah, but I mean, you can sneak through to 5.5 out of 7 without playing any of the top seeds.
Yeah.
And then you've only got 1 or 2 games left to play.
yeah, but
You've got a chance, you know?
yeah, but you still have to do well in those 2 games, right?
Yeah, you're going to have to play them at some point, but at least there's only 1 or 2 rather than having to play.
They might blunder against you, right?
Exactly.
They might blunder. you
Yeah.
know, maybe then
And you're coming with the momentum. You're coming with the momentum.
Yeah.
You know, like Stephen Gordon, for example.
Yeah.
He could be coming into a match off the back of 5
But I
wins.
called it early that I
You
wouldn't
know.
write him off because even though he started really badly, you know, he's going to play like quite easy pairings comparatively. Luke's really making a meal out of this. This game could go on for quite some time. We're already at move 84. Both players are starting to get shorter time. There's no extra time after this, by the way. Could this potentially be another threefold repetition game?
Got sound on if there's any. You know.
No. Oh, the sound. Have we got sound? What,
Yeah,
you mean
yeah.
sound from the board?
Yeah, if you have a chat after all the arbiter comes,
Right.
we'll hear it. It's very exciting. You just hear them hitting the clock. Going.
Have we got any more comments in the chat? I played Bandry at the London Super Rapid Play and he beat me. And then I was playing next to Bod Hanna and I was just looking at games whilst he beat a Polish FIDE master. Yeah, they seem to be quite good at beating people at chess, weirdly. But really Shreyas seems to sort them out quite comfortably.
I think he was quite smart in his approach, wasn't he?
Yeah, he showed a lot of intelligence, you know, he was saying about chess IQ.
Maybe that was John Eames, was it, or whoever his second was, helped him steer them into positions they weren't comfortable with.
Yeah. So, but is that something that people are going to target Bodhana in the future? Like when you're playing against her, you just use the Shreyas approach. You basically mix it up.
She just has to become really good like Magnus Carlsen, doesn't she? So it doesn't really work.
I think that's something she will improve at, still get better at, and you know, something they'll take away from this game, and they'll look at. Well, hang on, Shreyas sorted us out in that game, really.
Yeah, I'm
So
sure
we need to
they'll,
become better at tactics, better at attacking positions.
they'll definitely learn from their mistakes, won't they?
Yeah, I'll give her a masterclass on attacking positions. Knight CE2, that was the move. Queen F7. Yeah, he's really battling. I think Luke is starting to regret not. He's waiting to the last possible moment to go G4 because he thinks, well, look, you know, I'm going to torture Freddie for X amount of moves, and then maybe I'll go G4 later. By the way, there's only one move here for Black, which is Queen E6.
Yeah, well, there's pressure on Freddie to keep finding the moves all the time.
Yeah, so great practical play by Luke McShane. He's played Knight G4. The only move is Queen E6. Everything else just makes it even worse.
Well, Knight F6 check is a possible threat to winning the E-pawn.
Would he find Queen E6? Because also you have to calculate, is the endgame holdable? Queen E6, Queen G7. I I mean, is the endgame actually winning for white? I don't think it is.
I wouldn't sort the queens.
No, I wouldn't try the queens.
Just
100%, I agree with you.
It takes all the pressure off.
In fact, it's saying it's a draw. Normally, when you give an evaluation like this, it's a draw. So that would be a big mistake, big psychological. He has that. Wow, amazing defence by Freddie Gormally, but he's still suffering in this endgame. He's still likely to lose despite defending like a demon. So at some point, I think White's going to push the G pawn. So he's going to keep probing, and in the last possible moment, he'll push the G pawn, he'll go to G4, and then he'll play another 50 moves before he goes to G5. And then another 50 moves after that before he goes to G6. Another 50 moves after that before he goes to G7. So how many moves is that going to be? Okay, so already a move 80, so that's 130, 180, 230, 280. And then finally, when you queen, that's going to be, we're going to be in the move 300. So we got another 200 odd moves to go, guys.
I think
the game could be over by then.
Exactly. I think there could be a mistake before them. Do you know the best mistakes to learn from, Danny?
Your own.
Other people's.
Other people's, yeah.
What was the best mistakes to learn from?
Really? Why did you say that?
Well, if you make mistakes yourself, you lose the game.
Oh, okay, that's true. Is that your own invention?
I think I heard it somewhere, but I can't take credit for everything.
Other people's mistakes, yeah. That does ring a bell, actually. Yeah. So Luke's drinking. He's having a little drink there. Most of the spectators are gone. It seems in the tournament hall. You know, can you imagine that? Like, the chess is the only sport where, you know, as it gets later, all the spectators leave. Can you imagine Wimbledon? They get to the final set and everyone just leaves, right? But in chess, it seems to be normal, right? I mean, this is like the final set.
They can watch it from home there, but I guess even at Wimbledon, you wouldn't just you could take your phone and just watch it on TV, beat the traffic.
I mean, I think at some point he's got to do something. He's got to like push this G pawn and really at least show that he's trying to make progress. Yeah, I think he's got to try this G. What's wrong with G4?
No, but I actually quite like the technique of just manoeuvring around.
Yeah.
Just set them problems all the time and then
tire him out.
Yeah, don't play G4 and only once you've done 30 or 40 moves.
Yeah.
Then you push the pawn and you.
It's great technique. It's what the Russians advise. He's following what the Russians advise. Luke read a lot of books, chess books when he was younger. I think he was actually was given like a prize or some sort of award of like a library of chess books. So he would have read about all these things, and that really accumulated his knowledge, increased his knowledge. When did you first come across Luke McShane as a chess player?
Oh, I was very young because he was sort of my age group. So I think I played him. I don't know, maybe I was like 7 years old or something.
Now you're supposed to push G4, so we're very interested to see if he'll go. He has to go G4. That's the best move in chess.
I didn't think he'd do it because he's still just trying to probe around a bit.
But at some point, he should go G4, in my opinion, because you wait long enough, make some progress.
Again, G4, but Luke doesn't want to commit to it yet.
Yeah, but it's the best move in chess. You should be looking for the best move. G4. Put your queen on F8, put your king on G3.
I just think he's going to try and keep the tension.
But I think he'll go G4 now. Because it's the best move by far. You've got to fight. But how do you keep the tension? Because you're manoeuvring around with
Queen F8. Okay, I mean, you don't really have any checks there, do you? So.
Come on, Luke. G4, man. Finally, G4. You've got to look for the best moves in chess, and G4 is the best move, and he knows it's the best move. Deep down, he knows that's the best move. So why is he going to shuffle around anymore? Come on. Chess is not a game of shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. It's about finding the best move. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle forever.
He keeps looking around. He's not really that focused on the game,
but I think he's somebody who maybe, does get a little bit hyperactive at times, so it's just his nature. That's why he's very good at blitz. He's a young guy, a lot of young players are like that. I told you, played G4. You're looking for the best move, and G4 was the best move, yeah?
That's a good move from Luke.
Great move. Come on, Luke. Come on. Wow, he's done it. And he's bashed the clock. Incredible. Yeah, this is huge.
You think that's about a minute behind?
I don't.
No, but that's behind.
This is live. The problem is when I look that side, it doesn't look that good, right? No one cares about the profile of my face.
I'm not full screen.
Yeah, go full screen. Yeah, it's better. Okay, so he's looking pensive there, Freddie.
It's just a horrible endgame to defend, isn't it, for Freddie? Because there's no forcing line to just clarify the position.
And your e-pawn is permanently weak. If you lose your e-pawn, the game is effectively over. You're not going to survive. I mean, at the end of the day, he's a lower rated player. I mean, Luke McShane is a 2600 player. He's a lower rated player and he's black. So you would expect him. That's what I said about the Yi Chen game. You do have to respect the ratings. And saying that Yi Chen's going to be an easy draw seemed to me to be a strange call by you, to be honest. But I'm even slagging off my co-commentators now. That's how confident
for the oracle of chess predictions.
Yeah.
The value's tipped off everybody.
Yeah, exactly. G4 is a great move.
So if there's 5 of them, okay, if Luke does win, we'll just get a bit ahead. There'll be 5 of them right there. Basically, the top 5 seeds will be leading the tournament. So who will play who then?
Oh, wow.
So
that'll change it, because we were talking about, he'll have to play Bazakusta, won't he? Because
Luke will be number 1.
Bazakusta can't play anyone else on that score group, so he has to play Bazakusta.
Unless Bazakusta floats down.
Oh, yeah, because you still have to have a down float, right?
Luke could play...
Harry would be the right colour. Like black against Harry.
Yeah, no, Luke could play Shreyas. No, Luke could play Shreyas, would he?
Oh, really?
I don't know, to be honest.
Well, they'll pair him first, right? They'll pair Luke first, because he'll be the highest.
Would it be Luke against Shreyas and Mickey against Harry? Or, I mean, not those colours. Shreyas White against Luke, is that possible? Mickey White against Harry, maybe.
Yeah. And then Bazakusta floats down.
Floats down, that's one option. Or if you're going to float someone else down.
Did anyone float up to play Bazakusta? I don't think they did. He was always playing people on the same score as him, I think. No, he was on 4 out of 4.
Oh, yeah, because he did a down float.
Yeah, so he did. So normally when he did a down, so he won't down float, because normally, but that was 2 rounds ago.
I think you only protected for 1 round, isn't it?
Yeah, but I still think they'll try to avoid. So I think it's unlikely they'll down float him. I think he'll play. The problem is,
if the two players who are due black are Luke and Bazakusta, yeah?
Right.
So they're not going to. They're the only 2 players who are due black.
Yeah.
Are you going to put them against each other?
Yeah.
Probably not, Yeah. And then have the 3 white seekers left.
Yeah.
So I think Bazakusta will probably float down, really. I don't know for definite, though.
Gormally is so far up his own. Who said that? Flight Drizzle. Thanks, Flight Drizzle.
Light Drizzle. One of your many fans.
Yeah, it seems like a real fan of me. So thank you for that charming comment.
Maybe somebody who's good at pairings can tell us what the pairings would be if Luke wins.
Yeah. I mean, I think you can just put it into Results Manager or something like that. And
is anyone good at working out the pairings?
He's shaking here. Luke wearing that white shirt, great white shirt there. God, he's looking very nervous. Okay. Yeah, we've got to move here. Knight. What's he played? Oh, he's brought the king up, which looks very sensible. Not really causing any damage. No, but that's a strange move, because doesn't it walk into knight g7 ideas? But okay, knight g7 is fairly transparent in terms of apparently knight h5.
You just move the queen somewhere, don't you? And then there's no threat.
Yeah.
Do you like go for this one move?
Yeah. But when I'm defending, I just hate defending. So
you
I'm
want to threaten something.
Yeah.
But there was one ending one year, wasn't there, where Mickey won a game, was it with Queen in 2 against Queen in 3? Was it against Thomas Fodor? Yeah,
but he was losing. He was on the worst side of it, wasn't he?
Yeah, exactly. He had Queen in 2 pawns against Queen in 3 and he won.
Yeah, which is crazy.
So you can sometimes win from a hopeless position.
Tricky Mickey. But
that was probably one of the times he was closest to losing, to be honest.
But also I feel like, exactly. But also I feel like in this kind of position now, if you get to the end game and you get the king to f4, then I think it's an easy win. So if you somehow manage to trade queens to get the king to, it was different earlier because the pawn was on g3, but then I think that would be an easy win because the e4 pawn would just be too weak. So that's another issue that Freddie has to watch out for.
If Luke just puts played queen c7, that's a good move. I mean, Freddie's getting a bit manoeuvred out of position now.
Any more trolling comments? 60 memorable games, my system the other.
I don't know.
I played Luke when he was 8. He had a little Kinder Egg toys at the side of his board he played with. Oh, how cute was that? It's quite old to have Kinder Egg toys.
8 years old. I don't know. They're probably quite popular,
I
aren't
never
they?
had Kinder Egg toys when I was 8. I moved well on from then. By then, yeah. But this is looking good for white. I mean, it's impressive that Freddie's lasted this long, and I think he's really playing on the fact there's no real knockout blow here for white. Although you're a lot better.
You can just move the king anywhere now, can't you?
King h3 looks good, and then bring the queen back to c4 and give a check or something like that. Somehow improved. So I'm thinking something like this, Nick. And if you go check, I move the king there, queen here. It's just real suffering.
He's just slowly manoeuvring Freddie out of position, isn't he?
Yeah. It's a great technical game. This is like almost the game of the tournament, really, in some ways. Just showing Luke Mishane's great strength in technical positions and his great patience.
Once you got the queen on the 5th row, controlling the h5 square, you almost could bring your king back to g3 and maybe bring up to f4.
He's gone king g2, which is slightly surprising, but still strong. So I think...
Yeah, if you check, let's say queen c4 check, then you put your queen on c5 with check, say... You're controlling h5, then you can play king g3, and if you're ready to bring your king up to f4.
Do you think that, like, Luke is maybe a little bit more nervous than he used to be? Because it seems that way, and maybe that's why his rating's gone down. Is maybe his nerves aren't as good as they were, because he does seem to be getting very nervous in these tight situations. But he's still doing the biz.
Okay,
or has he always been like
if
that?
knight g4, queen c6 is the trick, yeah?
Yeah, we'll just show that. Also, maybe queen c8's winning somehow.
Okay, yeah, all wins, yeah.
Yeah, so check. Yeah, and then you just trade, and then black cannot exchange the remaining pawn. So, yeah, it looks like a technical conversion on the cards here, but Freddie's defense is remarkable, and he's also now getting shorter time. So this is where the perseverance pays off, because now Freddie's getting shorter time. At some point he'll crack, I think, if Luke just keeps up the pressure. Bring the king into g3, bring the king into f4, potentially. And then at some point he'll crack. You'll be able to exchange queens at the right moment. You'll be able to win the game. So that's really what Luke is playing on. Amazing technical ability by Luke Mishane, looking like a future British champion. Certainly, he's been of that level for many, many years. It's not like he's a young guy breaking through. He's been of that level of a David Howell, of a Michael Adams, of a Gawain Jones for many, many years, I would say. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah, you'd have to put him up there, wouldn't you? He's been one of the players who's been over 2,600 for a long time.
I think he even got over 2,700 briefly.
Yeah, he used to be very strong in those London Classic tournaments, didn't he?
Yeah.
Against all the elite guys.
King G3 now. You know, this is the patience in endgames. You go King G3, King F4. And is he going to play it? Wow, he's played it. Incredible.
I mean, King F4, you also have to double check, because you do give black some checks.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
There's one quite funny line after King E6.
Yeah.
Okay, very unlikely to get this. Yeah,
Yeah, or even Queen H4. But I think that's kind of transparent, because Queen H4 is also good. I don't think he's going to fall for that. But yeah, you just have to be patient. You have to remain patient. He's slowly getting him here. He's slowly getting him. This is incredible effort.
So King F4 is not a move.
How dramatic is the British Championships? This is just pure theatre. You know?
What your top 3 most memorable chess tournaments?
Who said that? Oh, was it? Who's my top 3 most memorable chess tournaments?
The most memorable games, I think.
Oh, my most memorable games that I played myself or that I observed?
Let's go with yourself.
My top most memorable games, probably all losses. No, but I think when I went to beat Draev to get my GM title, I'd say that's probably the most memorable game. But also, Yeah, I mean, there's been a few.
Sokolov was quite impressed with that game, wasn't he?
Yeah, I remember there was a funny story of Ivan Sokolov, and he said something like, you know, Gormally, he played quite well for such a weak player, you know. It's a great line, yeah. Yeah, I remember when we played European Team Championship in Sweden, I played a couple of great games there, actually. It was one game against
that was quite nice. I remember that.
Yeah, and
So
there's also a
all
game
your
against
greatest
Spanish
games
guy.
are basically in tournaments where I've been there.
Yeah, exactly. You've been a
I motivate you.
You actually played Drev in that tournament.
That's true.
And I remember it's a little bit like we were saying about the Shreyas thing, that you changed your approach, because I remember you got ground down in that game in some kind of semi-Slav,
Sure, yeah.
Moscow variation. And I thought, you know, Nick's a better technical player than me, and this guy's ground him down. If we get as technical, I'm going to lose. So I just went for a line that was really murky, and that paid off for me, and I won that game. But what about you, Nick? Is there any game that really stands out for you as being memorable in your career?
I don't know. I had quite a nice game against Ganguly. I don't know if people.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. It was a sort of
2000
isolated Queen's Pawn game.
2002 British Championships.
Some kind of D5 and Bishop G5 and Rook takes E7.
I don't think I got any money for that though, even though I won the game of the tournament. Maybe I did.
You know, I was never awarded the best game prize in the British. It really annoyed me, you know, because I think, like, I don't think they really consider my games. I think the commentators are maybe a little bit biased against me, you know, and then you get a little bit paranoid. So we've got to be very careful about how we award the best game prize. The loss to Sutovsky. Oh, yeah, hang on. That's got to be... Sorry, I forgot about that game. Yeah, a game I lost to in the same tournament, the Andreev game. I lost to Sutovsky in a game that was probably one of the best games of all time. Anand actually said that was the best game he'd ever seen. And
your game against Sutovsky.
Yeah, where he sacrificed his
that's high
queen.
praise, isn't
Yeah.
it? Anand's.
Yeah, well, I remember reading an interview with New in Chess.
Anand, of all those World Championship matches he
Yeah.
played, the best game you've ever seen is yours.
No, somebody asked him, what's the best game you've ever seen? And he said Gormally Sutovsky was a lot of fun. I was like shocked, you know, this guy is a legend of chess, and he
You
thinks
probably
that's the
thought,
best game.
how does he even know who I am?
Yeah. Well, he knows Sutovsky's a friend of his, right? Because he knows Anand's involved in all the FIDE stuff. So maybe that was also it's like a recency bias thing, because that game had just been played. I mean, also Anand himself played some remarkable games over the course of his career as well, of course, you know. So
he had that game against Aronian, didn't he?
exactly, it was actually similar to a Rubinstein game. Akaba Rubinstein. Sutovsky's a big fan of Rubinstein.
I mean, Black's really in kind of dangerous territory now. It's very hard to actually find good moves for Freddie.
Yeah, he's just slowly turning the screw. It's a really impressive game, this, I'll be honest, in its own way. I mean, it's not the type of game that I would probably be capable of playing, but, you know, it's just a technical masterpiece. And this feels like a game that's just going to give you a huge amount of confidence going forward. His last two games, Luke, have been great technical wins against your brother and against Freddie, assuming that he closes this game out, which I think he will. There's still a bit of work to be done, because you've improved the position to maximum. I mean, it's interesting now, you know, we were saying this before about G5, you know, at some point...
You could play G5.
You could play G5, and at some point, you know, you push the pawn, and he's
just keeping control.
Keep shuffling, hoping for that fatal error. So I'm wondering, like, after this, is this not winning now? I think this is actually quite a simple win, because...
But you want to be sure before you
want to be absolutely 100% certain, but I think this is actually a really easy win.
I mean, would...
Like, it's a simple way to get it, but yeah, you're right. Like, you'd rather avoid that.
You probably don't want to risk it.
You probably won't.
You might miscalculate something and then suddenly it's a draw. With the queens on, you can just keep on probing away.
You'd probably do that, like I say, the last possible moment. Yeah. And now the clock times are pretty similar. But I'll be very tempted to trade queens here, I'll be honest, because I feel like that is like a dead easy win.
I mean, maybe
if you had more time, you would trade queens, I think.
Maybe if the king drops back now, he might go for the queen trade, do you think? After king f8, I mean, what's black going to play here? Supposed to play like king f8 or king g8 anyway.
I'd be very tempted to trade, because also the king's so far away for the e-port. If I win the e-port, it's over.
Yeah.
Like knight and two connectors. I mean, that's a very simple win over the board. So, you know, this is looking despondent for Freddie. I don't think he's going to hold this. great game, another great game. We never get our, we wanted to go away for curry today, and now we're going to
missing it.
We're going to end up ordering pizza yet again. Every night it's very difficult to get late night food around here. There's no kebab shop within walking distance, it seems. So, Uber Eats is your only option. We managed to work it out. I'm getting a bit sick of Domino's pizza at this
Got to
point.
watch 2 Grandmasters try to order pizza.
Yeah.
Don't show how it's done when you've mastered the pizza ordering app now.
Someone mentioned David Howe. He is very similar to, the way that Luke McShane is trying to win this game. Yeah, Queen F5. Somebody mentioned his favourite chess book. They said, I was tortured in a Pasadena jailhouse by Bobby Fischer. So this is like a famous pamphlet that Bobby Fischer published where he talked about how he's treated badly by the police in America. Pasadena being in California, of course. I think he spent some time in Pasadena. He retired in 1972. So he basically won the World Championship in 1972. Then he was supposed to defend it in 1975, but refused to defend it because he wanted to have a World Championship match where you had to win 10 games and you had to win 10-8 against your opponent. Like the challenger had to win 10-8 against the world champion. And FIDE didn't like that. They didn't agree to his demands, so he refused to defend his World Championship title. That's why Karpov became world champion. And then Bobby Fischer went into this long kind of exile, which is a fascinating period that he just sort of went into exile and became more or less a recluse or a hermit.
I mean, he never really came back again, did he, after that missed match against Karpov? I mean, he played Spassky in
1992, that was his only
He was much
comeback.
weaker then, yeah.
Also read a very interesting book by an Icelandic journalist where he talked about Bobby Fischer's final years in Iceland and how, he refused doctor's treatment because, of his beliefs or whatever.
I think he just went a bit mad, didn't he, in his 5 years?
Somebody said, as a regular viewer of Danny Gormally's YouTube channel, and as he probably knows, not being one of the greatest...
You said you're not up your own something.
Yeah, not one of his greatest fans. I confirm that is one of the last things he is up his own.
Someone's defending you.
Oh, thank you.
Compliment, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a lot
Yeah.
of followers to that one.
Somebody
So
said...
Luke's played G5 now.
Somebody said, is that Sindarov on the front row? So the guy sitting, is that Sindarov? The guy who's just
Sindarov.
does
he look like Sindarov?
Sindarov lookalike. Can you imagine if Sindarov's watching it? He regards Luke McShane as his biggest potential rival, Freddie Gordon.
I'm going to try and zoom in.
It's not Sindarov. I can pretty much guarantee that. Yeah. Yeah, this is, wow, he's gone G5. So it's
King comes
it's
in.
real torture. He's really putting through the torture chamber here. This is
Yeah, of course, now
incredible
he's threatening queen trades at certain points and
Yeah.
the knight can't move anymore. I mean, it's been a good effort from Freddie, hasn't it? But I think just when he didn't take that pawn to c-pawn, ever since then,
I've forgotten what that was.
there was some point when he could have played queen takes the pawn on the 7th rank.
Oh, yeah, that was terrible.
Ever
yeah.
since then,
I
he's
think he was
been,
actually trying to play on Luke McShane's time and maybe
He's been under pressure.
got a bit nervous. And, it's often when your opponent's short of time, it communicates to you, the tension communicates to you, and you play worse. And I think that's what happened to him at that moment in time. Like I say, you've got to be very careful when your opponent's short of time that you don't underestimate them. And Luke McShane often gives off this impression that he's weak because he's short of time. But in fact, he knows what he's doing. And here he looks a lot more confident now, Luke. He looks like he's calmed down a lot. I think he knows he's going to win. The game looks more or less over. There's not a lot. I think Freddie might be resigning soon, actually. There's not a lot that Black can do now. It's incredible how he's basically completely dominated his position, despite only being a pawn up.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great technique in the end.
This is the 2026 British champion we're watching here. It's nailed on.
About the 10th person you've tipped.
No, he was my tip all along. Come on. I mean, I always said that it's going to be Luke, but there were other
I mean,
contenders.
he's definitely a contender, isn't he, Luke?
I mean, he's the winner. Right, come on. Stop all this contender nonsense. Okay. Any more comments? This is false. Who said that? False about what? Bobby. See, my eyesight's so bad I can't really read that. What is it saying?
I'm not sure.
Bobby, apart from his days shambling around the streets of Pasadena, windswept and dishevelled, unrecognised, Kasparov said he joined a religious death cult. Kasparov said that Bobby Fischer joined, I think it was like the Worldwide Church or something like that, right? Some worldwide church.
I think he clearly wasn't right, was he, at the end?
Yeah, and I think he too much chess. And if you're doing chess the interesting thing about Bobby Fischer...
Do you think the chess made him mad, or he was just always going to be mad?
Well, he had some issues. I mean, he was on the spectrum. His IQ was tested at about 185, I think, when he was younger. He was tested by a psychologist.
So Queen E7, it's almost over now. Queen E7, King G6 allows mate in 1.
And then Knight F6.
So they have to
and
play
go
King
into that, and
G8 and Knight F6.
You've not even got a useful check. Well, you got a check on C8, but you'll soon run out of checks. So that's quite an easy line to find. He may, however... I mean, it's nice when you've dominated the guide to some extent. You can pick your choice of wins. You could also take on E4. I don't see the trick after Queen E4, which also is Queen E4 winning. Was there a trick?
Still winning as well.
It's winning, and then you could
So
torment him here, and then take the pawn. But yeah, going back to the Bobby Fischer thing, what was I talking about again? Bobby Fischer.
Queen F5 looks very strong as well, doesn't
Queen
it?
F5 is also.
What are you going to play after Queen F5?
I think he's going to play Queen F5 or Queen F4.
Or maybe you can go try King G7, but okay, it's all lost.
He's only got 40 seconds left. This is a dramatic moment in the British Chess Championships. The favourite, the odds-on favourite, Luke McShane, is potentially closing in.
He's going for his Knight F6 idea, isn't he?
Wow, this is huge.
So Queen E7, King G8, and now I think he's going to play... Oh, did he take the pawn, did he? No, he went Queen E7, I think.
Yeah, he went Queen E7. Now Knight F6 is a forced win.
Knight F6 takes and pawn takes.
This is amazing by Luke McShane, one of the legends.
There's only one check on H4, isn't there? Then you can play King H4 if you want to get out of the checks. Or even King G5.
I think he's just calculating it. I think he sees it. Yeah, there's so much confidence. So much confidence. Like he knows now that he can force the win. He doesn't have to rely on intuition anymore. Now he's switching to calculation mode.
Yeah.
And this game is over, guys. This game is done.
So after Queen C8, King G5 avoids any more checks. You've got one check.
You've got to check on C1. It's a good thing about the Queen. It's very flexible, can move around a lot. But you've only got one more check on C1. After King F5, you resign the game. Because if you avoid the checks now...
Actually, King H4, because Queen G5 did give us a check on C1. I then you have King...
He's got Queen F8, but now you can go into King and Pawn endgame.
You can just take the Queen, can't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think Freddie's going to resign the game fairly soon. Yeah. No, but Freddie's good. I mean, he's just very young, you know. He'll get better.
The problem is that White can easily win the second pawn. He can win the black pawn very easily.
By the way, going back to the Bobby Fischer thing, I think that apparently even after he retired, or he was in that period where he didn't play, he was still studying chess for 10 hours a day, which is crazy, right? It's like the commentators on the British Championship studying chess for 10 hours a day.
Well, the thing is, even though we don't play very much, well, you still play a lot, don't you?
Yeah, that's one way to win.
It's easy because
King E5 was also
you have the extra move now with the F pawn, so you can easily bring your king up to E6 or G6.
Yeah.
Play F7 and then just move your backwards F pawn.
So with the two pawns, you can just waste a move. So King E6 wins because after King E8 you just go F3 or F4 and then eventually Black King has to give away. But
I think he's going to resign. It looks like he's about to resign.
No, he's played on, but now F3 is a forced win.
Or just F7 and then F3.
Or F3, yeah, everything wins other than you don't go King F6 here. Imagine if he went King F6. No, he's gone F3. Incredible. Okay, wow, he's playing this on. This is a bit shocking.
I think this is definitely the time to call it a day.
Yeah. No.
Is he actually he's still playing?
Wow.
It's that contempt factor.
That is real contempt factor. He's like stressing, yeah.
He's going to go kick h7. Try one more attempt at stalemate.
No, he's... Okay, this is maybe pushing the boat out a little bit. Is he doing this out of annoyance? Luke looks shocked that he's playing this on.
Yeah.
He knows you've got an Indian book.
Yeah. Well, we could just end the stream now. I mean,
I think it's basically
we're
over, isn't
ultimate
it? Yeah.
professionals, so we could end it now, guys. I think we're going to assume now that this game's finished.
Is he had a bet that he's going to last? What's the longest game?
Yeah, I mean, often these juniors will play the position out. Okay. Have we now got
120 move, checkmate.
Yeah. No, he's resigned. The game's over.
Did he resign, or you didn't even let him checkmate? You got all the way till one before checkmate and then resigned.
Incredible. Well done, Luke McShane. Fantastic. Great defence as well by Freddie Gordon. Have to give him credit where it's due. But he's played an amazing force in Luke McShane, who looks like he's closing in on his first British Championship title. Very much deserved. Thanks to the live audience for staying for so long. Right, okay, I think we're going to wrap the stream up there, guys, because there are no more games going as far as we're aware, but another long day in the British Chess Championships and another dramatic win for one of the favourites. Who's your, final thoughts, Nick, after watching all that, who do you think is your favourite now to win the British?
I mean, to be honest, the top 5 seeds have all looked good, so you could pick any of them. I'm probably going to stick with Bazakutsa.
Okay, thank you, guys. Thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.